Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Yep, starting a little early.
What time is it?
It's 12:32.
Wow.
He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Sorry, Jim Rome, we're taking over the airways a little bit early on this. What is today? Thursday afternoon. We've got some pizza, we've got our drinks, and we're ready. All we're missing is the popcorn because the show is about to begin out in Oxnard, California.
And what a show it promises to be. So many questions and a lot of drama as we head into training camp this year. And boy, Jerry's going to get peppered with them all. And it's just going to be interesting to hear his responses to each and every one.
The State of the Cowboys annual press conference to kick off training camp. And yes, the plates were in the air. It was supposed to be yesterday. He had that trial that was going on, so they moved it to Saturday. Well, the trial abruptly ended. He got to Oxnard, and they said, well, let's have this press conference on Thursday. So as soon as Jerry, Stephen Jones, and Mike McCarthy walk up to the podium, they're on the tennis courts in the 72-degree weather of Oxnard, California at the River Ridge Complex. We will bring it to you live in its entirety as we're starting the Blitz early because we figure this thing will go into our show. We're pretty damn close, so why not?
Yeah, why not? And there's going to be a lot to rehash, obviously, after this is all said and done. You say Mike McCarthy, he probably begged Jerry to move it to today because he was scheduled to have a press conference, McCarthy, and he didn't want to have to answer all those questions. So please, Jerry, move it to Thursday.
Well, and he wasn't going to be a part of it on Saturday because it was going to be a practice
True,
day. So
that's
Will
right.
McClay was going to be a part of it. Now, the press conference that Mike McCarthy was going to have today, he would have said about CD, it's business. We wish he was here. All the things that the coach would say, and it is business. But it will be very interesting to hear what Jerry Jones has to say about the official holdout of one CD Lamb, who by all accounts, every report I've seen, he is not in California. He is not pulling a Brandon Ayuk in. I'll show up. I'm just not working. He's apparently not even, at the very least, at the complex.
Yeah.
I mean, he might be somewhere in the region.
I bet he
in
is
the LA area working out.
He's there very close. Because Dak Prescott went up to Oxnard early and was working out. It would not surprise me if they were working out together. And I'm sure he is within shouting distance just in case his agent says, okay, we got a deal. Come on in.
And again, he's scheduled to make $17 million this year. He's trying to double that. Even if he's in Dallas working out, it's not like he's got to get on the Southwest app and book a flight. He'll go private. Jerry might even send the plane to go get him.
He might.
I mean, whatever it takes to get him there.
Get here and let's get this thing underway. And then he's got to work on that number 4 guy.
Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
His contract.
Yes.
It will be interesting to hear Jerry's thoughts on Dak Prescott. They've had all off season. And here we are at the start of training camp. And all the things that we've talked about as talk show hosts, fans have talked about hanging out at the bar. Hell, Jerry talked about it at the Senior Bowl. Jerry talked about it at the Combine in Indianapolis about getting these deals done. And they're not done. Stephen Jones, I realize it's not hard, or it's harder than it looks, but it's not hard to get these deals done once you get in the room and get the conversations rolling. And I realize the in-season, off-season, whatever, hard knocks with the New York Giants is very surface level. But, I mean, they make it look easy. Like it shouldn't be this complicated. And we know it is. And the math numbers that they're working on in 3 years, 4 years, and all the other projected contracts, all of that, I guess, is a big part of it. But at the same time, if you want to get a deal done, you can get a deal done.
Yeah. Jerry and Steven's dilemma, though, is they're trying to fit everybody in because you're going to have a big contract with CD, big contract with Dak, if that's how they choose to go. Then you got to worry about Micah Parsons. And you've got others that will be coming up as well. And there's a lot to fit in. And we just say, well, you should do it. Just give him the money, pay the guy. And it's just not that easy. And especially with a CD Lamb who, quite frankly, he's holding out. He's rolling the dice. But Jerry, again, could just say, dude, you're under contract. Let's go. We're not going to do anything.
And it's certainly a possibility, although CD using the leverage that he has now, because he can't get franchise tag this year, but he can next year. And he is trying to avoid that. He wants the big money and the long-term security and the big money that comes with the long-term security. So that is what he is doing. And as expected, and not really a surprise, this thing doesn't start on time. It won't be long now. I am interested in the backdrop that they have this year, and I don't know what you will see if you're watching on YouTube or when you see the photos of it. But normally they have the backdrop that just kind of has the sponsors on there.
Yep.
Now they've got this massive backdrop with unnamed players. Just the silhouettes of players. It looks pretty cool. They got some new, whatever you call those, backdrops and bunting, it looks like, for this year's training camp. They didn't just use last year's stuff.
Well, and typically it's different every year. I mean, Jerry, they spend the money to do that, but some way or another, whatever it is, Jerry's making money off of it. And he always does. And I find it fascinating because the Dallas Cowboys training camp, unlike any other that I have ever seen, whether on TV or been to, it's just unlike any other. And that's all Jerry Jones. You got to give Jerry credit. If nothing else, he is one hell of a businessman. And I love the guy. Yeah.
And as we talk about CD Lamb, he's not in Dallas. I can tell you that. He's also not in California.
Okay.
Jane Slater tweets out 1 minute ago, Cowboys wide receiver CD Lamb getting in work in Houston today.
Wow.
According to the tweet, CD on his contract, quote, it just has to make sense. According to a source informed, I'm told he is 195, 196 pounds, bigger, faster, and more explosive than previous years. I'm told he had a 2-hour workout and continues to fine-tune the details of his game. And there is video of him working at an indoor facility in Houston. That according to a tweet from Jane Slater from the NFL Network 1 minute ago.
Well, he's working out. He's ready to go. And I don't think the Cowboys are concerned about that, or anybody on that team is concerned that he's not going to be in shape to arrive when that Lamb. You're probably working harder where you are right now than you would be if you came to camp and you were just standing around. So he's doing himself better now than he would if he was already there.
Let's go to the Cowboys press conference in Oxnard, California. We see Stephen Jones. We see Jerry Jones. We see Mike McCarthy taking their seats there at the TV-looking desk that they have for their press conference. The Cowboys preseason press conference live here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
That might not be around all the time. Flag me down. I'm creating a queue here, and I'll call on you for your question. And with that, we'll start out with David Moore.
Jerry, David Moore, California News. I'm sorry with a couple of days and get a legal question off the top and then move to football if we can. You've been involved in several fraternity suits that have gone through the system over the last couple of years. What led to the resolution to this latest trial in Texarkana after just one witness?
Well, we got it, we got it resolved like I wanted. And so it was unfortunate, but it is resolved. And that was, of course, very sensitive with my family, and it was very sensitive with the unique publicity that's involved with the Cowboys, and but it was involved satisfactorily for all concerned. I won't be commenting any more about it, but I certainly are where I want to be.
And from the football standpoint, I know you've said before that the worst place a fan base can be is when it's apathetic or there's apathy involved. Coming off this off season, there doesn't seem to be apathy. There seems to be a lot of frustration with how the season ended and what you have and haven't done. And since then, do you sense a stronger sense of frustration than you have in the past? And if so, what do you attribute it to?
The way that, as I sit here today at almost 35 years, you've got to help me with my mathematics here, but almost 35 years. I see several faces that I saw 35 years ago here. But after 35 years, the one thing that's for sure is ambiguity. And just the nature of what being a part of sports and part of football is very ambiguous. The reality of it is that you are continually dealing with much unfinished business. There's almost no way to segment parts of the running and the evolving of a team from one year to the next. You can have specific agreements, and those agreements have all the right terms in them, and yet you still might have non-execution of the agreements. We've had people with contracts that didn't come to camp. So you've got to make that reality. That's what happens. And so that you can't be and do what I have the privilege and the opportunity to do, and that's be a part of the Dallas Cowboys and run the NFL, which being here with you today reminds me just how lucky I am and how wonderful this is. But it is more ambiguity involved than I ever could have imagined. And there's always going to be many dangling participles out here of unfinished business. And that's the reality of it. There will never be a time with the NFL and sports, but what we don't have a lot going on that give you reason to say, this is the time of year when you're just supposed to do football. Well, there's not a million things, but there's so many things going on at all times, and more so today than when I first got involved. And so if I can be specific, I was kind of ready with my thoughts for you. I know we've been talking about what kind of off season we had, what kind of season ending we had. Well, the facts are that I'm going to need a little bit of help here, but how many Pro Bowlers do we have out here? 14 Pro Bowlers on this field right now.
12 All-Pros.
And 12 All-Pros. We have an outstanding team. And so that part works. We've got a lot of ambiguity in the team. I have ambiguity everywhere in the things that I look at and do. And so I'm maybe the best thing that that God gave me was a tolerance for ambiguity. And so that's what you have. That's what it frustrates you. And in frustrating you, obviously, it frustrates fans to not have closure or to not have bright lines. That's not in my mind. That's not in my life. And so that I don't ever anticipate it getting any better with the NFL and the Cowboys. As a matter of fact, since we last met here last year, there's been even more ambiguity thrown on the table. Hello, NFL. Good to be with you today.
Clarence.
Till Four Star Telegram. I've been here 35 years, been about 28. But there were times when you did know what you had coming into the camp. And I know you said you got the Pro Bowls and the All Pros, but they didn't finish the job. The goal this year is to finish the job and go further than it did last year. With all this ambiguity, with the CD not being here, talk about what you did in the off season. What gives fans hope that you can take the next step? Because that's the bottom line. Not just do what you did last year with the same guys.
I appreciate you saying that, Terrence. Clarence.
Never gets old.
Are we at Oxnard? I've forgotten your question. Seriously. Hey, quit asking questions that I haven't got on my notes here, will you, please? But seriously, will you condense it a little bit and let me go from there?
Well, I mean, it's been ambiguity. Certainly, we know that. But you talked about the Pro Bowl. The goal is to take the next step, though. You know, you had these same guys last year. You take the next. Watching the fans be excited that you can take the next step. Just in spite of all the ambiguity, especially with CD Lamb not being here, open camp with even more ambiguity with your players.
Well, I'm probably because of the way we ended the season last year, I'm more about winning the award for the best way to end the season than I am winning the award for showing up at camp with my house in order. I'm more worried about ending the season than I am a fast start. You're absolutely right. I'm worried more about, I'm all in to having that game come out different, the last one we played. Now, what I will say, when I look at our roster, when I look at where we are, when I look at the quality of our coaching, I will say that I like as much or better than any time how we're going to be hanging around the rim so that when we get to that game, we can come out of there with a different result. So I think we're very, very positioned, i.e. hanging around the rim, again, which you have to be up there and around there to have a better result at that end. Now, the big question you pointed out, and appropriately so, is do you think you've got a chance to come up with better results when you get there? I don't want to sound, though, and be trite about getting there. That's a big deal. And I want you to know, as much as you might criticize me for it, I take a lot of solace in the fact that we've had the 12-game seasons that wins that we've had over the last several years, the fact that we've got the personnel we've got here at camp, the fact that we've got the coaches we've got at camp. I take a lot of solace that we're going to be there to get a chance to go to that playoffs and do better.
Todd?
Todd Archer of the ESPN. For Jerry and Steven, why has it been, with CD, obviously the latest one, why has it been difficulty in not being able to re-sign your key guys to extensions when that's not been a deal in the past? And do you have to alter how you guys approach your approach to the negotiations when you have these contracts coming up?
This time last year, I'm going to hit it first, but then we'll hear from the guy that really knows what he's talking about. Was it Martin that wasn't here last year?
Correct.
Pretty big deal. Okay. All buttoned up, contract and all. Wasn't here. Does that ever happen? Of course it does. Look all over the league. It happens all over the league. So I don't flare when it's happening to us. I'm aware of it. You must give me that I'm aware that we want to get these guys to camp. Business as usual, as far as I'm concerned. That's the point of that diatribe I just had before this. I'm used to this. I can live with this. And I feel confident if you look at the fundamentals here, we can get back to the shot we were. I hope that we'll be in better shape. So that's January. Okay, this is July. No, I don't get bent out of shape over the fact that somebody is not here or here at all.
Calvin.
You're listening to the Jerry Jones press conference from Oxnard, California, here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
You know, if we had these three guys done, there'd be somebody else. I can assure you. They kind of wait in line and seeing when it's their turn. Obviously, we had everything buttoned up last year, and Zach, who's had an unbelievable career, all-pro career, one of the best players to ever put on the helmet here, decided, hey, I've been under a long-term contract and I'm underpaid and I want to be paid. It's going on San Francisco. You just look around the league. As Jerry said, it goes on everywhere. We have a very unique situation. We have a quarterback who played at the top of his game last year, second in MVP voting, who can leave. And then we got two players who can't leave here for 3 years. Theoretically, if we didn't sign either one of them, I guess we couldn't franchise one 3 years from now. But we could sign one of them, and both of them, rightfully so, believe they should be the highest paid non-quarterback in the league, and totally respect that. So very difficult situations that we're trying to work through with them. They want to win. They want to put a ring on their finger, and they understand the difficult situation we have with a high-priced quarterback going into his second high-priced contract. He was the highest paid when we paid him 3 years ago. And then we got two other guys that we're trying to work through. It just takes time. And we're having great conversations with the representatives in terms of CD and Dak. And obviously, Micah's a year removed from where CD is today. CD, in his career and where he is contractually. So I think he wants to go out and show that he is the best non-quarterback in the league, and I hope he does it. But these things just take time, and we're having great conversations with him. It's certainly not easy. I welcome the opportunity that we've drafted well enough to have one of the best quarterbacks in the league, one of the best pass rushers in the league, if not the best, and one of the best receivers, if not the best receiver in the league. Welcome the opportunity. It's great that we draft like that, but it does take time. And it's certainly not easy. You look at a guy like Jefferson, they're not paying a quarterback. They're not paying anybody on their roster at this point. So it's a lot easier for them to stretch a little more. And we're just trying to work through reasonably with CD, reasonably with Dak, what we can do to make it work from an economic standpoint. And certainly when you're trying to pay three guys like that, it certainly does limit your opportunities to maybe improve the roster down the line. Makes it difficult to keep Biotic. It makes it difficult to keep Pollard. And we just got to draft. I mean, we think we drafted two great prospects in Guyton and BB. And I think they'll step in and they'll do a great job. Our history says that we've drafted well, and I think they'll both step up. You hate to lose a Pollard, you hate to lose a Biotic, but that's the nature of this business.
Stephen, let me follow that up. That is the world's smallest violin. Okay? Nobody's feeling sorry for themselves around here. As a matter of fact, I want to tell you how blessed we are to get up in the morning and have these problems. I wouldn't take anything for it. And I'm emboldened. Okay? It puts gas in my tank to basically have these problems. But I was negotiating directly with the players in our last labor agreement. And on our last labor agreement, I was in with them, just me and the players that were negotiating. And we were down to the gnat's ass, where there was not much left in the agreement. Okay? Yet we were sitting there with a point. But that massive labor agreement that we have, over 5 or 6.
You're listening to the Jerry Jones press conference with Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, Mike McCarthy, the State of the Cowboys address. It's funny how the audio dropped after he talked about the gnat's ass, and you wonder what bug got into the line. But as we work to regain the audio, it is interesting And not surprising to hear Jerry saying, look, he's been down this road before. He said that last year with Zach. Stephen Jones, though, did make it sound like maybe Dak is the priority because he's the one that can leave after this year. CD can't leave. Micah Parsons can't leave. Dak Prescott can. Does that kind of make you think differently or about the reports we heard last week that CD Lamb was the priority over Dak Prescott?
Well, yeah, and it also leads me to believe that maybe they're telling CD he doesn't have a contract, that or he's already under contract and doesn't need one.
All right, let's. Did we get Jerry back? Jerry?
Is a serious issue. In the bigger picture, my experience with the NFL, sports, experience with you, has been that passes and you move on and you go. Now, the other thing I want to say gratuitously is that I've been doing this 30-something years. And I don't feel like I've ever worked a day in my life, ever. But I have spent my life doing it, and I dream about it every day. I'm into it. Here. I'm all in. I'm all in. Sometimes being all in means you narrow. You remove the months out here that are in the future, and you narrow it down to where all we're talking about is right now and the next playoff season, and that's it for everybody. We're all in. We're all in. It's all right there. Let's okay. We all got some things out here in the future, another 2 or 3 years on contracts, all that stuff. Let's all get in here. Zero right now in this. Dak's got his year contract. Let's focus right here. We all got a lot on the line for that playoff game. A lot of it. So you got to understand a weird way of looking at it a little bit with that time. Now, having said that, I want to say this to our fans. I know that I have had a lot of mistakes in these years. But the same guys making this decision that has the Cowboys and really got there by the skin of my teeth. And it was a miracle that I was able to pull it off. A miracle. But the same imagination, the same risk taking, the same taking risk, but being pragmatic, being inconsistent, sometimes looking like you're a Mississippi riverboat gambler, and then sometimes looking like you're trying to guard the national ball. Those inconsistencies are how we got here. Now, that is what you're seeing going on right now. And I don't know for sure if it's going to work, but I am giving it everything I've got, and I'm all in to have it everything I've got. As sensitive as our fans are, they got a full-time me. I'm all in.
All right, Calvin.
From the George Salinas Personal Injury Attorney Studios, this is KTFM Floresville, 94.1, San Antonio's Sports Star.
Coach, that's football.
There you go. You got a couple of guys who are coming off-season surgeries, like Mozzie and Luke. Will they be on the pup, or are they ready to go for the first practice?
Yeah, definitely. We'll work those guys in. Trayvon's obviously on pup. So, I mean, those guys will be on a limited schedule. Just want to be smart. Obviously, we're in a ramp-up phase here, so we won't even do a team drill. Today we'll be in 7-on-7, and the practice today will resemble an OTA practice that everyone saw there in June.
Yeah, quick question for Stephen and Jerry. When you talk to your season ticket holders, they've expressed frustration with the lack of success, or are they all in like you guys?
We had our highest rate of renewal that we've ever had on season tickets.
And the fastest it's ever happened in the league, in the NFL. Excuse me, Steve.
Now, there's no one more frustrated than we are with at the end of the day, this is all about as Jerry said, that last game. It's our postseason success, and no one's more frustrated than we are. And they wouldn't be great fans if they weren't frustrated with the success we've had in the postseason. So it's duly respected in terms of what their frustration is. The good news is, I think Todd said, you don't want them not to care, and they do care. And they spoke. They want to come watch these games. They know we're competitive. They know we're right there. But we got to get the job done, and we hadn't gotten the job done. And we can go out and win a lot of games next year. And they're still going to be pointing to that first playoff game and the second playoff game, hopefully, and on. But we all know what the issue is here. It's our success in the postseason. We haven't had it. We know that. Our fans know that. Everybody knows that. These players know it. Mike knows it. His staff knows it. That's the elephant in the room. We've got to go take the next step, and we haven't done that. And until we do it, there'll be frustration.
I'll add to that, we want to beat Arizona last year. We want to beat Arizona. Okay? So it's not that we're not to get to where we'd like to get, to even be eligible to mess up against Green Bay. We want to beat the Arizonas on the way. Of course, we want all that, and we all understand that. I'm saying that so that our fans, through you, will understand that. But when we go to league meetings, NFL meetings, they don't put the team name on the overall league information. So the team is anonymous. But when they put up on that sheet last month where clubs are in renewal, numbers of renewal, total percentage of renewal, and total percentage of anything new, the Cowboys are so far ahead of the rest of them, it's unbelievable when they put that up there. And that's my answer to you. How are our fans reacting to where we are today? Now, what I want to be clear with y'all, that puts gas in my tank. That incentivizes me more than anything that could happen. If you think I don't want to show them and reward them, okay, and if you think something called a dollar bill is standing in my way to do it, you're very wrong. What we deal with cap money is not a dollar bill like you and I sense it with our bank account. It is a tool that cap money is a tool that everybody has the equal amount. And what you've done with it, where you've extended it, where you've used some credit card and spent some of it in the future, all of that is the art of the deal. And you're seeing, I know you are, and they're all aware of it. I read what you write. You know that we spent money in the future to get the supporting cast that we've got on this field out here. And the games they played the last 4 or 5 years, we're still paying for some of that this year in the cap. That's the way it works. That's the way it works. And if you miscued and spent it and didn't get Green Bay win out of it, then you wish you had it back so that you could use it this year. But that's not the way it works either. That's the art of the deal. But I will say this: if I'm anything, I want to say to our fans, I'm good with math. I'm very good, and I can stretch a dollar because I can put a lot of energy, juice, and bullshit with it. And so I maximize what we've got to work with. I like to think, as well as anybody in sports.
John Michaud with the
You're
Athletic.
listening to the Jerry Jones Cowboys press conference opening training camp here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
On this season, has that allowed you to think how long you guys have worked together, you and Dak, that this could be his last season with the Cowboys?
I don't think so. Just to be very specific, I do not think that this will be his last year with the Cowboys at all. Am I being psychotic relative to my mirror? No. It's pretty clear, I think. I want to say it if it hadn't been clear, of how much we appreciate what Dak Prescott has meant to this team in a positive way. And the players do play better when he's out there. He does make his teammates play at a higher level. There's no question about it. So I'm right there in line with his best fan. But believe it or not, in my life, I've had a lot of things I wanted that I couldn't get because I couldn't afford it. Now, have I learned to live with that in 80-something years? You bet I have, and life does go on. And sometimes when you get a bump like that, you turn around and do better than you would have had you got what you wanted. You'd have never known it had you not had to go get there. There's been some of my life with the Dallas Cowboys that's reflected. That had I gotten what I was sick about and ready to jump that I didn't get, had I gotten it, it wouldn't have turned out as positive as it's turned out. So much of this thing we do, specifically with putting rosters together, when you're dealing with availability, injury, when you're dealing with talent fluctuations, when you're dealing with the competitiveness, so much of it creates a level where you just got to go and see what happens. Now, that's not unique. Millions of your readers and your fans that you communicate with, millions of them live that every day. There's nothing new about a human being having to live with ambiguity. Nothing new about that. We all do it. Well, it's alive and well in what we deal with and what I'm dealing with every day. Again, it's a privilege to be here dealing with it now. This isn't the smallest violin. But what the point I'm trying to make is there is nothing new about not having these questions answered that you reflect, and we've reflected in this off season. And yes, I've gone in with not my wish list fully completed, and I've been a part with the Cowboys and been a part of it in the other parts of my life, ended up being the best I ever did.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. You mentioned there's a lot on the line for this team, and there's 30 players on expiring contracts, big names with those expiring contracts, coaching staff as well. It's clear that a certain success threshold will need to be met to feel comfortable about the core in the future. What does that success threshold look like for you guys as you discuss the future?
If you look over the last 30-something years, you will see that everything's not predicated on the exact one loss. What you're counting on, the people involved in the inside that are there every day and are there with the staff and are there with the players and the coaches. You're counting on, by the way, you do play a game that's with an oblong ball that can go any way on you when it hits the ground. And so you can make some bad mistakes when you totally base your decisions on the results of Green Bay Cowboys last year. You can make mistakes. Now you can't ignore it, and you got to realize, just like our fans do, that it's something to think about. But you can't just be that bright-lined. I'm going to say this to try and answer your question. There's nothing bright-lined about the kinds of things that you have noted in this off season that are not happening. That's not bright lines. It's got a lot more ambiguity to it.
Anybody have a question for Mike? Because practice is going to start here. Patrick
Walker, DallasCowboys.com. And football question, but Stephen, feel free to weigh in from the perspective of roster construction. But Counting Hunter, look, you guys have 8 running backs on the roster. Can you talk about the challenge of over the next several weeks, how you plan, not necessarily how you plan to, but the challenge of rotating those guys into a point where you have enough data to make a decision on, shaping that down?
Yes, definitely. I mean, when you look at the whole running back group, I think number one, you have to look at Zeke. Zeke's played a lot of football. I mean, we obviously look at all of our players, particularly once they get up around the 30 years old and the number of reps they have in the league. So we'll definitely be smart with him as far as his reps in practice. So with that, and on the other side of that is younger players get more opportunities. And specific to your question about Hunter, if you look at the direction of the offense last year, we weren't just primarily a one-back team, whether it's three receivers on the field or two. So we do want to expand, some two-back concepts and things like that. But on the flip side of it too, Hunter has shown the ability to be a contributor in the one-back offense. So just having that flexibility and is important as far as how we want to challenge our opponents. But also I think it's important to, you always want to create opportunities for, particularly with the running backs, to give them flexibility and diversity, because that's what really, when you get down to it, is, the more that they can do, not only in one back or two backs, but also special teams is always a huge factor when you get down to, the end of these tough roster decisions.
Saad, The Athletic. Steven, you mentioned that you guys are in a unique situation with all these contracts. Just what is unique? I mean, we've seen other deals get done around the league this offseason. What do you feel is unique about this situation for you guys?
I just think it's very unique that you have a top quarterback on your team as well as two players either side of the ball, offense and defensive player, that feel like they're, and rightfully so, the best non-quarterback football players in the league. So you add that up, and certainly it stresses the cap, if you will. But we think we can get them both done. We think we can get Dak done. We think we can get all these things done, but it does require you to make some tough decisions in other places to draft and develop and play your draft picks. That's why, like you said, it wasn't easy. A guy we drafted, a Biotic, a Tony Pollard we drafted, and think the world of both of them. Have to let a Hall of Famer like Tyron Smith walk out the door. Those are tough decisions, but those are decisions you have to make if you want to keep your up-and-coming young players. And I think, we're fortunate that we have this issue.
Stephen, I think as you were making that statement, those three players you named could be 70% of all the money you got, 70% of your payroll. Now you need a little money for the other 51. That's a challenge, especially a challenge when you've used some of the very money that you're working with. You've used it for years past, so you probably got some of there. That's not singing the blues, and it wasn't unanticipated. What is a pleasure is that you're dealing with that quality in that situation, how to keep the top quarterback and how to keep on either side of the ball, as he just mentioned. Add it up and you'll see about anywhere from 70 to 80% of your whole payroll there. Now, how to figure that and keep the kind of supporting cast that Dak has had in his career. How to keep that supporting cast so that Dak can maintain and improve on where he is and be spending on those three players 75% of your money. That's a challenge. How do you keep a supporting cast like the one we're talking about out here right now, plus on three players spend 75%, and plus have spent a little bit of that on your credit card for years past? That's not singing the blues. I'm privileged to get to sit here and try to make it work out, but it's real. It's real. And you look around the league and everybody does it. If somebody on any one of those players happened to not have to be paying a quarterback or happen not to have two players on each side of the ball that they're paying, they've got more money to spend for that play. Are there other clubs that don't have what we're just outlining? You bet there are. And so they have got more of their cap that they might allocate for any one of those players. And there's 31 other clubs. That's what happens.
Jerry, you mentioned that you wanted to see Leafs fall. With Justin Jefferson's deal getting done, what other Leafs are you waiting to see fall for CD to get done?
Well, let me see what today brings, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. No, so I'm trying to be cute. Specifically, we are so involved in trying to see where we are with our situations that is a major part of seeing the leaves fall, seeing the time go by, seeing this day and this week, how they go by. And by the way, fault, I have in my life played option quarterback so many times and wait until the last leaf on the tree. And if you want to picture pure option quarterback going out to the sideline, I have run that ball and kept it and not hand it off to the back, not pitch it back, not throw it. And I have run that thing all the way out to the sideline before I made the decision. Because I couldn't get whatever it took it wasn't right for me to make the decision. And so what our fans, what you're seeing, what we deal with is we're buying time. We're option quarterback, and then we're going on out toward the sideline, and we haven't handed it off. We haven't pitched it. We're trying to make our mind up what to do. Does that sound like Mahomes to you? A little bit? Okay. It do. It really do. So having said that, I'm just trying to give you a description here. That's what we're doing. And we're waiting for something to happen in the morning.
Jane.
I was going to first start with Mike, but I'd like to start with you, Jerry, and then Mike, if that's okay. Jane Slater, NFL Network. Real quick, Jerry, you've talked about, circling around the rim and the negotiations and the option quarterback. We've sort of seen this play before. I mean, we saw Zach hold out last year. He got paid. Ezekiel Elliott held out. He got paid. So why not just slam dunk it so you can start camp with these guys? Because to your point, we've been talking about this since April.
Well, I can go back hundreds of times and look where I should have pitched or handed it off to the back rather than keep the ball. And I can do that not just with the instances you're talking about on players, but I can do it in my life many times and say, man, I should have handed that ball off rather than keep on toward the sideline. My point is that that's still whatever frailties there are, and there are some. The negatives in my world the positives has outweighed the negatives. And you have to look at it. I heard one time to use every decision the Ben Franklin method. And Ben Franklin said, when you're worried and tired and can't sleep, Ben Franklin said, get up in the morning and list on one side all the positives, everything good. And then get up and take on the left side all the negatives, everything bad. And if that positive side beats that negative side by one, you're doing good.
This one for Coach McCarthy. Jerry said that God gave him a tolerance for ambiguity. Do you share the same tolerance as it relates to your contract and not having your star wide receiver here to start camp in a year where you don't have an extension?
I'd really, view this question the same, my whole tenure as a head coach. I mean, and particularly most of these questions here today, I mean, that's part of the business of the National Football League, and that's what it is. But clearly, my energy and my focus and really the players and the coaching staff is not even close to what we've been talking about here the last 30 minutes. I mean, we're excited and energized by this opportunity what's in front of us. And it starts with this training camp. I mean, gosh, just to be here in Oxnard again and excited about the next opportunity. And that's just the reality of competing in the National Football League. Their contract conversations. We talked about that back in the spring, and that's really where it lies with me. I really don't have any. I don't know if I've mentioned the word contract, prior to talking about it right now. So in quite some time, that's not the way we're wired, and we can't be wired that way because there's almost so much time and energy, and we're on an 11-hour workday, and the enthusiasm and energy that goes on in the meetings yesterday and today. That's what we're all about. I can't wait to get out there and get the first down. So, and that's how you get it done. And I get what's happened in the past and the frustrations of the past, but we're past that. We're energized what's in front of us and the reality of the work that we have to do to put ourselves in position to answer those questions next year. The only thing we've been guaranteed is 17 games, and that's where our work and what we identify with. So, and that's the beauty and that we have as any NFL football team, but more importantly, the specialty of being a Dallas Cowboy. So this opportunity in front of us, we want to maximize it and get to work today. And that's where our minds are. That's where, the locker room and the spirit of what we accomplished in the offseason program. And so much time and energy is talked about an individual that may not be here or a contract and situation. But the reality of is when we presented our offseason program awards, we had a 9% increase in workouts last year. The strength levels were an all-time high in our 5 years here under our program. So our program has improved. Our off-season program it shows those results. And from my personal experience, you improve from within. The biggest improvement of our football team will be from the men that were here throughout the spring and through training camp. And trust me, the business part of it is critical. It's important. Obviously, Jerry and Stephen have addressed that in depth. But our focus is on winning with this roster and this locker room we have. We have a hell of a locker room. We have a hell of a locker room. And the love and energy that's in place here, that's what it's all about. And that's really the reflection of what we're talking about.
Tim Kalishaw, Dallas Morning News. Jerry, as far as you being all in, Mike's job is on the line. That's been discussed. The other coach's job is on the line. The general manager's job is not on the line. Steven's job is not on the line. 31 other organizations don't do it this way. The only thing that happens here is coaches get recycled, and you've made 8 coaching hires. Why does this make sense for the Cowboys when nobody else does it this way?
I think the Cowboys have had 2 general managers, Tex Ram and me. 2 in the history. You look around the NFL, and I'll bet, I really haven't studied this, but I'll bet you they've had 30. They've had as many general managers maybe sometimes as they've had coaches. Since the reality of it is, which was from the day that we walked through the door, that I knew that I was going to have to be responsible for any and everything that went on. So that if that is going to be the case, then I'm trying not to use somebody else's commenters this way. I'm only comfortable doing it that way. I can't delegate that. Now, what that implies is that this thing is a product of me sitting up there throwing darts. That's not the case. I like to think that the reason that I've enjoyed some success in my life is that I've had people like Mike and Stephen in my ear hard. Now, Stephen is my son. And then my children, we all work together. I heard a father's prayer one time that says, please don't let me be a bully because I can be. They will let me because they love me. And so that I lay up waking nights making sure that my ears are open and that I'm not too willfully strong. So believe you me, I listen and I get a lot of input. And when this guy to my right talks to me, you notice in a draft room who I'm sitting by? I'm sitting by Mike. When he talks to me, It's going in and it's not coming out. Now, I'm a lot of things, but I'm not slow. So I do listen to the people around me. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be sitting here, Tim. I wouldn't even be sitting here. You can't get here and get to be a part of this, just me. And so I've had lots of input. Jimmy Johnson gave me a lot of input. Okay. Did anybody else have to make the final decision? The decision. Do you punch the button or not? Not one time in history that I've been involved with this team. Now, if my butt has got my mind out someplace else and not on this, then you have to trust me that I know how to, since I'm not on top of the issue, trust it when Mike says, we're going to do it this way. Steven says, we're going to do it this way. Trust me. That's the way it is, and it's been that way since we got the Dallas Cowboys. Whatever we are or whatever we're not, I think I saw where we've the sixth winningest team in the last 15 years in the NFL or something like that, in the NFL. And with Mike as our coach, we've had, in my mind, we've had really good among 32 teams about what we've done. Does anybody think that good for me is folding it up and not having gotten to a Super Bowl? No. And I hope y'all know me enough to know that if you could write a check and I had it and it had actually guaranteed me, whatever it is, you got you a Super Bowl. I hope y'all know I'd write that check. I'm embarrassed to tell you that I would. There's no such thing. And you have the greatest people, greatest coaches, greatest advisor you've ever seen, and it doesn't guarantee you a Super Bowl. Now, I apologize for this self-talk with you here today. But I do and have. This is not your normal GM situation. I mean to tell you, I will change on a dime if Steven reaches over and says, let me tell you this, I'm going strong here. Or Mike goes strong. Will go strong.
All right, that's going to wrap it up. Practice is starting. Thank you.
All right, that does wrap it up. The State of the Cowboys press conference. Jerry Jones with the word of the day.
Can you say it?
Ambiguity. Yes. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I didn't remember exactly what that meant, so I had to look it up. It's just uncertainty.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, not really.
Yeah. It's exactly what it is.
You know, it's interesting. Jerry Jones answered most of the questions. Now, typically, he is 70% of that, but Steven or Mike will answer more questions. Today, it just seemed to be more Jerry than usual.
And even when Steven did answer, Jerry followed up.
Exactly.
Interesting. Let's digest what we heard. We got a long blitz today. We're not sending it around for 30 minutes. We want to react with you. What did you think about the press conference? What you heard from the owner and the general manager, as he defined it? Very odd situation. We'll take a quick break. We'll react coming up here on the Blitz 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Listen to this station anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Odyssey. That's AUDACY.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health San Antonio will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Play ball! Missions Baseball returns Tuesday night at Wolf Stadium. Join us for AARP $2 Tuesday, presented by 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. First pitch is at 7:05. Go to samissions.com for tickets.
I juggle a lot. And managing constipation with belly pain from my irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, with laxatives and fiber isn't enough. My doctor recommended a way to get ahead of it. Then I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hello, San Antonio. This is Chip with Diamond J Properties. You're invited to our waterfront land sale this Saturday, July 27th, where you can own land in a waterfront community starting at just $49.9. That's right, $49.9. Don't miss this opportunity to own coastal waterfront land priced below market value. Estates with panoramic sunset and sunrise views, excellent fishing, pool, cabana, pier, boat slips, and boat launch. Each estate has paved road frontage and underground utilities. This one-day sale is this Saturday, July 27th, by appointment only. Call now. 210-853-0389. That's 210-853-0389. Call 210-853-0389. For your priority showing, call now. Don't miss this opportunity. Call 210-853-0389.
For your priority showing, call now.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9047. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9047. That's 800-575-9047. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We can get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we can take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is it. Shop the Lowe's Closeout event to get up to 70% off select major appliances for your home. Plus, get up to 60% off select patio furniture and accessories for your outdoor spaces. So hurry into your local store today because these deals are too good to last. Shop them now before they're gone because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/7 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We can get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we can take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
From the George Salinas Personal Injury Attorney Studios, you're listening to 94.1 San Antonio's sports star.
You can't be and do what I have the privilege and the opportunity to do, and that's be a part of the Dallas Cowboys and run the NFL.
Jerry Jones. Did he just say he runs the NFL?
He did say that.
I run the NFL.
Well, we've known that for a while, haven't we?
But we've never actually heard it. That's not on the business card. But you just said he runs the NFL.
Well, no surprise that he's always been the de facto commissioner of the NFL. So he just said it out loud. But I don't think I'm not sure anybody even blinked, because we all kind of know that Jerry Jones has been running the NFL for many years now.
And he runs his mouth, and then you got to try to figure out what did he mean. It's an extended blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. You want to react to what you heard from mostly Jerry today in the State of the Cowboys press conference? 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. I always feel like you can learn something during a press conference.
Yeah.
Whether he says it or not, we can translate what Jerry means. Jerry, in talking about Dak Prescott, said two things that you could say, well, Dak's going to get his deal, or this will be Dak's final year. He said he does not at all envision this being Dak Prescott's last year.
He did say that.
He said that. But in no way he used, not being psychotic, looking in the mirror, whatever the hell he said. But then in the same breath, as he continued to talk, he talked about there's been a lot of times in life he's wanted something that he couldn't afford.
Can't afford it.
So you could take the first part of that as, well, Dak's going to get his deal. And the last part of that, Dak is done.
That to me with Jerry. Now, Steven said the same thing. They have every intention to sign a Dak. But then Jerry talked about how if you sign Dak, CD, and Micah, that's, I don't know, he went all over the place. Started at 70%, went to 80%, and then backed it back down to 75%.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
it's a fluctuating cap.
Well, I guess so. But still, when you look at it that way, and it's absolutely true, and that's why you see some NFL teams making very difficult decisions, decisions that quite frankly, they don't want to make. I took Jerry, the way he said that, as he also, in that same breath, Jason, said something about, we're talking about the here and now. Dak's here this year, and he's going to play and hopefully play well, or something to that effect. I just think it's a play it year, and if we're successful, Dak's back, perhaps. If we're not, he's out.
My gut feeling is still next week when we're out there, Dak gets a deal. I'll just say that now. Will I be surprised if we leave Oxnard and he doesn't? No. If Jerry, and again, taking with what the man said, it's all about the postseason success.
Right.
Steven, very honest about 12 regular season wins is great. It's all about the postseason. He gets it. He gets it. And nobody's more frustrated than they are, sure. But if you look at that playoff game and having playoff success, financially, nothing changes with the Cowboys, whether Dak leads them to a couple of playoff wins or they don't make the playoffs. But if you're Jerry saying, all right, Dak, if you can make that next step, Mike, if you can make that next step, get us a freaking playoff win, you'll all get paid. It might work for Mike McCarthy. It doesn't work for Dak Prescott. The same financial situation is still going to be there, except for Dak. If he plays the whole season without a deal, why would he not enter free agency and entertain other offers? Why would, if Jerry is thinking, well, in January, if you have a couple of playoff wins, we'll go out on the yacht and sign a contract and have a good time. If I'm Dak Prescott and I get to that point, I'm going into free agency. Doesn't mean that I won't come back to Dallas. I'll pull the whole Saquon Barkley thing. I'm going to go check everything out like we saw with the New York Giants on Hard Knocks and give you, a right to match? I don't see that happening. If Dak does play this year without a new deal.
Look, the Cowboys have got to start thinking about the future a little bit, don't they? I mean, they really do. And I don't know, we could talk about length of contracts for Dak. The money is one thing. He's going to get that. I'm talking about just, is it a short-term deal or what? But at some point in time, Jerry and Steven have got to start thinking about the future at the quarterback position. Dak Prescott is not going to be there for another 10 years.
No.
He's not. So they got to start thinking about something. Now, are they going to start thinking about it now when he is going to cost them more money than any quarterback in the National Football League? Because that's what it's going to come down to, right? Dak's going to be the highest paid quarterback in the National Football League, most likely. Do they feel like they've got a team that Dak can command or lead to a Super Bowl? And I just don't think at this point in time, just my gut feeling tells me they don't believe that he can.
You know, the counter to that is they do, or they would have taken the steps to have an insurance policy not named Trey Lance on the roster. You know, when Tony Romo was dealing with a bunch of injuries, they went out and they drafted a Dak Prescott. They used to spend big money on quality backup quarterbacks because they knew they had an injury-prone Tony Romo. So we have seen them work on making sure they were solidified at that position.
Okay.
You know, when Dak was there, it was Kellen Moore, and then it was Dak Prescott was destined for the practice squad at best when they drafted him. But let's draft a guy and look at him. Because they haven't done anything to prepare for life after Dak, makes me think that they do believe that Dak Prescott will be there long term. But at what price? I do believe Jerry, when talking about things that he can afford, does have a walk-away price for Dak Prescott. I don't know what that number is, but do you want to keep a Micah Parsons? You know, those are hard to find. It's hard to find wide receivers like CeeDee Lamb, but you can find some damn good wide receivers out there that don't cost you $35 million. Although they've yet to actually find another solid number two that could move up to number one. You know, behind CeeDee Lamb, you got a bunch of guys that are no higher than a number two wide receiver, and most of them are threes that could play two, or a four that could be a three, but they don't have anybody that can jump up and be a number one wide receiver on the roster right now.
My counter to that is the Cowboys did draft a quarterback. They used a 4th-round draft pick on Trey Lance.
Yep.
That's what they did. They think that he might be the guy. Whether we think so or not, I don't, but there's a reason why they felt like he was good enough to waste a 4th-round draft pick on. And so I have to believe that that's Jerry and Steven's way of saying, well, we do have a quarterback in-house.
I think you could look at that two ways, because you're right. They did make a move for a quarterback for an insurance policy. And by using a 4th-round pick on a trade for somebody that was, you know, a high 1st-round pick, and you got him in your building for a year, you know, it's almost like in your Connecticut. They got 90 days to decide if they like it or not.
Exactly right.
Right. So at the very least, we'll have an idea of what they really believe in Trey Lance through training camp. And then when the roster comes out, is it Trey Lance or it's Cooper Rush? So in some ways, yeah, they've had a chance to kick the tires on somebody for a year to decide, could he be, will he be, kind of situation. More so than if they would have taken somebody in March and gotten to know him. They got extra time in the classroom with them. So, you know, in some ways, but you're not hearing all the things about Trey Lance that you might be hearing if you thought, well, you know what, man, we got Trey Lance. I mean, we're positioned well. Whether we get a deal or not, we've got some plans in place. I think the narrative coming from Jerry and Steven might be a little bit different if there was a ton of confidence with what they've learned by having Trey Lance in the building since September, October?
Yeah, but he hasn't done anything. So he's going to play preseason games. That's why I don't think Dak's getting a deal as quickly as you think he is when we get to training camp next week. I think they're going to wait and see what Trey Lance looks like under fire and then start to make those decisions. That's what I think. I think they think this kid can play, or they wouldn't have made that trade with San Francisco. I don't think it was a good trade. I don't think most fans think it was a good trade, but the Cowboys obviously did because they pulled the trigger on it, and now they've got him.
One of the questions we're getting on the YouTube channel, and you guys can watch on YouTube and comment there, as well as call up 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. The San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe to that. Question, I lost it. Does an 18-game season expand cap space? In a way, yes, but not like here's this much more money. Every player will gain an extra game check. So every player will get a raise when that happens. Just like the 16 games, 17, they get paid weekly. So those big salaries are divided into weekly checks. So they will get a bump to 18. They're not going to take their 17 game checks and then make that 18. So those guys will all get paid.
Right.
So the increased cap space is there, but not really.
Not really. It will go up again as the TV deals go up and all of that kind of stuff. But it's complicated, and it's complicated. It's more so than we think it is. We said, pay them. Why not? Well, it's a little more complicated than that.
It's the extended Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, my son's teacher emailed his back to school list. He needs crayons and a comp book for every subject.
Okay, no problem. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school.
Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue.
You got it.
And markers?
Of course.
Oh, geez.
Can we get a cart, please?
Save big on back to school with Staples Hot Deals. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are only 50 cents each at Staples. NC24 in-store only, limit 30.
As you know, summertime is here. And for most people, that means more activities, more golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with minor aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
You're going to do your strip club DJ. Introduce whoever you feel.
High C to the side stage.
High C?
Yeah, she had 9 feet of legs. And that C was high. I'm not proud.
The John Clay Wolf Show.
Catch the John Clay Wolf Show Saturdays from 9 a.m. to noon right here on San Antonio Sports Star.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health San Antonio will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Pork rinds pack a protein punch and are the boldest low-carb snacks out there. Skip the chip and try Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds for that ultimate crunch. And with flavors that will have you craving for more, the time to stock up on Southern Recipe at H-E-B is now. Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds. Be big, be bold, be adventurous. If you get arrested, get out of jail fast by calling AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text bail to 474747 or online, mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else. Don't be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you one, make sure you understand the conditions before accepting it. AA Best Bail Bonds. Nobody beats their price. They have payment plans. Call 210-225-2121 or mybestbailbonds.com.
License number 149.
I'm AJ Hoffman from the Morning Huddle. Join me and Rob Thompson tomorrow morning at 6. What's the latest with the Cowboys, and are they even ready for the season? It's all right here on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
No Jim Rome today.
Well, partly. We cut him off early.
Yes. Lorena. We cut him off.
Jerry Jones cut him off early.
Well, that's true. An extended blitz. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Congratulations, though, to the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, in all sincerity, congratulations to the Dallas Cowboys, because they've achieved something that even seemed to surprise Jerry and Steven. Coming off of maybe the most disappointing playoff loss in ever. I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
Has there been a more disappointing playoff loss than the one they had to the Green Bay Packers?
I can't think of one.
I mean, at least in recent memory.
Yeah.
But that might be the worst playoff performance we've ever seen out of the Dallas Cowboys.
It's up there.
Yet, fans are pissed. Fans are pissed.
Mm-hmm.
But according to Jerry and Steven, they had the highest and fastest season ticket renewal rate ever.
Well, congratulations.
But when we go to league meetings, NFL meetings, they don't put the team name on the overall league information. So the team is anonymous. But when they put up on that sheet last month where clubs are in renewal, numbers of renewal, total percentage of renewal, and total percentage of anything new, the Cowboys are so far ahead of the rest of them, it's unbelievable.
Whew, unbelievable. Hang a freaking banner.
Absolutely. That should tell you a lot. And honestly, as mad as fans are, as frustrated as fans are, it's still the Dallas Cowboys. There is a loyalty to the Dallas Cowboys like no other, and they're going to come back because it's been generations of Cowboy fans, or at least a couple of generations anyway, and they're going to come back. It's just what are you going to do? You're going to go be a Minnesota Vikings fan? You're a Cowboy fan. It's what you do.
And again, if you're a season ticket holder, do you renew? I can tell you, just having friends that are season ticket holders, renewing the season tickets this year doesn't guarantee you World Cup tickets. Like there's not that random reason that gets you in the building for other events that are coming. In fact, I know some that even their right to buy seats for the World Cup, they don't apply to certain events, and that's one of them. So why? I mean, I understand fans are pissed, and the only way to really send a message to Jerry is to not renew. And, it's kind of like what we've seen here in San Antonio. There was a time not long ago, Pop would say something political, somebody would cancel, and you know what? Somebody was right there to buy him up. It's the same with the Dallas Cowboys, but boy, do they want to be the first to tell you. And he did address this because he knows the narrative. It's not about the money. All that extra money doesn't help with the salary cap issues.
That's exactly right.
It does not
Makes
help.
No difference.
So, You can't say he doesn't care about winning and he just wants to make more money. That dude's making money regardless. And all of that extra money does not help when it comes to the salary cap.
Does not. And they still have to deal with that and squeeze it all in.
Yep.
Some teams manage to do it. The Cowboys just seem to have a harder time than others. However, you got three guys that are commanding a lot of cash.
They are. We'll talk a lot about it throughout the afternoon here on the Blitz. I can see people that are checking in on YouTube now going, what the hell's going on? What time is it? It's 1:56. We started early at 12:30 today. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
To bring you the State of the Cowboys press conference live with Jerry Stephen and head coach Mike McCarthy. So, yeah, your clock's not broke. We started early just to mess with your routine in your afternoon. It's always interesting right before the show starts to see on the YouTubes, 17 people waiting or whatever. They're like, what's happened?
Yeah. Coming on and hey.
See, and if you're subscribed, you get the notification when we do go live.
That's
early.
right. So
yeah.
Subscribe.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah.
We got a lot to talk about.
Yeah. The Blitz continues or starts. Hell, I don't know. It's 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It's the Blitz with Jason and Joe. Afternoons at 2.
Coming up on the Blitz, the Cowboys have hit the practice field, and Mike McCarthy's got to answer all those tough questions.
Yeah, we'll hear from the Cowboys lame duck head coach. We'll also go down the Texans camp. John McClain will join us at 5:15. The Blitz starts at 2.
The Blitz with Jason and Joe. Afternoons at 2 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Trane Heating and Cooling Systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit TraneInfo.com to find your local independent Trane dealer. TraneInfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Get a $10 O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil in-store or online.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Always find what you love at Total Wine & More. With so many bottles to choose from at the lowest price, it's easy to find your favorite Cabernet or a new single-barrel bourbon to try. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine & More. Spirits not sold in Virginia and North Carolina. Drink responsibly, B21.
Gomez Law Firm has been taking care of the people of San Antonio for almost 50 years, the leader in personal injury law. Jose, tell us a little bit more about what you do.
We do ride-sharing cases, 18-wheeler cases. Obviously, we've done those for very many years. Work injuries. We will be happy to take a look at and see if we can help.
If you have been injured in an accident or hit by a company vehicle, then you need to visit joegomezlaw.com.
We've been around for almost 50 years, and we're not going anywhere.
Call the Gomez Law Firm at 736-4040.
Hey, this is Rob Thompson for Tri-County Meat Market, your locally owned full-service meat market. Tri-County has 2 great locations, Keebner Road and Ralph Fair, stocked full of everything you need to up your grilling game. You're looking for the perfect cut of beef, they've got it, and if they don't have it, they'll cut it for you. Roast chicken, prepare foods, they've got it. The 5 for $25 is always in play. If you're a first responder, 10% off the best meat you're going to find. Tri-County Meat Market. Head over to either location, put some good meat on the grill, and thank me later.
Everything must go. Don't miss out on these unbeatable deals. Visit Team Express Superstore today. 75% off on all apparel and footwear, and up to 60% off of all football and baseball equipment and performance gear. Team Express Superstore on East Nakoma.
From the George Salinas Personal Injury Attorney Studios, this is KTFM Floresville, 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star. 94.1 FM, San Antonio's Sports Star. San Antonio's Sports Center.
Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, Mike McCarthy held the Cowboys opening press conference of training camp in Oxnard today. Plenty of questions about the contract status of Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and Micah Parsons. Jerry and Stephen both talked about how difficult it is to pay all those guys what they're worth and fit it under the salary cap. They say it takes time. And NFL Network's James Slater reporting that CeeDee Lamb is working out in Houston, getting ready for the season.
Joe Reinagel.
And for the 3rd time in 7 seasons, the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. We head to Oxnard, California this weekend. Although I got to admit, got a little FOMO.
Oh, yeah. I would like to have been there.
I would like to have been there. And, you know, I mean, sitting through that press conference is one thing. I'm where all of our reporter friends posting, you know, their first day pictures from the beach. 70.
Yeah.
Oh, Clarence Hill rented himself a convertible Mustang. You know, we're going to be rolling up in the mom van.
That's all right. Maybe he'll give us a ride if we want to go check out the sights in his convertible.
Yeah.
That's how Clarence rolls. That's good.
Literally.
Looking forward to getting out there because I'm looking at the pictures. I think it was Larry Ramirez that posted one, and just the beautiful blue skies, sunshine, and about 72 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
Can't wait.
Cannot wait.
We got nothing to talk about today.
No.
Not a thing.
Jerry said a whole lot and didn't say a damn thing.
I think he said a lot.
Well, he did, but he didn't say anything.
He said a lot.
But what did you learn? Like Mike McCarthy, had he talked today, you know, with all the scheduling stuff, we might have gotten into some football things. We didn't. There's not a lot of football talked ever at this. You know, the one football question was in relation to the running back room. And I'm thinking he wants to do some 2-back sets. And I'm like, with who? I mean, we don't have enough running backs. What?
Well, Zeke, he did say he's going to be limited in training camp because he's played a lot of football. So we did find that out. Other than that, I'm not exactly sure. He never mentioned Rico Dowdle at all, or Deuce Vaughn, or I think he mentioned Hunter Lupke.
Yeah, Hunter could play some single back sets.
Yeah, that was the question. So he also mentioned, obviously, that we knew this already. Trayvon Diggs is going to start training camp on the PUP, but Mozzie Smith and Schoonmaker won't, but they'll be limited.
Yeah.
So we did learn that.
Yeah. But overall, we didn't learn a whole lot.
Well, you got to read between the lines, Minix.
You do got to read between the lines. We heard about a gnat's ass.
We heard that.
That will soon be a drop.
Uh-huh. World's smallest violin.
He's used that one before.
Yeah, but I liked he had the fingers going.
Yeah, but he was working the fingers a little bit, but made sure that middle finger was sticking out. Like there was a big F you to a lot of people out there as he was playing his violin.
Absolutely.
And again, you know, Steven said it, and they don't get enough credit for how well they have drafted because of their ability to draft. they have players at the top of the market, and that has created a problem. And I think the biggest thing to take away from what I learned today from the Dallas Cowboys, and I know when Pledge breaks up all that sound and we play them in little sound bites here through the next 4 hours of the Blitz, and you hear it a second time and you try to digest it. Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones wake up every day knowing they aren't going to be fired.
Yes.
And the Cowboys are in a bad situation financially when it comes to the salary cap because of some bad contracts. Jerry Jones is talking about, their cap is affected by guys that aren't on the team anymore.
He did say that.
That gets a lot of GMs fired.
Sure.
Right? That doesn't get Steven fired. That doesn't get Jerry fired. And in a lot of ways, I think they've done a lot of good things front office wise, but they're in a situation now. Is it because of poor management, or they took risks and now they got to pay that off, and that's keeping them from taking risks now? And I'm not really sure what the answer is. It's easy to sit there and make fun of Jerry and Steven and say they're bad managers, but they're really not. They do business differently than other teams, but every team does it a little bit differently. They tend to wait to pay. Other teams try to get ahead of it early. They've gotten ahead of it early, but there's a lot of dead cap money that is affecting their cap. And that's one of the things when you start looking at these contracts that they're trying to do, fit those in, and three guys taking up north of 70% of the cap. How do you field the rest of the team?
It's very difficult. You have to rely on the young guys. Look, there's going to be a lot of young players playing for the Cowboys this year and playing key roles for the Dallas Cowboys this year. I did like, it was early in the press conference where Jerry just kind of threw this out there, and I think it was a little shot to CD Lamb, to be honest with you. He said, we do have always every year have people with contracts who are not coming into camp.
Yep.
The only guy that's not in camp is CD Lamb, and he is under contract.
It was Zach Martin last year.
And
while Jerry says he doesn't lose any sleep over that because it happens every year and it doesn't piss him off, flare up as he used it. And I think to a degree, Jerry's right. He's been down here before, but
sure.
he also is probably pretty comfortable that a deal is going to get done.
And I guess, and I know how the game is played, and I get it, and players hold out when they shouldn't hold out, and usually the team caves, and that's probably going to happen with CD Lamb. But it drives me insane, the fact that this guy's trying to get a new contract when he's still got 2 years left on the original one that he signed, or an extension, I guess I should say, or whatever the case may be. And that would drive me crazy as a general manager, that a guy wants to get paid now when it's just not his time to get paid. And you're kind of throwing a whole monkey wrench in the machine and just screwing everything up. And I know what happens with every team. It's not just the Cowboys, but that would drive me insane as a general manager.
And again, all the plans that you have that you've worked on is in relation to people honoring their contracts. Now, I would like to think that a forward-thinking front office that is good at forecasting the market and market changes would certainly say, CD's probably going to want to get paid early, and it might be in our best interest to pay him early. So we know, all right, you've got him for 3 more years, but in reality, do you? And the longer you wait, the more it's going to cost you.
Yeah, this is true.
Now, Jerry still believes that he wasn't bent over a barrel by Dak Prescott. And we've talked about, we were at Nobu talking about this with Jerry. He got the years he wanted out of Dak Prescott playing on the tag. And the total amount of money is about the same range that it would have been without all the drama, because Jerry wants long-term deals. Now, those years he was playing on the cap, on the tag, was a bigger impact on the cap, so it wasn't quite as smooth and clean as Jerry wanted, but he wanted a long-term deal, and Dak didn't. Tag, 4-year deal. Jerry got the 6 that he wanted. So in Jerry's mind, while we all think he just got complete, right? But in his mind, he's got more information than we do. But and is that what he's thinking right now with more leaves falling? I have forecasted what it's going to be like in a couple years. So why do it now? Because in a couple years, he'll be back at the table and get even more money.
Now, if you're talking about Dak Prescott, I'm going to throw it back to CD Lamb. Is the wide receiver position all of a sudden going to fall the wayside of the running back position? And Jerry's thinking maybe that's it. You hold CD off. Maybe CD's thinking the same thing, is why he wants to get paid now instead of waiting a year. Because, common sense would tell you, well, look, the salaries are going up. You play this year under your contract. You renegotiate next year, and you're going to make more money than you probably would now. It leads me to believe that CD's representation and Jerry both know that, well, maybe that wide receiver salary might start to dip the other way. And so CD wants to get it now. Jerry wants to hold him off.
I get it. It's the art of negotiation. And at some point, you do expect the wide receiver market to level off. I don't know how, except for collectively as a group, kind of like, it seems like the owners did with the running back position. We can't do this anymore. And I still think there's got to be some way that quarterbacks can only count so much against your cap, because those numbers are getting so big.
Outrageous.
It's they seem to be growing faster than what the cap is growing.
Well, it's unbelievable how it is. And now we're talking upwards of $60 million a year. I saw a story that Brock Purdy, the projection for him is in the $300 million range when he comes up. And it's just, it's unbelievable how the quarterback salaries are just off the chart. And you have to wonder when that change, if it does change. But I would assume the owners, whenever it's time for a new CBA, something's going to try and be worked out where, of course, the union's not going to want to do that, but they got to try and get this quarterback salary stuff under control.
Ambiguity, the word of the day from Jerry Jones. You heard from the man? Let's hear from you. What do you guys think? Yeah, 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. The Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
94.1. The Morning Huddle.
I kind of went away from it a little bit.
Because we're better, right?
You are better.
Yeah.
It hasn't been the same with anyone he's been with until you showed up.
There we go. Well, all right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, TJ.
Hey, listen, when I wake up in the morning, I have my gratitude and my prayer and make my bed and get started. Hey, you guys make me feel good about myself, too.
Hey, right on, Bubba. All right, my brother. We'll talk soccer that makes us feel bad.
The Morning Huddle with AJ and Rob. Weekday mornings, 6 to 10. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Concerned about age-related macular degeneration, or AMD? If you're over 50, then you should be. AMD impacts as many as 1 in 10 Americans over 50, severely impacting your vision and robbing you of your ability to drive, read, and enjoy the vibrant beauty of life. Now, protecting your eyes is easier thanks to New Nordic's Blueberry Eye Supplements. Specifically formulated to improve eye health, New Nordic's Blueberry Eye Supplements not only protect your eyes, but help improve night vision, as well as helping to relieve eye fatigue caused by digital devices. Only New Nordic uses wild Swedish blueberries because of their superior concentration of color pigments, which are vital to eye function and health. New Nordic's Blueberry Eye Supplements are Scandinavia's #1 selling natural eye formula, but now you can find them at Amazon.com or NewNordicUSA.com. Enjoy healthy vision with New Nordic's Blueberry Eye Supplements. Available now at Amazon.com or NewNordicUSA.com.
If you're looking to move out of your parents' place, you could really cut expenses by bundling your car and renter's insurance with Progressive, which is good because your little brother has gotten really territorial. You're blood related. You'd think it would be fine to share food in the fridge. I mean, who writes their name on every individually wrapped slice of cheese, Tyler? Still, you've got to admire the commitment. So bundle your renter's and car insurance with Progressive and use the savings to help you move out and have all the cheese you want. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states.
Ugh, I've been feeling so sluggish and just kind of blah. Been there. That's why I take Align yogurt-coated probiotic fruit bites. But I suppose they taste blah. Actually, they taste delicious. It's an apple blueberry flavored center covered in a yogurt coating and is infused with probiotics to help support a healthy gut. They come 5 in a pouch. I just toss one in my bag and go.
Toss one in my bag?
Get your own.
New Align yogurt-coated probiotic fruit bites from the makers of the #1 doctor-recommended probiotic brand. Find them in the digestive care aisle.
This radio commercial was made to convince you to stop speeding. We can't use siren sound effects on the radio, so we'll use other equally jarring sound effects to get your attention. Like telling you that whether you drive a little over the speed limit or a lot, you can crash just the same. You could hurt yourself or worse, others.
I'm at the scene of the collision.
And the damage you cause will be beyond repair. See? We didn't have to use crash or siren sounds after all. Speeding catches up with you.
Paid for by NHTSA.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Have you gotten your hands on Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds at HEB yet? Southern Recipe small batch offers big, bold flavors like hot honey, spicy dill, and sea salt and cracked black pepper. Bonus, you're going to love the low-carb, high-protein crunch. Turn snack time from ordinary to extraordinary with flavorful pork rinds. Pick up your favorite flavors of Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds at HEB today.
Listen to this station anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Odyssey. That's AUDACY.
It's the Blitz with Jason and Joe on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. On Twitter, at Joe Reinagel210. Tweet at me, at Jason Minix. That happens to also be our Instagram handle. We're the same everywhere. So find us on social, follow everywhere. And make sure you're following San Antonio Sports Star at SA Sports Star on Instagram. Next week when we're in California for our AA Best Bail Bonds Dallas Cowboys training camp coverage, we'll be doing some exclusive things and giveaways, I'm told, on Instagram. So go follow at SA Sports Star on IG.
Hey, you don't want to miss out. You don't want to have FOMO. So go take care of that right now.
I see a video right now, speaking of FOMO, out on the practice fields at the River Ridge Complex there in Oxnard, of Zeke Elliott wearing jersey number 15.
Huh. Looks nice. I'm looking at one. The number 4 is throwing to number 86. And he actually caught it, believe it or not.
Who's 86?
Luke Schoonmaker.
Oh, how about that?
He caught it and he actually ran a yard. He would have scored had that happened last year.
Well, I mean, look, see, he's gotten better.
He's gotten better, yeah. Wasn't a very good pass, I'll tell you that.
Well, of course.
Just saying.
I mean, so a bad pass that Schoonmaker was able to haul in.
That probably would have been picked off if it was a game.
See, there we go. There we go. Here we go.
Here we go.
Yes.
Just 7-on-7 drills today. That's all they're doing.
Sure.
So not a lot of action, which is the big reason why we wait till next week to go, because pads will be put on next week.
Which is exactly why we wait. You know, it's funny because, you know, we're vets at this. And what I love, especially this time of year, and we're seeing it now with Kid Cowboy 66 on our YouTube, howdy from DFW. You know, even Dallas types know the best Cowboys coverage is coming from San Antonio Sports Star.
Well, and they get it not just coming all year round.
All year round.
Right here.
Absolutely. So you think about when we get out there next week.
We'll be there next year, too.
We will be.
Yeah.
It's already in the budget.
Already, yes.
But and who knows what next year is going to look like. I mean, because we carried the Jerry Jones press conference earlier. And it's funny trying to dissect what Jerry said today. You know, go to profootballtalk.com right now. 2 headlines of their stories. Stephen Jones, Micah, CD, both want to be highest paid non-quarterbacks. Jerry Jones on CD holdout. Business as usual. I'm used to this. Cowboys place Trayvon Diggs on PUP list. I mean, it's all about the Dallas Cowboys. Sure, there's a Viking story. You've got a 49er story, but it's what are the Cowboys doing? And when you listen to that press conference today, it really is hard to figure out what did Jerry mean when it comes to Dak Prescott. In one sentence, Jerry said he does not envision this being his last year with Dak Prescott as quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. At the end of the sentence, he talked about in his life, there have been things, believe it or not, that he just could not afford and didn't get. So,
and was better off because of it.
So with that one statement, the beginning of the statement, Dak's going to get a deal. End of the statement, there's no way he's coming back.
Yeah.
It's crazy when you look at it that way.
Well, I think Jerry is look, he negotiates a little bit,
yes.
Right? He does. He negotiates a little bit in the media, and that's what he was doing a little bit of today. I think Steven was doing the same thing. And then when Jerry was talking about it's going to, those three guys are going to take up 80% of the salary cap. All of that stuff is negotiating through the media, and Jerry's a genius at it.
There's a game that we often play. What Jerry said and what did Jerry mean?
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to Dak Prescott, what did Jerry say and what did Jerry mean? Pledge, you've got that one ready, right? You were just waving at me?
I don't think so. Just to be very specific, I do not think that this will be his last year with the Cowboys at all. Am I being psychotic relative to my mirror? No. It's pretty clear, I think. I want to say it if it hadn't been clear, of how much we appreciate what Dak Prescott has meant to this team in a positive way. And the players do play better when he's out there. He does make his teammates play at a higher level. There's no question about it. So I'm right there in line with his best fan. But believe it or not, in my life, I've had a lot of things I wanted that I couldn't get because I couldn't afford it. Now, have I learned to live with that in 80-something years? You bet I have. And life does go on. And sometimes when you get a bump like that, you turn around and do better than you would have had you got what you wanted.
I mean, I don't know how else to take that other than, look, Dak, I love you. I'm your number one fan, but we just can't afford you. We just can't afford you.
And it's interesting because he's talking about Dak Prescott. And so the beginning of it, Dak's getting signed. End of it, maybe not. And what I find interesting, you've been on I think this is it for Dak.
Uh-huh.
That's been your interpretation for a while.
It has.
My interpretation, my gut feeling, he's going to get signed. I hear that answer and think he's going to get signed. You hear that answer and think he's going to be gone. We heard the exact same thing.
We did.
Nothing you heard today had changed your opinion on what you thought going in based on what he said. I'm guessing a lot are that way. I do think, though, by that last statement, there is a walk-away price that Jerry has. Everybody has a value, and it doesn't matter what you're doing in life, what you're looking at buying. You might want it, but there is that price that you just say it's not worth it. I'll pay you up to this, but I'm not paying over, not even a little over.
Yep.
I've got a walk-away price in mind, and I do think he has that walk-away price in mind for Dak Prescott. I don't know that I felt that before he said what he said today.
Yeah, I think that's a good interpretation of it. I really do. And look, if for the Cowboys at some point, again, they're going to have to start thinking about the future. And by that, I mean, if you want to win a Super Bowl, a lot of it seems to be you build teams around a quarterback who's on a rookie deal. And I think that's what the Cowboys might be thinking. Or if they are thinking about Trey Lance, and again, we can debate that all day long. But the Cowboys used a 4th-round draft pick on Trey Lance. That's what they did. Same draft pick they used on Dak Prescott.
Yep.
And so I think that they believe that there's something there, or at least they want to try to make something there, that he could be the next, or at least a bridge to that. Now, keep in mind, Trey Lance is not on a rookie deal, right? I mean, you're going to have to pay the guy, but you're certainly not going to have to pay him $60 million a year.
Well, that's it. When you think about options that the Cowboys could have if they decide they're going to move on from Dak Prescott at the end of this year. And I know Dak Prescott has a no-trade clause, so maybe you work something to get some sort of return on that investment that's not a Super Bowl. You know, he's gone and you get some picks or you get a player. As, you know, reports right now that Packers and Jordan Love are close on a deal, not finished yet, but it's getting there. There's more leaves that are falling for Jerry Jones. If you pay CD, if you pay Micah, not to mention all the other guys that have big contracts at the quarterback position, whether it's Trey Lance, and they've had a long look at Trey Lance, more so than if they would have drafted a quarterback in the 4th round. You know, they've had him all last year or most of last regular season and the entire offseason. So if they decide that's the way to go, it's because they're comfortable. If they don't, they kicked the tires and said, this ain't it. But what do they go at the quarterback position? Do you look at a Baker Mayfield type? You know, he's not a $50-60 million quarterback, but he's a quarterback with a chip on his shoulder that is going to be half the cost of Dak Prescott. He's not half the quarterback of Dak Prescott, but he's, you know, top 20, not top 10.
You've got to go the route that Minnesota's going, I think. You've got to draft the guy and then bring in a Sam Darnold type to bridge the gap until J.J. McCarthy's ready to go. But I love what they said, and it's absolutely true, and we can sit here and laugh at Jerry and Stephen Jones all day long. But Minnesota can pay Justin Jefferson $35 million a year because they don't have a quarterback they're paying an outrageous, exorbitant amount of money to, or a bunch of other guys either. So they can do that. And whether we like it or not, and we think that all these guys should be there and they should all get paid and all of this stuff, it just doesn't work that way. And there's a reason for it. Because if there was no salary cap, the Dallas Cowboys would probably have about 30 Super Bowl champion trophies, because Jerry would write that check and off to the races. So there's a reason why the salary cap is there, and sometimes difficult decisions have to be made. And I think the Cowboys are to a point where that's the case. And I still, even though I don't think it's going to happen, if I'm Jerry, I'm talking to CD's agent saying, dude, sorry, it ain't happening. Kid's under contract. Come to camp. Now, if he wants to be fined $40,000 a day, we're not going to release it, and it's not going to do him any good. Get into camp, and we'll talk after this season.
And Steven was pretty clear on that, which is another indication to me that Dak might be the priority, because Steven said directly, one of them is not under contract next year. The other two are.
Right.
The other two being CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons.
Yes.
Dak Prescott is a free agent after next season.
Yes.
So if you want to get all three done, and he said that they want to, it's just difficult to do.
Yes.
Does that make Dak the priority, despite the reports that we heard? And if you're CeeDee Lamb, just like Micah Parsons, next year, you're probably going to make more money.
Sure.
The longer you wait, the more your average per year is going to go up. But CD knows that if he waits next year, that he could get a franchise tag. So you get a lot of money in 1 year, but you don't get that big old signing bonus and 3-4 years worth of security. So waiting, it sucks because you want the longer term deal, but ultimately you're going to make more, although only 17 this year.
Yeah, it's a poor guy, right? And look, I understand why CD's doing. The problem is he's got no leverage. He's got no leverage whatsoever.
Well,
what? He's the best wide receiver on the team. Okay,
that's his only leverage. That is his only leverage.
That's it.
Other
than that, he's got nothing else. So I mean, I got to believe if you at some point in time, Jerry and Steven need to have a backbone. They didn't have it with Zeke. They certainly screwed up with Dak Prescott. Prescott made a lot of money, and Jerry, I guess, feels like he got over on him, which it baffles me. But I mean, at some point in time, you gotta have a backbone. Say, sorry, you're under contract. You either get in here and play or don't, and it doesn't do you any good. You lose a year in your NFL career, and you're going to be fined $40,000 a practice or whatever it is. And we're not going to release that. I mean, he's got no leverage. And if the Cowboys wanted to play hardball, why not play hardball? I mean, I just don't see where they're playing around with this guy. Just say, you're under contract, buddy.
You know, I think to a degree, they might have said that in April, May, June, early July. Now you're in training camp. CeeDee Lamb's also playing hardball, but working his butt off in Houston.
And Jerry.
Exactly.
So, hey, you can go play. I'm sure the San Antonio Brahmas would love to have you. I mean, at this point in time, what's he going to do? And again, I say all of this thinking that the Cowboys will most likely break down and pay the guy. But have a backbone and tell the guy to come play. We're paying you $17, almost $18 million this year. You're under contract. You've got no leverage at all. And if you make the choice to sit out, well, so be it. Guess what? It's going to cost you a hell of a lot more than it's going to cost us.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
Friday on the Morning Huddle, it is the beginning, the games of the 33rd Olympiad. We'll break down the breakdancing.
And what did Jerry Jones have to say in his State of the Cowboys address? All that and more tomorrow on a Friday. Starts at 6.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson. Morning 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star and the Gomez Law Firm present the first annual back-to-school drive, Saturday, August 3rd, from noon till 2 p.m. while supplies last at Gomez Law Firm, 2943 Moss Rock Drive. Free backpacks and school supplies for all school-age children, only while supplies last, so don't be late. Saturday, August 3rd, from noon to 2 p.m. at Gomez Law Firm, 2943 Moss Rock Drive. Presented by the Gomez Law Firm and in part by ProStar Home Care Services, Sonora Bank, Las Palabas, and 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
Hello, San Antonio. This is Chip with Diamond J Properties. You're invited to our waterfront land sale this Saturday, July 27th, where you can own land in a waterfront community starting at just $49.9. That's right, $49.9. Don't miss this opportunity to own coastal waterfront land priced below market value. Estates with panoramic sunset and sunrise views, excellent fishing, pool, cabana, pier, boat slips, and boat launch. Each estate has paved road frontage and underground utilities. This one-day sale is this Saturday, July 27th, by appointment only. Call now, 210-853-0389. That's 210-853-0389. Call 210-853-0389. For your priority showing, call now. Don't miss this opportunity. Call 210-853-0389.
For your priority showing, call now.
If you get arrested, get out of jail fast by calling AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text bail to 474747 or online at mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else. Don't be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you one, make sure you understand the conditions before accepting it. AA Best Bail Bonds. Nobody beats their price. They have payment plans. Call 210-225-2121 or mybestbailbonds.com.
License number 149. Hi, I'm Cesar Milan. People are always commenting on how healthy my dogs are. One of the reasons is the food my dogs eat.
Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend is a premium freeze-dried raw dog food designed to support your dog's health, happiness, and lifespan. Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free bag of cod Krispies. Go to drmartypets.com/good or text GOOD to 511-511.
Your order is back with a 90-day guarantee.
All dogs are unique. Your dog results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply.
As you know, summertime is here. And for most people, that means more activities, more golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with minor aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Despite 3 12-win seasons, the pressure is on Dallas head coach Mike McCarthy for a championship as he heads into the final year of his deal. San Antonio Sports Stars coverage of Cowboys training camp, brought to you by AA Best Bell Bonds and Southern Recipe Pork Rinds, begins Monday morning.
Anything that moves, we're playmakers, man.
South Texas, home of the Dallas Cowboys. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. We want you to come hang out with us in Las Vegas.
Yes, we do.
Circa Las Vegas is where we're going to be doing the show live August 22nd and 23rd, and then we're staying out there for the weekend. So the 22nd to the 25th, if you're booking your flight on Southwest, we're still open seating for now. That's changing. We'll get into that.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
It's going to be a fun weekend there at Circa. Plus, it's their ultimate contest weekend. Circa Survivor and Circa Millions. You can enter in Nevada, play from anywhere. Lots of things going on. Circa will roll out with a bunch of big celebrities. Joe will be there. I will be there. You can be there. Discounted rooms available at both the Circa and the D online at sasportstar.com.
And I'm told it's very easy to go there and book your rooms. It takes about less than 5 minutes, according to a reliable source. I got to ask you a question, Minix.
Yeah.
I didn't think you were a handyman.
Yeah, I'm not.
I hear you were a painter today.
Well, sort of.
Yeah.
I mean, so in the office today, there was a team building, bonding, team bitching.
Very nice.
Whatever you want to call it. Where they're painting, some
the
rooms.
Sales office in there. Yeah.
What I found interesting is, it's probably going to cost more to fix all the stuff, which is my motto. Like, I don't know, but yeah, there was painting going on. I had one little cubicle area that I did.
Well, I can
good.
I can see to my left where I'm sitting, and there's the glass through where Pledge is, and then another glass door that leads to the sales room in there, and I just see painters still going back and forth. And Jasmine's in there, and Ann, and all the salespeople still in there painting away.
Yeah, it's interesting over there. Our building is painted. I'm trying to go back early 2008.
Oh, really?
There's a lot of weird I don't want to say weird colors. It's a very colorful building.
Very colorful, yes.
And in 2008, so going back when I first got hired here at the time, it was Border Media. We were going to move offices over to I-10. So the corporate offices were in some high rise on I-10, and this was the old KTSA, KTFM building, which it was Border Media, but longtime Waterman Broadcasting for all the old school radio people that just like hearing Waterman Broadcasting, right? And so they were going to sell this building, but because of the land and the towers, they can't.
Right, right.
You can buy here, but you can't dig. There's all that. So then it was like, well, let's just move over there and gut the entire building to add in all these other radio stations, because it went from 2 radio stations to I think we have 7 now,
I
right?
think, yeah.
So when they painted it, somebody had the bright idea. If you took a Coscarone and busted it over the top of the building and all the colors fell, that's why you see yellow walls and green walls. Yes.
Wow.
It was as if a Coscarone was
nice.
And so we've got in the baby poop yellow walls. I guess finally Morgan decided she'd had enough, and she's from near the coast. And so like now we're painting mint green, and
she said it's like a Port Aransas condominium
in a lot of ways.
A house in Port Aransas,
which if you know Morgan, that makes sense. She picked the colors and bought the paint. So
gotta be correct. Doing some work.
I looked busy.
Well, sure.
Yeah. Although as an old Navy guy, painting a wall gray just kind of felt weird, because the old saying in the Navy, haze gray underway, when you're looking at at a Navy ship. And
You did get called out by a couple of your colleagues in there.
yeah, screw them.
I'm just saying.
They're jealous.
Well, I guess.
Constantly.
Still in there working away.
Yeah. Well, what am I doing?
Got pizza out of it anyway.
I did.
Yeah.
And apparently
Nice.
today's National Chili Dog Day.
Oh, it is?
Yes. I didn't
Wow.
know that.
I didn't know that.
I had no idea.
How come every day is something
Well,
now?
because every day somebody gets celebrated, Joe.
Every day.
Yes.
It's something. It was Tequila Day yesterday.
Sure.
Chili Dog Day today.
Why was Chili Dog and Tequila Day not together?
I have no idea.
Seems like a bad pairing. Let's do it.
That's not a bad pairing, right? That works.
Chili Dog and beer.
Yeah, beer and yes.
Yes. And every day is beer day.
Sure.
Your boy Vinny Vincetta from Channel 5
Uh-huh.
says, when's that season ticket renewal banner going up? At Joe Reinigle 210, at Jason Minix. Trust me, in that sales hallway there at the Star, there's a banner hanging.
Yeah, they're very happy about that, all the
Well,
salespeople, yeah. Because they made decent commission, I'm sure. Jerry's happy about it. Minix has already got that up in the office in there, right next to the 3 12-win seasons in a row.
Again, you lie to the people. I don't have that banner, but it is something that I find interesting.
Uh-huh.
Because if there was a year that you kind of felt like maybe you might see a drop-off in renewals, or a drop-off in renewals and maybe a slow tick in people committing money to become first-time season ticket buyers.
Right.
The frustration we have heard from Cowboy fans, personally, that I have felt, and that we have heard about this offseason, if there was ever going to be not even a decline, flat, if they were flat on renewals. But the fact that they said today that not only did they have the highest renewal percentage and the fastest renewal percentage in the history of the organization baffles me.
It's crazy because I saw earlier today, before the press conference there in Oxnard, WFAA TV in Dallas had a tweet with video of Cowboy fans right after that Green Bay loss, and they were just obviously pissed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like the question was showing that, are you still upset? Obviously not. But, we look at it, Jason, and we go to Cowboy games, and it's a blast. I mean, you go there, you cheer for the Cowboys, you hope they win, but win or lose, you had a hell of a time at Jerry World. And I think that's what people that you do. I mean, you hope you have a good team, you want to do well, but push comes to shove, man. A Sunday afternoon at Jerry World's a lot of fun.
The great Michael Irvin said on this program a couple of years ago, the Dallas Cowboys, the life cycle. Sunday, bad loss, you're divorced, you hate them, can't root for them again, I'm done.
Yeah.
By Wednesday, you're coming around, all right, hey, and then game day, it's let's go Cowboys.
Of course.
But for the fastest renewal and highest percentage, and that is something that would be easy to refute. So I don't doubt that. Although I can doubt his math that 80% of the salary is going to 3 guys because, I think the salary cap's $250 million.
Something like
and
that.
And if Dak is going to get 60 and CD and Micah, let's just say 35, that's 70. So that's 130. If the cap is 250, 55,
So
something
you're
like
looking
that.
at 50%, little south of that, maybe.
Not 70, 80.
No, not
I
that.
mean, but
that's Jerry.
It's that new math. Now, granted, that's simple math, and I know with dead cap space and all that other, I don't know how to factor that in. So I might be looking at 255 million as the cap number, but because of dead cap dollars, maybe they really don't have 255 to spend. I don't know.
That could be. Here's my question.
But when I hear that, we were both sitting here going, Jared can't add.
Yeah, no, and then he went from 70 to 80 back to 75, so he fluctuated. Here's my question. Because Dak and Micah are there at training camp, and obviously they were just about to go out to, what if they listen to that press conference? Yeah, just keep an ear and hear what Jerry says, because damn good and well, the majority of the questions, as they were about the contract status of those 3 guys. I just wonder if you sit there and you listen a little bit, or you got it up on YouTube in your room, or whatever the case may be. Just say, let's hear what Jerry had to say. Or do you even give a damn, right? You leave it to your agent.
I think you're always curious what he is saying, but you also understand what he is saying to the media and what he's saying to you could be two very different things.
Sure.
Especially if, unless it's something that's offensive, I don't know how much, but I mean, if you're CD, you finished your workout and you wanted to hear what he had to say, are you a little pissed when he said, CD holding out? I've been down this road before.
Was it Martin that wasn't here last year?
Correct.
Pretty big deal. Okay. All buttoned up, contract and all, wasn't here. Does that ever happen? Of course it does. Look all over the league. It happens all over the league. So I don't flare when it's happening to us. I'm aware of it. You must give me that I'm aware that we want to get these guys to camp. Business as usual, as far as I'm concerned. That's the point of that diatribe I just had before this. I'm used to this. I can live with this. And I feel confident if you look at the fundamentals here, we can get back to the shot we were. I hope that we'll be in better shape. So that's January. Okay, this is July. No, I don't get bent out of shape over the fact that somebody is not here or here at all.
At all. And I get the feeling he doesn't. It is business as usual. He's been through this before. It's not his first rodeo. And I'm sure they're working on it. Again, I wish they just have a backbone. We ain't paying you, CD. Get in or not. It's just that simple.
At some point, he's going to end his holdout. And I think that's part of Jerry saying, I'm not getting flared up over it. You're going to be here. You might miss a week or two. We're going to be fine. You're not missing a regular season game check.
No, he's not.
You might not be at training camp. You can afford the fines.
Mm-hmm.
And think about this, $40,000 a day that he's missing.
Right.
He's at a facility in Houston.
Yes.
Working with, according on that video, couple, 3-4 guys are in that video. Now, I don't know who he's paying in that video, but I know a lot of these athletes, they've got their own quarterback coach. They pay that out of their pocket.
Right.
If he's got a trainer, he's paying that out. Did he rent the facility for privacy?
Could be.
Or did he just show up and pay the hourly rate? Whatever he's got, and he's staying somewhere in Houston, probably in a nice place. So not only is he getting fined $40,000 a day, but he's spending a couple dollars on everything else. And if his trainer's not from Houston, and I don't know that, I'm just speculating. He's paying for his trainer's hotel room and meals and whatever. So it's costing him more than $40,000 a day to not be at practice. How many days is he going to do that? And he's fine. He could do that. It's like Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers said, yeah, I knew I wanted to go to Egypt. I knew I was going to get fined. I figured that fine into the cost of the trip, and it was worth it. CeeDee Lamb is figuring the cost of his holdout, and in his mind, it's worth it. He's not missing a game check.
No.
So Jerry knows that. You know that. I know that.
What was Zach Martin at? A couple of weeks, I think, of training camp. It was about 2 weeks.
About 2 weeks.
Before it ended up costing him $200 and some odd grand, I think, was and the difference between Zach Martin and CeeDee Lamb, the Cowboys could do nothing about Martin's fines. Those were done. There was nothing they could do. They can waive CeeDee Lamb's fines if they so choose.
And to sound like a coach talking in cliches, CD not being there is great for everybody named Jalen on that roster.
They need all the help they can get.
Well, just think about all the additional reps they are going to get.
Sure.
And if you're Mike McCarthy, you're okay with that because you need to know. Not only in case CD does hold out in the regular season, but what happens if CeeDee Lamb turns an ankle? The good news is, and if you're being glass half full with CD not there, some of those other wide receivers are going to get reps that they otherwise wouldn't get. And I'm not worried about chemistry between Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb.
No, I don't think you need to do that. And again, it's early. And we'll see how this plays out. But I ultimately think that CeeDee Lamb will end up with a new contract. Dak, though, I'm not sure about, honestly. And I mean that sincerely. I've thought that for a while. Today, hearing what Jerry said, kind of all over the place. They'd like to sign him, but if it's too expensive, well, we may have to say goodbye to Dak Prescott. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. And all the drama, we're going to be right in the middle of it beginning Monday.
Yep, our AA Best Bail Bonds Cowboys training camp coverage all next week, starting with the morning huddle at 6 a.m., which will be 4 a.m. out there in California. The Blitz will be on at 2, as always, which is noon out there.
It's kind of a good shift, a little noon to 4 action out there.
Noon to 4.
Not bad. Now, we got to get there early to get interviews and talk to people and stuff. But
sure. I mean, we're all in at 10.
Yeah, sure.
Mike McCarthy talks at 10:30.
He does.
So
perfect timing.
Absolutely. The boys will show up at 8:20 with breakfast.
Sure they will. Uh-huh.
What's the place called? Why is it?
Was it Lumpkins or
Man, why am I drawing a blank on the name of the place?
I have no idea.
We go every year. The breakfast place.
It's not Lumpkins.
Spud Nuts?
Spud Nuts. I knew it was something goofy.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why it escaped me. Oh, a little place called Spud Nuts.
Spud Nuts.
See, the boys will pick up breakfast, come home, wake us up.
Oh, yeah. With a cup of coffee.
Yeah,
It's
go
nice.
for a walk on the
Some orange
beach.
juice. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Shower, go to work.
Sure.
And they're up the whole time because they took a nap. They'd wake up well after practice.
You can't do that.
Can't do that.
You got work to do.
Although I'm noticing AJ Hoffman likes to sleep in his car.
Yeah. Did that yesterday, didn't he?
He's a strange dude.
Oh, yeah.
He's a strange dude when it comes to sleep.
Uh-huh.
He talks way too much about needing a nap.
Yeah. Sleeps on the floor in his office. If he's got to stay here.
Yeah.
Hey.
Which he's slept in worse places.
I just get the feeling, does AJ stay up all night? Does he go to bed at a decent hour? I mean, begs the question. We'll find out.
That's the one thing about Rob Thompson. Rob knows the amount of sleep Rob needs to get.
Right.
So we can be right in the middle of, hanging out, talking, drinking, and Rob just disappears.
Well, like at cigar parties.
That's a whole different story.
Oh, my goodness.
But Rob will just disappear.
Yeah.
He's good at the Irish goodbye in general, but all of a sudden, it's like, where'd Rob go?
He's snoring away.
He's either asleep wherever we are, or he has just decided to go to bed.
Yeah.
And all you got to do is just look for the trail. Like there's a shoe there and there's a shoe there. And yeah, he's gone.
Rob's usually asleep pretty early, but I don't blame him. I'd probably do the same thing. If I had to get up and be at work at the facility by 3:30, 3:15, whatever they do.
We give those guys a lot of crap. I have to admit, I give them a lot of credit for going.
Yeah.
Because that shift out there sucks.
It's awful. Well, it sucks anyway.
I mean, I'd almost be like, you guys go, man. As much as I love being out there, I can't get up at 1 a.m. to go to work.
Oh, we'll come out on Wednesday or something. I mean, my goodness.
Well, and again, whenever the party is at Nobu.
Exactly.
Woo-wee.
Man, oh, man. Well, hey, props to them. They'll do a hell of a job. You and I will do a hell of a job. And can't wait. All the interviews. I really, and I don't know if he'll do it this year, just simply because he's in a contract situation. I have a feeling he will, but I'm ready to talk to Dak.
We generally, there's not been a year we've been out there that Dak Prescott hasn't been on the show.
That is true.
So I would anticipate that we will have Dak Prescott.
Looking forward to talking
on the
to Dak.
show.
I really am.
Yeah,
I am. Got a lot of questions for that young man.
I love you, Dak.
That's right. I'll slobber all over him.
You will.
He's a big dude when he's sitting next to you, man. I'm going to tell you that right now. Yeah, you think Dak Prescott, you watch him on TV if he'd been playing. Yeah, he's a big dude, but he sits down next to you. That dude's huge.
Mm-hmm.
He's got tree trunk legs, and he's a big fella. So I sit here, Dak sucks. What are these interceptions? Oh, Dak, you're the greatest. Don't hurt me. Oh, my goodness. It's going to be fun.
Mm-hmm.
I
don't have the I love you, Dak, on the hotkey. Damn it.
We need to have that at the ready.
I love you, Dak.
Thank
There
you.
it is.
Yeah.
He talks all that crap. He is those guys. It's weird when you think about some guys on a football team and how little they are, and you wonder how. And then guys that don't look quite as big because their teammates are giants.
Yeah.
And, I'm a tall 5'7". So imagine if you think he looks big to you, what he looks like to me. It's like the poodle and the German shepherd.
And then you get one of those defensive linemen or offensive linemen sitting in the middle of us. Those guys are enormous.
Yeah, I just wonder who's going to pee on the chair this year.
Jeez.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
From the George Salinas Personal Injury Attorney Studios, this is KTFM Floresville, 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
Hi, I'm Cesar Milan. People are always commenting on how happy and healthy my dogs are. One of the reasons is the food my dogs eat.
Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend is a premium freeze-dried raw dog food designed to support your dog's health, happiness, and lifespan.
Their jaws are more flexible, their teeth are cleaner, and their coats shinier, and why they seem more youthful even as they age.
I'm veterinarian Dr. Marty Goldstein. I've helped countless dogs thrive with one simple concept. Your dog needs a high-meat diet similar to what their ancestors ate in the wild.
Dr. Marty created Nature's Blend using 50 years of nutritional research and experience, helping dogs make incredible turnarounds. Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free bag of Cod Crispies, their wild-caught, ultra-crunchy cod skin treats. Go to drmartypets.com/good or text GOOD to 511-511.
Your order is backed with a 90-day guarantee.
All dogs are unique. Your dog results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply.
Buyers Barricades is proud to provide traffic control, rental, and sales for work zones and events in the San Antonio area and beyond. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more online at buyersbarricades.com. That's buyersbarricades.com.
It's time to roll out the red carpet for, well, new carpet. There's no better time than right now at the Home Depot, where the more you buy, the more you save. Save up to 10% on select special order carpet styles you love from brands you trust. And installation is included on qualifying purchases. Start your carpet project today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Offer valid July 11th through July 28th, 2024. Receive up to 10% off select special order carpet purchases. Minimum purchase required. Exclusions apply. For licenses, see homedepot.com/license members.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will help you start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks. Words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, "How's your French going?" you can say,
Babbel facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue.
Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Hi, I'm attorney Steve Benke. If you've made the decision to divorce, you need an experienced attorney who can help. I've helped many people get through divorce, custody, child support, and alimony problems. Call me. I'm attorney Steve Benke.
210-DIVORCE or go to BenkeLaw.com.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit. Credit for deciding while stuck in traffic to get a bachelor's degree. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. Students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's. And graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. Apply now and save with no application fee. Flexible online and hybrid classes start August 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I spray and scrub, but the soap scum in my bathtub is still there.
I spray and scrub, but the burnt sauce on my stovetop sticks around.
Sprays can leave grime behind. The new Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser combines the scrubbing power of an eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn to melt away tough messes on contact.
Just wet, squeeze, and erase.
Stop spraying, start erasing, and clean with more magic than ever with new Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Center.
Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, and Mike McCarthy held the Cowboys opening press conference at training camp in Oxnard today. A lot of questions about the contract status of Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and Micah Parsons. Jerry and Stephen basically say it's tough to pay all those guys and get it under the salary cap. By the way, cornerback Trayvon Diggs is starting training camp on the physically unable to perform list. He's working his way back from an ACL tear.
Joe Reinagel.
For the third time in 7 seasons, the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1, a San Antonio Sports Star. Along with Joe Reinagel, I'm Jason Minix. Glad to have you along on this Thursday afternoon.
Howdy. Hope you're having a great Thursday.
You know,
finally, it's not raining for a change.
It's not.
I don't think so. At least it wasn't when I got in here. That could have changed, I suppose.
It could have changed. You got to admit, the weather here has been incredible.
Incredible in what way? Weird?
Incredibly weird and incredible, but the fact that we haven't had, 4 or 5, 6 weeks feeling like it's 100 degrees with no rain in sight.
True.
Everybody's yard is somewhat green.
Yes. Mine is.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You know,
looking good.
Everybody's yard that doesn't cheat is still somewhat green.
Yeah, I kind of cheated yesterday. We had all that rain, and I forgot. Wednesday's my day.
Wednesday's your day?
Which is hump day.
Hump day?
Which should be my day.
Yes, of course.
Sprinklers went off.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
You don't have a sensor that will sense the rain and turn it off?
If it's raining, yeah. But if it's not raining, they go off.
So if it rains right before it's time for them to go off, they're still going to go. They're not going to stop.
As long as it's not raining at that time. See, that rain sensor, the way I understand it, and I'm no genius when it comes to sprinkler systems.
Or anything else.
But I'm just saying, I think it has to physically be raining on it to stop them.
How does it know that it's not getting sprayed by the sprinkler?
It's a good question. That's a damn good question. And again, did I mention I'm no genius when it comes to sprinkler systems?
Or anything else for that matter.
I don't know the answer to that. Somebody that's a little bit more primed in sprinkler systems could probably answer that question.
My sprinkler system is tied to the radar, so if there's so much rain within 48 hours of it's supposed to rain, it won't go off.
Wow.
I'll get a rain skip.
I didn't know. You got a schwanky system,
it is
apparently.
Very, very schwanky.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice. Got my electrical problems fixed today, which is Love Hill Electric, by the way. Love those guys.
Yeah.
Jesse over there in particular.
You guys ready for this?
So I don't know if you guys, if you're just tuning in or you haven't heard this story, let me tell it real quick before we get to the headline.
Story
Blitz.
time with Joe.
Yes.
We should have some music for story time with Joe.
I have a small pool in my backyard, and the pump has a pressure gauge. So late last week, this pressure gauge just flew off.
It's like Old Faithful.
And there was a geyser coming up out of there. And
the built-up pressure exploded.
And so I wasn't at home. My wife goes out there. She said she had an umbrella and everything, went out there and shut off all the electricity, right, to turn it off. That's what the pool people told her to do. So we did that. When they came and they fixed it a couple of days later, everything was fine. So we turned all the electricity back on, and one fuse would not go on for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And we couldn't figure out what it is. Call Hill Electric. Jesse comes out there today, and he says, "Is that light working?" I said, "Well, I don't know." I said, "You guys put it in. It's a motion sensor lights in my backyard." And so I go, "Well, I really haven't paid attention. I don't know." So he gets up there, him and his buddy Drew, and they're up there, and this thing is full of water.
From the geyser. Not from the rain. Because it's in a place that Hill Electric put to protect it from collecting water.
All of that.
Electricity and water is not a good mix.
So so the thing was fried. I mean, it was completely fried.
Done. Dead.
So the fuse wouldn't turn on. It was protecting, I guess, everybody.
So the safety feature in the light worked, even though the light collected water.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that was the problem. So they take that down, put a new one up there, and everything's working great now. So it's fantastic.
So you thought, for some reason, you couldn't just change a blown fuse.
I didn't have a clue. I thought you just changed that, or
Yeah.
there was one of those, things.
Something along the way.
Right. That would have been simple to fix. And when I called Hill Electric to begin with, I said, I'm probably going to feel like an idiot. It's probably going to take all about 5 seconds to fix.
Because you thought it was just a fuse. And,
right.
And again, electricity, I ain't messing with that.
I'm
I'm
not
calling
messing
a
with that
professional.
either.
So I'm
No.
with you there. But it turned out not to be such a simple problem.
No, it was a little more complicated than that.
Because now does the pump warranty, because the pump was under warranty.
Yes, it
right?
was. Yes.
Do you send the bill from Hill Electric to the pool company? Because essentially they caused the problem.
Well, that's a great question. I have a feeling the answer to that is no. But, that is a question to ponder for sure. But I'm just happy that everything works, because one of the things that wasn't working was my television out on the back porch. And that's kind of like my man cave out there.
So that is really why you were very proactive in getting this fixed.
Well, I mean, to hell with everything else. The light in the garage didn't work. The front porch light wouldn't come on.
Yeah, none of
the
that.
hell with that.
The
I don't
TV
care.
doesn't work.
TV
We're
doesn't
getting this
work.
fixed now.
Exactly. So that's working just fine. Tested that out. Everything's good.
Perfect.
So Jesse and Drew at Hill Electric, you guys are the best.
They are the best. Trust me. Hill Electric. Let's do the headline blitz.
This is Jason and Joe's Headline Blitz. 2 guys, 2 opinions, never enough time.
My vacation last week, on my flight to New York, or my flight back, either way, I got a notice yesterday that I have qualified for the companion pass for all of next year.
Nice.
On Southwest Airlines.
That thing's a game changer, man.
I'm very excited about that. And it is a game changer
It
because,
really is.
People say, oh, my goodness. I do travel a lot. I do fly a lot. It doesn't cost near what everybody seems to think it does because I only have to buy one ticket because of the companion pass.
Yeah.
And it truly is a game changer.
It really is.
Because you now have the companion
I've got it
pass.
now, yes.
So the cost of an airline ticket really is never a deterrent, because if it's $300, we're both flying for $300 or $500
Yes.
or whatever the case is.
Right.
It's not double, like, if you don't have the companion. So I've been very loyal to Southwest, although I am in the group that isn't necessarily a fan of everything they do, like the cattle call. Although being A-list now, it's rare that I'm not somewhere between A17 and A30.
You're in the first boarding group.
Yes.
Always. Yeah.
Although it does piss me off that they let all the pre-boarders on first. Right. But I digress. Southwest is having major changes. They announced today that they will move to assigned seating. They're going to offer premium seating, and they're going to add in some red-eye flights as they try to figure out how to make more money. According to their research, 80% of Southwest customers and 86% of potential customers prefer an assigned seat. So they're going to go that route.
I see, and they're going to go the same route as all the other major airlines, I think, and it's going to be like although I don't see how they're going to change their planes, right? Because they're all the same legroom, basically, right? I mean, they don't get smaller as you go to the back of the plane. They're all the same.
And no first class. So if in their efforts to make more money, I don't know how they make more money and create less seats on the plane.
Well,
because if you give me more leg room, aren't you essentially taking out at least one row of seats?
You have to do
if not
that.
2 rows.
But I think instead of the ABC, if you upgrade, you get on first or what, and that happens with Delta or American or United or all of those. If you pay a little extra and you get that, but it's going to be interesting to see. And it's a big change. I never really minded the cattle call portion of that, honestly, because, well, I mean, if you go on early, it really doesn't matter. You got a seat. And as long as I got an aisle seat, I really don't give a damn what section of the plane it's in.
Well, that's, I mean, if you're in the front of the plane, see, I have noticed if you get on and it's not always 100%, but if you're in row 8 or row 9, if you're in the A group, you're going to get served first. Because when they start doing the snacks and taking your drink orders, the lady that has like from row 8 to, I don't know how far back she goes, but she starts taking your orders, and if you're first there, you're going to get your drink first.
Gotcha.
You know,
That
if
makes
you're
sense.
if you're in the first 4 or 5, 6 rows, that lady's busy doing other stuff,
Yeah.
teaching you how to put on a seatbelt and whatnot. So like row 8, row 9 to me is kind of the sweet spot because you're going to be the first one served. So even if you're in row 12 or whatever, she might have been the first one to take your order, but she can only bring drinks so fast. So to me, that's the row I'm always kind of targeting.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how this works because again, most of the other major airlines, the leg room, if you don't upgrade,
United
is not as good. I mean, I'm
5'7".
smaller.
I don't give a damn about more leg room.
Right.
It's not an issue for
But
me.
and really, to me, it doesn't bother me that much as long as I get an aisle seat. That's all I care about.
Yeah.
I don't like sitting in the middle or I don't like sitting in the window. I got to have an aisle seat. So as long as I get that, I really don't give a damn. Although on those airlines, I'll upgrade sometimes and get a little extra leg room or whatever the case may be.
It depends on where you, but I'm surprised to hear that from you because you're also, as soon as the ding goes off, you're the first one to pop up. You're not getting off the plane any faster, but you're the first one to stand up.
Well, I like standing up. I mean, you stretch your legs, especially if it's like a 3-hour flight.
I've seen you fly to Dallas.
Well,
you're the
sure.
first one up.
I like getting up.
Yes.
I don't want to just sit there.
No, what you're doing is you're blocking the other person from standing up first that would keep you in your seat longer.
Good point.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're doing. You're not getting off the plane any faster.
Well, it's a good point, but I mean, if I get up like that, because sometimes people are rude, and the row behind me that's not is supposed to wait for me to get out, doesn't, and they go. So I'm blocking a lot of people in that case. But this is going to be interesting to see how this, and it's supposed to start in February of next year, by the way, is when this is going to happen. I want to see how it affects you, number one, Jason Minix, to see if, because you are A-list and all of that stuff, I mean, how that's going to affect you. I mean, I'm sure you're going to get the same privileges, but what does that mean for you?
Well, I'm curious what they send us, because when you go on Southwest now to buy a flight, everybody buys the want to get away fares because that's always the cheapest one. So if you go on, say, United, and you buy the cheapest one, you might not even get the privilege to put a bag in the overhead bin, right?
Which is ridiculous.
Which I dealt with going to Iowa not long ago. And it was like, well, that's dumb.
Yes.
But that's what they do. I don't know, unless it's the only ones available, because they only have so many if they want to get away fare, and then the other one, and then the other one, if it's going to be more pricing like that. But as A-list or A-list preferred, do you get the want to get away fare for the price of the other? I don't know how they're going to do that.
Well, they got to figure all that out.
Because right now I got free internet. So yeah, that's $8.
Well, they got to figure that out, because there's a lot of people like you and now me that are in that category. And I mean, I don't want to get screwed.
No.
Worked hard to get there.
Absolutely. I've invested a lot of money with the Southwest. And the key, if you're going to do it, because I play a game, and I know I play their game. Everything goes on that. I treat my Southwest card like a debit card.
Same thing.
But I pay it off. My wife pays it off every week.
Yeah.
We have never paid any interest charges on the Southwest credit card. Once we, years ago, got out of all of our credit card debt, we're never going back in. If you can't buy it, don't get it. So we never pay them interest, but you get all the benefits for using the card.
Absolutely.
And getting all those points. And to me, that's the key.
We do the same
milk the system on whatever rewards card you have, milk the system, just don't pay interest and you're going to come out ahead.
You are going to come out ahead. We're the same way. We do the exact same thing. So most everything goes on that Southwest card. So
I've taught you well, kid.
Well, we were doing it before, but with the Costco card, because they give you cash back right at the end of the year. So it depends on what you have. But, the Southwest thing, they had a promotion.
I sent it to you.
For the companion pass.
And you're like, this is a good, and again, depend on, like on a cash back card, like my parents had a cash back card and it worked for them, but they don't, towards the end for my daddy, they weren't going anywhere. Go with the cash back, figure out what is your cash back going to be versus how many flights you take a year, and figure out what's going to be the best for you.
If you had friends and listeners that work for an airline, you might get instead of Southwest, you might get a freebie or two or a special deal on their particular airline. I don't know. It's Eloy Tiarina listens to us. So I think he's a big shot at Delta Airlines. And you would think that you might get something.
Yeah, Eloy's like, Joe's that guy in row 38 who thinks he's getting off first.
Exactly.
And John Sobry says, with that companion privilege, do you get to bring your booster seat? See, the great thing, John, they provide that for you. That's the best part about it.
It's a good thing.
I know that the kids go on first and all the short dudes. It's
exactly
a wonderful thing.
Well, that is a good thing about Southwest.
And that's the thing. Like, I could be a total ass. And because I'm always one of the first on the plane, go sit in the exit row where there is the only extra leg room on a Southwest flight.
Right, yeah.
But I never do that because I always take a window seat because I know tall people want to be in the aisle.
I'm not a window seat guy. I like the aisle.
I'll take either. Just don't put me in the middle.
I can't be in the middle, or I get like claustrophobic sitting on the window. It's like you got two people there, and if I need to get up, man.
No, you just pee a lot, and you don't want to be rude to two people.
Yeah, I don't pee all that often.
You really do.
Not in
Flight to Dallas, 2 trips.
Nah, that's BS. I don't lie to the people.
What?
Well, it depends on how much time we spent in the bar before we got on the plane.
Like I said, flight to Dallas, 2 trips.
Like I have a feeling this flight to LA on Sunday, because it is Sunday.
It is Sunday.
It will start off with a couple of somethings.
Will Ricardo be at the airport?
I don't know.
The last couple of years we've gone to training camp, we've seen
Ricardo Chavarria.
Yes, flying to LA to go to work, and then he's on the flight back.
I guess he was what's the name of that show with Eva Longoria? Desperate Housewives, yeah.
But he's done a lot of other shows since then.
He has, and he's a nice guy.
Last time we were at the airport drinking with him, he was coming up with an idea how to do some sort of concept around sports talk radio. He had an idea, but he hasn't called with it.
And I called him one time, and I got ghosted.
Well, he was working.
Well, not ghosted, I guess. That's the wrong thing. Crickets.
Same thing.
Love the guy.
Do you?
Sure.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Love the guy.
Mm-hmm. All the short jokes are hilarious. I can't touch the floor.
I have to help Minix put his bag in the overhead bin.
Don't lie.
I have to help him. He's like one of those old ladies that can't quite reach it up there. And I said, I'll help you, Jason.
You're such a liar.
I'll help you, Jason. It's okay. Sit down.
Dude, you're such a liar. You don't help anybody. That's what Rob is for.
Yeah, Rob, no kidding. That poor dude has to have an aisle seat, man.
Yes.
He's screwed.
AJ's going to be stuck in the middle this year.
Or we're all sitting in different spots.
I'm going to get a row to myself because that's how it works. Because I'll get the companion pass with nobody there. Just I got 2 tickets, man. Nobody could sit there.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, you can do that.
Damn good idea.
Absolutely.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Perks.
Yeah.
Perks.
Yeah.
Perks. Perks. Let's talk about Jerry and what he didn't say today. Coming up here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
First, if you're looking for something to do tonight, it is Thursday night, and it's a great night to head out to the Big Blind. Big Blind always has something going on. I mean, every day of the week that makes it a lot of fun. But I want to talk to all of you folks that maybe are not so good at poker or just getting started, because they have something that they do on Saturday afternoons that is just fantastic. It's called Jeff's Friendly. Texas Hold'em game. It's $25 to buy in. It starts at 12:30 in the afternoon. And it's really a game to teach you how to play poker. You're going to sit there at tables with like folks that are not very good at poker or just starting out. It's a friendly game, which is why it's called Jeff's Friendly. But it's fun, and you can learn how to play the game at your own pace. And you're not worried or intimidated by other people that might be really good at what they do. Jeff's Friendly, Saturdays at the Big Blind, always starts at 12:30, $25 buy-in, and it is a lot of fun. I see a lot of pictures on the Big Blind Facebook page, which is where you should go, by the way, if you're looking for whatever that particular night that they're doing, because they're always doing something. And why not? Look, the Big Blind is the premier poker room in San Antonio. There is nothing that even comes close to the Big Blind. It's like walking into a Vegas casino. It really is. It is that schwanky. and you're going to love it. They've got a bar in there that is second to none. The food is fantastic. They'll serve it to you right at your table. And look, it's from the owners of the Roux Pub and the Angry Elephant. It is locally owned and locally operated. That is huge. That is important. They're going to take care of you. You know that. If you go to either one of those places, the Roux Pub or the Angry Elephant, the service is second to none. Same way in the Big Blind. Head out to the Big Blind, but make plans to go out there Saturday afternoon. You're going to have a lot of fun, especially if you're just starting out playing poker. Jeff's Friendly at 12:30 on Saturday. And you know where the Big Blind is. It's right down from the Roux Pub and the Angry Elephant, right there at 281 and Redland Road.
94.1 FM.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Why'd the kid jump off the boat?
I don't know. Why?
Peer pressure.
Oh. Good one, Ned.
Ned isn't funny, but Ned owns a boat, and you don't. So every time Ned tells another one of his unfunny boat puns, you're going to laugh loud and keep on laughing until you get a boat of your own.
A pier where you put a boat.
Yeah, I get it.
And when you do get a boat of your own, make sure you save money by bundling it with your home, auto, or other vehicles with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Listen to this station anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Odyssey. That's AUDACY.
George gets justice.
Hurt in a wreck? Get George. Hit by an 18-wheeler or commercial truck? Get George. Injured at work? Get George. When you're dealing with personal injury, you need to get George because George gets justice. I'm George Salinas, and my San Antonio-based firm has been recognized across the state of Texas and the United States. Call George Salinas Injury Lawyers today at 210-225-0909 or visit getgeorge.com.
George gets justice. GetGeorge.com.
Hello, San Antonio. This is Chip with Diamond J Properties. You're invited to our waterfront land sale this Saturday, July 27th, where you can own land in a waterfront community starting at just $49.9. That's right, $49.9. Don't miss this opportunity to own coastal waterfront land priced below market value. Estates with panoramic sunset and sunrise views, excellent fishing, pool, cabana, pier, boat slips, and boat launch. Each estate has paved road frontage and underground utilities. This one-day sale is this Saturday, July 27th, by appointment only. Call now, 210-853-0389. That's 210-853-0389. Call 210-853-0389. For your priority showing, call now. Don't miss this opportunity. Call 210-853-0389.
For your priority showing, call now.
Team Express Superstore on East Nakoma. Baseball and softball gloves, bats, batting gloves, uniforms, and performance apparel. Steel and molded cleats and all other equipment. Football helmets, shoulder pads. Everything must go. Team Express Superstore on East Nakoma.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans. Twisted Tea Brewer Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is Jim Rome. Join me weekdays at noon, 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
When you expect more time in the break, we're both eating pizza. because we had to come to work early today. We've been on the air since 12:30. We had an extended blitz. Sorry. Professional radio here.
Good stuff, though.
You know, he's Joe, I'm Jason.
Howdy.
Howdy. The idea of some of the things that we heard today as you dissect everything, the hour-long press conference today, the State of the Cowboys press conference, Jerry Stephen and, I don't know, Mike McCarthy with the front row seat with about, 3 total minutes of airtime, if you will. Dominated by contracts for Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and Micah Parsons down the road. But really it was Dak and CeeDee that dominated. And you try to get a sense of what the Cowboys are doing in a press conference like that. You try to, they're only going to share so much, but you're like, go get it done. Why are other teams able to seemingly get it done? The Cowboys do business differently than, say, the Eagles.
They do.
Jerry's waiting for leaves to drop, and Justin Jefferson gets $35 million a year. And Steven said, well, it's easy for them to pay Jefferson $35 million because they're not paying a quarterback.
I think at the end of the day, if we had these 3 guys done, there'd be somebody else. I can assure you. They kind of wait in line and seeing when it's their turn. Obviously, we had everything buttoned up last year, and Zach, who's had an unbelievable career, all-pro career, one of the best players to ever put on the helmet here, decided, hey, I've been under a long-term contract and I'm underpaid, and I want to be paid. It's going on San Francisco. You just look around the league. As Jerry said, it goes on everywhere. We have a very unique situation. We have a quarterback who played at the top of his game last year, second in MVP voting, who can leave. And then we got 2 players who can't leave here for 3 years. Theoretically, if we didn't sign either one of them, I guess we couldn't franchise one 3 years from now. But we could sign one of them. And both of them, rightfully so, believe they should be the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. And totally respect that. So very difficult situations that we're trying to work through with them. They want to win. They want to put a ring on their finger. And they understand the difficult situation we have with a high-priced quarterback going into his second high-priced contract. He was the highest paid when we paid him 3 years ago. And then we got 2 other guys that we're trying to work through. It just takes time. We're having great conversations with the representatives in terms of CeeDee and Dak. And obviously, Micah's a year removed from where CeeDee is today. CeeDee, in his career and where he is contractually. So I think he wants to go out and show that he is the best non-quarterback in the league, and I hope he does it. But these things just take time, and we're having great conversations with him. It's certainly not easy. I welcome the opportunity that we've drafted well enough to have one of the best quarterbacks in the league, one of the best pass rushers in the league, if not the best, and one of the best receivers, if not the best receiver in the league. Welcome the opportunity. It's great that we draft like that, but it does take time, and it's certainly not easy.
Yeah, all right. It might not be easy. You're running out of time to get all these done. And sure, he can reference at other points during the presser that Minnesota doesn't pay their quarterback. Well, at overthecap.com, there are 14 teams with a quarterback making more than $40 million. The Cowboys are just one of 3 that have a quarterback making more than 40 without another $20 million a year player on a multi-year deal. The Cardinals and Bengals are the other one. The Eagles lead the NFL with 5 such contracts.
Interesting.
So it can be done.
Well, sure, it can be done. And
as much as I hate the Eagles, I look at their front office and say, why are the Eagles always seemingly paying guys early, paying ahead of schedule, and how are they able to manage the cap so differently than Jerry Jones?
That's a good question. I mean, it really is a good question. I think Dak, he counts against the cap this year, $55 million.
Yeah.
Right. So it is up there. Technically, he's tied for the highest paid quarterback in the league this year. Is he not?
No. Well, his average per year and his cap hit, that's part of the problem with salary caps is, depending on which numbers you look at, because even the average per year isn't actual money. It's just how it all averages out based on bonuses. And
you got to be a genius to figure out the salary cap. I mean, you really do.
Certainly have to have multiple math degrees to do that. Dak Prescott on the podium right now joked he's just here so he doesn't get fined when asked about his contract.
And I think that's probably going to be the answer from Dak. He's not going to want to get into it with training camp starting out.
Little surprised he's talking here day one.
Well, then he doesn't have to talk again until midweek next.
Yeah.
I mean, that's typically how it goes. He's going to talk today. He'll talk again one day next week, and that's how it happens.
He'll make his radio rounds.
And I'm looking forward to talking to him. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, here so he doesn't get fined. And it's interesting because Dak could be holding out too, and he's not. And he's not doing it so he doesn't get fined. I mean, the fact that he's got a sense of humor and that he knows he's going to get paid, whether it's with the Dallas Cowboys or not. And I say it that way because Jerry was asked, do you look at this year as, could this be the last year you have Dak Prescott as your quarterback? Jerry answered that question. We'll tell you and let you hear from Jerry on that answer coming up on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
First, let me talk to you about Stevens Roofing. With all this weather, this crazy weather we've been having this summer, it is just nuts. The thunderstorms that are rolling through, all the rain, the wind, everything. They take a toll on your roof. It really can. And you want to have somebody in mind if you need a roofer that is reliable, that's been in business in San Antonio and South Texas for a long time. That describes Stevens Roofing to a T. They've been around for a long time. They've got a long, long list of satisfied customers because you don't stay in business as long as they've been in business without that. So you know that they are good at what they do. In fact, they are the one name in roofing that stands high above the rest. You get a quality roof from Stevens Roofing. It means comfort and confidence. Certainly it means peace of mind. And it's protection for all the things that you hold dear. Everything in your house is something you hold dear, whether that's your family or your possessions or whatever it may be. And that roof is protecting it all. So look, if you're in the market for repairs, a replacement roof, an upgrade, or you just need an inspection to make sure that everything is okay, you want to work with that experienced team that certainly brings local roots, value, and a vast knowledge of their craft to every job. That is Stevens Roofing. They do roofing, by the way, in both commercial and residential. So you got an office building that needs a new roof. Well, Stevens Roofing is the company for you. Give them a call, 210-785-0994. You can also get them online at stevensroofing.net. Stevens Roofing, the best in the business. That number again, 210-785-0994.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
Friday on the Morning Huddle, it is the beginning, the games of the 33rd Olympiad. We'll break down the breakdancing.
And what did Jerry Jones have to say in his State of the Cowboys address? All that and more tomorrow on a Friday. Starts at 6.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson. Mornings 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Hi, Jason Minix here from 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard lists your home for top dollar. Then they make you an impressive guaranteed backup cash offer. This gives you the confidence to hold out for the price you deserve. Here's what one Orchard customer said. Quote, the peace of mind of the guaranteed offer is why I went with Orchard. And when you sell for more, the rest is yours. My home sold on the market for far more than I expected. With Orchard's guaranteed cash offer, you never have to settle for less. Curious what Orchard will pay you for your home? Visit Orchard.com for a free, no obligation cash offer. That's Orchard.com.
Hey everybody, it's Joe Reinagle from the Blitz. I cannot tell you how happy I am with my brand new Connecticut quality water softener. Had it in my house now for about 2 weeks. and the difference it is making is just unbelievable. You know, Connecticut's been serving San Antonio for over 50 years. Their products are made in America, and you live in San Antonio in South Texas, a water softener, it's a must, and Connecticut is the absolute best, up to 80% more efficient than competing models. Simple design, fewer moving parts, and in fact, you don't plug it in on electric to work. And right now, if you've been thinking about a Connecticut quality water softener in your home, Connecticut is going to let you try one for 90 days, absolutely free with no contract. All you have to do is give them a call, 656-PURE, 656-7873, or ConnecticutSA.com.
It's Jason and Joe from the Blitz. Join us at Circa Las Vegas in August for the Circa Sports Ultimate Contest Weekend.
The Blitz will be live at Circa August 22nd and 23rd, and then we're staying for the weekend. Come to Vegas with us for the Ultimate Contest Weekend.
Circa Survivor and Circa Million are back. Enter in Nevada, play from anywhere.
So join the Blitz at Circa Las Vegas. More details and discounted rooms available online at sasportstar.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Testosterone levels in men can start to decrease as early as 30 years old, and long-term health risks can be extremely damaging to your body. Rock's Discount Vitamins carries a variety of natural testosterone boosters that can immediately provide you with more energy, increased libido, increased metabolism, and improve your mood. Rock's Discount Vitamins natural testosterone boosters can even help you build muscle and lose weight faster. With 11 San Antonio locations, visit rocksdiscountvitamins.com. Thanking God and South Texas for all the support.
When your business needs an electrician, for over 35 years, the family-owned Hill Electric has served San Antonio. Powered by relationships with dedicated estimators who analyze the issue, research cost-effective solutions, and clearly communicate the options without charging you a dime. A proven process that allows you to continue focusing on your unique purpose. Call Hill Electric at 210-404-9074. That's 404-9074. Or hill-electric.com.
There's never any FOMO with the iHeartRadio app. You won't ever have to miss out on your favorite shows and contests with this radio station again. Radio 24/7, 365. We're here when you want us. Stay connected and listen anywhere when you download the free iHeartRadio app.
This is Jim Rome, and you're listening to 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagle. I'm Jason Minnick. What a day for the Dallas Cowboys to kick off training camp. Cannot wait till we land in LA on Sunday, and starting Monday, we kick off our AA Best Bail Bonds Cowboys training camp coverage from Oxnard, brought to you by Southern Recipe Pork Rinds. The comments from Jerry Jones today, interesting when it comes to Dak Prescott. Part of the answer makes it feel like they're going to get a deal done. Part of the answer feels like there's not. Dak Prescott, for the second time, he said something very early in the offseason about playing for another team.
He did.
And today, moments ago, Calvin Watkins from the Dallas Morning News, 3 minutes ago, as Dak Prescott is speaking, and we'll find this audio and play it for you as soon as we can. But Dak Prescott, quote, "I want to be here, but all the other great quarterbacks played for other teams." Prescott said he's free in his thoughts about playing for someone else. He said he became playing in Dallas. And the idea that I want to be here, but other great quarterbacks played for other teams.
Well, and I asked you the question early in the show, what you thought. Are they listening? Is somebody like Dak or Micah listening to what Jerry's saying, or even CD for that matter, even in Houston, because you can listen to everywhere, obviously. But that sounds like Dak responding to Jerry saying, Dak, I'm a big fan, but, sometimes I can't afford things that I want.
I don't think so. Just to be very specific, I do not think that this will be his last year with the Cowboys at all. Am I being psychotic relative to my mirror? No. No. It's pretty clear, I think. I want to say it if it hadn't been clear, of how much we appreciate what Dak Prescott has meant to this team in a positive way. And the players do play better when he's out there. He does make his teammates play at a higher level. There's no question about it. So I'm right there in line with his best fan. But believe it or not, in my life, I've had a lot of things I wanted that I couldn't get because I couldn't afford it. Now, have I learned to live with that in 80-something years? You bet I have. And life does go on. And sometimes when you get a bump like that, you turn around and do better than you would have had you got what you wanted.
Now,
dude, did I tell you I love covering the Dallas Cowboys?
Yes, sir.
Have I told you that?
Now, again, the beginning of that answer makes it feel like he's going to get a deal done. The end of that answer, no. Dak Prescott, I want to be here, but all the other great quarterbacks played for other teams. Now, I know that I'm reaching deep as I look at this, but the photo that Calvin Watkins tweeted out of Dak Prescott standing at the podium today, he is wearing a nice blue lightweight hoodie. Unless there is a star on the left shoulder, there's no markings on this shirt. Is there a star on there, Pledge? You saw another picture of it? Because his hat says Dad Gang. So as I'm looking at this, there's no visible signs of the team that he plays for. Oh, there is. Okay, never mind. It's just covered up in the microphone.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
That's a good-looking hoodie. I'm going to have to get one when
That
I'm
really
out there.
is. It's
I
nice,
like that.
isn't it?
Nice
Yeah.
light white hoodie. So there is a star on there. Because if you look at the picture that Calvin tweeted, it's like, all right, you're wearing a blue shirt. Because it's weird to see somebody at camp not wearing all the team gear.
Well, look, Dak, he knows, unless there's some kind of trade in the works that he's approving of.
Can I just say, John Machota is a far better photographer than Calvin Watkins.
I would say, well, he had a better seat for sure.
I don't know if he's got but, he frames his photo with the Training Camp 2024 logo, does a nice job of cutting out the American Airlines that's also on that front banner. Dak's perfectly centered.
He's got a better seat than Calvin.
He does have a better. Well, he's John Machota.
Well, he is.
Yeah.
That's why he comes on the Blitz every Friday.
A far better photographer.
Well, I have to agree.
I mean, clearly Watkins uses an Android and Machota uses an iPhone.
Yeah, whatever, dude. It's clear that Androids are much better picture machines than our Apples. There's no question about that. I love this though, and look, and I joke about all the time when people, you're a Cowboys fan. Well, no, I've been covering them for about 30 years, and they're great for business, and they are, and it's because of stuff like this. And I have to. The more that I hear Dak Prescott, the more that I hear Jerry Jones talk about, well, I just can't afford everything that I want, the more I just think this is going to come to a conclusion at the end of this season, and Dak Prescott is going to be testing that free agent market at the end of it all.
What Jerry says, what Jerry means, because he said a lot of things today, and you have to interpret it because he didn't say anything direct. And honestly, he can't when it comes to contracts. Listening to Steven, I think they want to get a deal done. Steven had a comment along the way of saying, one guy can leave after next year, the other two can't. Where's your priority? Is when I hear that, does that mean Dak is the priority? Jerry also said at some point later in the press conference, they've got to take the next step. They've had a lot of great regular seasons, but they haven't taken that next step.
That's it.
If you're Dak Prescott, who has bet on himself not once but twice with the Dallas Cowboys, if you play this year without that long-term contract, do you sign in February? Do you sign in March before free agency?
No.
You test free agency.
Sure.
I mean, and if Jerry is thinking, well, you got one more year to prove it, and I'll pay you what you want if we get to wherever we're going, NFC Championship game, hell, second round, win the wild card, whatever the case may be, I'll sign you then. If they go 7 wins this year, don't make the playoffs, that doesn't change one bit what Dak Prescott is going to make on his next deal, whether it's in Dallas or another city.
Yeah, but then again, though, if you're Jerry Jones and that happens, why would you want Dak Prescott? I mean, seriously, why would you want him? Why not start over at that point? If you don't make the playoffs, why would you want Dak Prescott back?
And I don't disagree with that, because at that point you're going to have a new coach coming in, probably a new offensive coordinator,
right?
Maybe a new defensive coordinator. But if that's your mindset, then why would you even work on a deal right now with CeeDee Lamb? Why would you even work on a deal with Micah Parsons? If you're essentially going to start over. Now, this is probably a better football team than we give them credit for overall. I mean, we talk about 3 guys far too much. But if you're not going to have a quarterback, and depending on what they think they can go get at the quarterback position, it would be lesser play, but also lesser pay. Does that allow you to do something, or do you to completely blow it up? CeeDee, I'm not paying you while we're rebuilding. Micah, I might keep you around because hopefully we're good again. And it's hard to find a guy like Micah Parsons.
Right.
You wouldn't have to pay a lot of these guys that kind of money if you're starting over, as you keep saying.
I think Micah Parsons gets paid because of what you just said. He's a unique player, and they want to grow with him. A CeeDee Lamb, if you're bringing in a young quarterback, I'd want to have a veteran wide receiver that he can throw to. I think for me, that makes perfect sense. The guy that is holding them back when it comes to signing other players is obviously your quarterback. And that's not just the Cowboys, that's anybody. And so, look, I think if you're going to start over and you want to get a guy on a rookie deal that you can add pieces to this football team along with CeeDee, along with Micah, then it makes perfect sense. And I just think with everything they've said, and Jerry said somewhere else in there, and I can't think of where it is, so I won't even ask Pledge to find it, but he said something. We're here right now at this moment in time. We've got 1 year. Dak's got 1 year. He said that. If I'm not mistaken, that's exactly what he said, that Dak has 1 year to get it done. And I mean, that tells me, along with that, we can't afford it. Stephen Jones saying that, this would be Dak's second big contract with the Dallas Cowboys. I just think all of those things to me say that I think Dak and the Dallas Cowboys are soon going to be saying goodbye.
It's interesting because I still think he gets a deal done. I really do.
Now, do you honestly think that, or is that just your heart talking?
No, I honestly think it. My heart might say something else.
All right.
I mean, you guys beat me up as this Dak defender
Well,
and lover, and I'm not.
You are.
Dude, I'd replace Dak in a minute if I can get somebody better.
You have Trey Lance.
Like I said, if I can get somebody better, because I know what I've got with Dak Prescott. That's the good news and the bad news with Dak Prescott. I know what I've got with Dak Prescott. Jerry knows what he has with Dak Prescott. He's going to have to do it this year without as much talent as he had last year. Can Dak Prescott, in a big moment, lift his team? Now, again,
no,
he hasn't proven it yet. He hasn't been able to get it done. But I look at last year, and again, Dak was not good in that playoff game against Green Bay. Nobody else was. That entire team was flat. And that is the part that if you're Jerry Jones and you're making the decision on Dak Prescott, who had a hell of a regular season and was a no-show in the playoffs, well, in the first half of that playoff game. He padded stats in the third and fourth quarter.
Sure.
But in that first half, it was over at halftime.
It was.
But it wasn't all on Dak Prescott.
No.
The defense was awful. The CeeDee with a couple of drops that early on could have extended drives. Who knows? But when you're the quarterback, you're going to take all that blame. Dak is comfortable with that. But we've not seen Dak in a playoff game lift his teammates. He's had big games and lifted teammates in October and November. But January is what matters.
And you're exactly right. And you keep saying, well, if there's somebody better, who that starts over is going to get somebody better?
Well, that's
nobody.
So
you have to make the choice of you're going to ride with Dak or you're going to try to do something else. There's not going to be anybody better.
Well, all right. So if you're going to replace somebody, you always want to replace with somebody better. If I'm replacing Dak Prescott, knowing I'm not replacing better, I'm just looking for somebody else to be mad at.
No, you're not.
Well, or it depends on what your goal is. If you're trying to replace the quarterback and still be a competitive Super Bowl team, then you're just looking for somebody to be mad at. If you're saying this group has gone as far as it can, we're going to tear it down to the studs and we're going to rebuild it, give us 3 years, then if you tell me that, all right, that's what you're doing. That's what the plan is. I don't know if I'd be fine with it, but at least I would know. But I just don't see Jerry at his age doing that. There is a lot of talent on that roster. He talked about it today. What do they have? 14 Pro Bowlers and 12 All-Pros?
Yeah.
Right? When you think about that, you go, all right. I mean, do you blow it all up? Because if you replace the quarterback, you're essentially blowing it all up when you have a roster that talented, unless you can replace your quarterback, maybe not better, but almost as good. I don't even know if you could do that. Almost as good as Dak Prescott.
But the problem is, if you give Dak a contract, paying him $60 million plus a year, you can't fill in the gaps.
Well, that's I mean,
that's the problem. So you've got to make a choice.
That's the challenge they have. But you're likely not going to go to a Super Bowl unless you have a Super Bowl caliber quarterback,
or you get lucky with a Brock Purdy or a Dak Prescott, for that matter.
Well, I mean,
teams do that.
I don't follow you.
What, you get lucky? San Francisco got lucky as hell with a Brock Purdy.
Oh, sure, but they've got him. However they got him, and they know they've got a quarterback that can get you there. You know, there's a lot of quarterbacks that have been drafted high with high expectations that have fallen flat on their face.
Sure.
Dak Prescott was not drafted to be the face of the Dallas Cowboys.
No.
They got lucky in getting him. But now that they have him, is there still the belief in their starting quarterback as he's looking for another contract that he can quarterback this team on a long playoff run and go win a Super Bowl? If Jerry still believes that, he's going to get paid.
Well, sure. If Jerry still believes that, what I heard today and the silence of all year, I'm not sure they believe that anymore. I know Jerry believed it for a long time, and Jerry is a loyal guy, but I'm not sure he believes it anymore. I'm not sure Steven believes it anymore. And you just look at his resume and we'll tell you, why would you believe it? I mean, why would you believe it?
His playoff resume, his playoff record is awful. But who are you giving those car keys to?
Well, I think you've got the guy that they gave up a 4th-round draft pick. They're going to give him every opportunity. And look, I said it when it happens, the dumbest trade ever.
I agree.
But they did it, and I think they have a belief, and they're going to give this kid every opportunity in the preseason to get it done and see what they have, because he's been in there for a year and a half, but he hasn't been under fire. You've seen him on a practice field.
Well, again, if they like what they see in practice, maybe there's some confidence there that he could be the guy. The only thing Trey Lance to me is they kick the tires, and they're not going to be honest with us of what they really think. They've kept him around, hoping he'll be QB2. No guarantees that he's going to be QB2. He's got to go win the backup
That's
job.
Exactly right.
He's not the long-term plan, but he's
a plan.
He's there just in case. So you look at free agent quarterbacks next year that are those middle-of-the-road guys who could come in and, maybe just not screw it up, but maybe not be as dynamic, because they haven't done anything to position themselves to move on from Dak Prescott. You look at Green Bay, they've been planning on moving on from Aaron Rodgers for a couple of years and finally did. Atlanta, they signed a Kirk Cousins. And in that draft, they got his replacement. Minnesota, Kirk didn't want to stay in Minnesota if they were going to draft a quarterback. So he hit free agency and went to Atlanta, and they did the exact same thing to him. Part of it is he is just Jerry hasn't done anything to say we're moving on from Dak. And again, I listened today. Part of an answer makes me think they're going to get a deal done. Part of an answer says no, which tells me there is a walkaway price. If we keep saying 60, what if Dak is looking for more than that?
He might be.
All right. I mean, what if Jerry is at, I don't know, 52 and he's at 60? And you would think when you're talking about that kind of money, could that really make that much of a difference? But a couple $1 million might be 3 or 4 or 5 players on that roster, seriously, to help fill in the gaps because they are so top heavy on their salaries.
I mean, it could be a lot of things. It could be the number of years. It could be the guaranteed money. I mean, there's a lot of things that they could be looking at. Look, you may be right. It's possible they'll get a deal done. I just don't see it that way. And I think if they were going to pay Dak Prescott, they would have done it already. I get they wait till the last minute, all of that, yada, yada, yada. But if they were going to, for that position, if you're that confident that this guy is still the guy that can get you to the promised land, it makes no sense that you wait this long. It just makes absolute no sense.
You're right for a normal team. That's why I keep saying training camp, because Jerry loves to do deals at training camp.
They got to see Trey Lance play at least one game before they get it done. And that's not me saying that. I think that's the Cowboys. They want to see this guy under fire. What's he look like? And is there any chance at all that he could be at least a stopgap, if nothing else?
Like, look at first practice films in Oxnard of Trey Lance and Dak Prescott.
I
don't know.
I want to see it. We will have a firsthand look at the young Trey Lance when we get there next week.
You can have a firsthand look at the future San Diego Padres next Tuesday. We got a family 4-pack of tickets to give away right now to go see the San Antonio Missions on Tuesday night. Play the Frisco Rough Riders out at Wolf Stadium. It's AARP $2 Tuesday, brought to you by 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. You want to win that family 4-pack of tickets? Be caller number 9 right now. 210-656-ESPN. 656-3776. Caller 9. You're going to see the Missions on Tuesday night.
From the George Salinas Personal Injury Attorney Studios, this is KTFM Floresville, 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
If there's one sale I'm always going to shop, it's Kohl's Friends and Family Sale. I just saved an extra 25% because I spent $75. But even if you spend less, you can still save with 20%. And Kohl's has everything you need for summer fun. I got a cute dress for myself, a casual polo for my husband, and a Ninja Creamy that we can't wait to use. Oh, and I earned Kohl's Cash. Ah, Kohl's. Your Friends and Family Sale never fails me. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Offer ends July 28th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Not to brag, but Progressive's Name Your Price tool is mankind's greatest tool ever. Even better than the wheel. Sure, without the wheel, we wouldn't have modern transportation or funny videos of dogs riding skateboards. But without the Name Your Price tool, we wouldn't have easy access to auto insurance options based on our budget. And, well, cars do need wheels. They also need insurance, and insurance never goes flat. Learn more about the greatest tool ever, the Name Your Price tool at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
Always find what you love at Total Wine & More. With so many bottles to choose from at the lowest price, it's easy to find your favorite Cabernet or a new single barrel bourbon to try. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine & More. Spirits not sold in Virginia and North Carolina. Drink responsibly. B21.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Always find what you love at Total Wine & More. With so many bottles to choose from at the lowest price, it's easy to find your favorite Cabernet or a new single barrel bourbon to try. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine & More. Spirits not sold in Virginia and North Carolina. Drink responsibly. B21.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Granger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Granger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
O'Reilly. Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health San Antonio will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
If you get arrested, get out of jail fast by calling AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text bail to 474747 or online at mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else. Don't be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you one, make sure you understand the conditions before accepting it. AA Best Bail Bonds. Nobody beats their price. They have payment plans. Call 210-225-2121 or mybestbailbonds.com.
License number 149. 94.1 FM. San Antonio's Sports Center.
It was the State of the Cowboys address today in Oxnard as Cowboys camp is underway. Practices officially. Plenty of questions about the contract status of Dak, CD, and Micah Parsons. Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones both talked about how difficult it is to pay all those guys what they're worth and fit them into the salary cap. They say it takes a lot of time. Jane Slater with the NFL Network says CD Lamb's working out hard, though, in Houston.
Sports Center is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagel.
And for the third time in 7 seasons, the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix.
Been a day, hasn't it?
It has been a day.
Fun day.
You know, they typically are. What is today? The 25th day of July.
Holy cow.
I did not know this was a day that I should celebrate, but apparently it is.
Really?
I had no idea. So I you know how your phone will tell you, oh, you've got a memory from today.
Uh-huh.
So, you know, I open up my Facebook memories and there's, you know, I've been busy on the 25th day of July. You know, there's training camp pictures. 4 years ago, we had just moved Erica out to Arizona, so we were at the Grand Canyon on that sky bridge thing where you walk out over the canyon and hope that the glass doesn't break. There's pictures of Rob Thompson. You know, you hear his commercials about how he's changed his life with Dr. Torres. If you look at some of these photos, like, my goodness, Rob looks so completely different. I mean, and that's a picture 7 years ago with a healthy Tyron Smith. That was before all the injuries. And notice Rob with the cheerleader pose, as he often has.
He always has that.
You know, so 7 years ago, I was that. Let's see. 11 years ago, training camp, I was in and out. There you go. There's some pictures of, for whatever reason, April and Sierra doing planking things on cars. 14 years ago, I went to go see Rihanna and Kesha at the AT&T Center.
14 years ago.
According to my Facebook memories. Now, this is incredible. 14 years ago, I went to a concert at night. During the day, according to my Facebook memories, 14 years ago, July 25th of 2010. Oh, well, it's from the waist up.
Okay.
But that is when Dr. Tallywhacker told me I had a great scrotum, and that was my Facebook. Remember, it used to say whatever. That was, the status. Yeah, it was that way. You got a great scrotum for.
Tallywhacker said you had a great scrotum.
Yeah, Dr. Tallywhacker did.
Wow.
Yeah, and you got a great scrotum.
Huh.
We did that live on the air.
Were you guys engaged or?
I mean, it was pretty personal at that point.
Apparently so.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm watching my face. It didn't hurt, but my face doesn't.
Yeah, but you can feel that.
Well, to be honest.
Doesn't hurt, but they're cutting
it
something.
It doesn't hurt. A little bit of a tug and a pinch.
Right.
Like, honestly, I thought they were doing prep work. And then he's like, all right, you're done. Like, that's it? And then it's Dr. Tallywhacker, great dude. I'm sure he's still slicing away.
Yeah.
But he wrote me a prescription that's have to have sex 3 times a day, not alone. And
you have to.
Yes.
Nice.
Have to have sex 3 times a day, not alone.
3 times a day.
3 times a day.
Holy cow.
And I framed that and I set that next to Joanna's bed. It was on her end table.
And she laughed?
Doctor's orders. Doctor's orders, honey.
Yeah. Yeah. She laughed.
Worry-free sex is by far the best sex. I could tell you that. And so far, he's done his job. 14 years.
Nothing got through.
Nothing. No. I mean, in my life, I only got one past the goaltender.
That's true.
That she had the goalie. It's all blanks now. But
wow.
Yeah, I did not know today was an anniversary. We got to go celebrate.
Yeah, I probably could have gone the whole day without hearing about your scrotum, though. Honestly, I'm just saying.
It's a great scrotum, man.
I'm just saying.
I mean, that's
according to one guy, you're paying the guy to say nice things about your scrotum.
Well, in reality, he paid me. It was a radio promotion.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
Woo.
It would have worked.
That's great.
It worked.
Uh-huh.
I did not realize today was
the anniversary.
The anniversary.
Well, that's awesome. I'd rather see Rob pose as a cheerleader.
Are you sure?
Yes.
It's just not in the outfit.
Well, he's working on it, I guess.
Yeah.
He's lost a lot of weight and he's working on getting in that skirt.
If you're watching that Netflix series on the Cowboy cheerleaders, he's got a ways to go. Before
I saw one of them. Remember, we met a couple of cheerleaders at HEB a couple years ago when the Cowboys were here, like they are every year.
Yep.
And so I still follow both of them on.
Of course you do.
Well, I do, of course, and so do you.
Yeah, Victoria's who you're talking about. Yes.
Well, she had a post today that they were packing up, about to head to Oxnard. So they got to be there for the opening ceremonies on Saturday.
Well, Victoria, you're thinking of AC then.
Maybe AC, yeah.
Victoria isn't a cheerleader anymore, and she's living in New York now.
Well, it must be AC then.
Yeah.
I knew it was one of them.
Yeah.
Anyway, they're headed to Oxnard.
We only have 2 where we all follow each other.
For the opening ceremonies on Saturday.
Exactly.
So they have to be there for that.
Exactly.
Maybe you'll have a skirt for Rob.
Sorry, I keep watching. The video keeps playing. I got to stop watching that. I'm deciding whether or not I want to share this as a memory. I don't often share the memories.
Not your scrotum.
Why not?
You're going to share that? Because nobody wants to see it.
Well, you don't see it.
Well, nobody wants to even imagine it.
You know what? Because I know Greg Shelton was in the room because he was engineering.
Did he say you had a nice scrotum?
I think he stayed north of the border as well.
Yeah, that's what you think.
I mean,
Shelton's pretty sneaky.
I mean, I'm sure. But according to what I posted, Ben Bailey actually shot the video.
Really?
Yeah.
Did he compliment your scrotum?
Again,
we could probably go ask him. I think he's in there painting.
He might be. I'm just saying.
Massive tea bag.
Woo. Man.
It's a great scrotum.
Boy, apparently.
Anybody ever tell you that?
According to Tallywhacker.
Yeah.
No.
You've never heard that.
I've never heard that, nor I could probably go my whole life without hearing that.
Well, I mean, you'll take any compliment.
Well, maybe I'll go home tonight and lift it up in the mirror and check it out. See if I want to show it off.
Get a vasectomy, guys.
Yes, sure. Woo.
That must have been when training camp was in San Antonio.
Yeah, well,
I remember
14 years ago.
I remember the next day we did the show live at Rio Cantina on the Riverwalk because I was there with a bag of peas. And apparently I went to a concert that night, met Rihanna, which I've got those pictures.
Met
too.
Rihanna?
Yeah.
God, 14 years ago. I mean, she's still very shiny, but I imagine 14 years ago, she was really shiny.
She was something else.
Yeah.
That's when that's the picture I show when I was fat then, like 300 pounds.
Yeah.
And people are like, you weren't fat. Yeah, here's the picture. You don't even, it's Rihanna. That's what you notice, not a 300-pound Minix.
I remember that guy.
300 pounds?
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah.
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 But you did good, man. Got it all off.
Yep.
Perfect.
Man.
You'd be, and I know this is great radio and all, but to my left, as I sit here at the radio station, I can look through Pledge's glass and through the door glass, and I see Jasmine over there on a ladder painting.
Good.
Yeah. That's one hell of a shot.
Watch out for HR.
I'm talking about the paint. I don't know what y'all are talking about.
Well, it's not like she showed up today to work.
Oh.
She didn't dress that way anyway.
I'm just looking here. I mean,
she dressed to get cute photos for the gram that looks like she's working.
I'm sure. Well, she's working right now.
Yeah.
At least her arm's going up and down. I don't know what the hell she's doing.
Busting her ass all day.
Uh-huh.
She was the first one here this morning.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah, she's told everybody that she was the first one here.
Is she looking for a raise or?
No. Focus.
I'm trying. I'm just right there. I mean, it's right there.
Uh-huh.
It kind of catches the corner of your eye. Oh my goodness.
Pledge, pay attention.
Fun times. So the question, did you guys bond as a sales department?
No, there was a lot of bitching, not bonding.
I'm sure there was.
But Morgan wanted the room painted and the room looks more like a Port Aransas Airbnb now.
Well, it doesn't look like a Coscaroni anymore.
No, we've got some ugly paint in the building.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
this is true.
Yeah.
It's all right though. We're gonna have a new studio soon.
We are.
Am I supposed to say that?
No.
Oh.
Maybe when we get back from Oxnard.
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Could be.
Yes. They're working hard over there.
They are.
Yeah.
It's gonna be schwanky.
That's what they tell us.
Yeah.
3 years in the making.
Uh-huh. I told Rob that yesterday. Finally. You didn't tell me it's gonna be 3 years.
We wanted to make sure you made it through your next contract. I mean, let's be honest. You're on a 1-year deal.
Yeah. That probation, secret probation I was under.
Exactly. You talk about first impressions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Joe was touring the studio. This is going to be our new studio. It hasn't happened yet. And, you know, you start a new show, start a new job, and it really is about first impressions. Big Ten Media Days, Deshaun Foster made an awful first impression. The head coach of UCLA, we'll tell you about that. It was interesting. Coming up here on the Blitz on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. I tell you all the time, when you need an electrician, Hill Electric is available to you 24/7 for residential and commercial needs. Ryan Nagel had the boys from Hill Electric out at his house today. Had a fuse issue that he thought was a fuse issue that turned out it wasn't. It was a light issue that caused the fuse not to work from a safety feature. It's a project that you think, well, I should be able to fix this myself. There's no way. He probably would never been able to diagnose the problem. And the guys at Hill Electric did in less than 5 minutes, because that is what they do. For over 3 decades, the family-owned Hill Electric has served San Antonio homes and businesses. Whatever your project is, they've got the right service at the right price. Never a service charge, always free estimates. Call Hill Electric, 210-404-9074, 404-9074, or hill-electric.com.
San Antonio Sports Star.
Hello, San Antonio. This is Chip with Diamond J Properties. You're invited to our waterfront land sale this Saturday, July 27th, where you can own land in a waterfront community starting at just $49.9. That's right, $49.9. Don't miss this opportunity to own coastal waterfront land priced below market value. Estates with panoramic sunset and sunrise views, excellent fishing, pool, cabana, pier, boat slips, and boat launch. Each estate has paved road frontage and underground utilities. This one-day sale is this Saturday, July 27th, by appointment only. Call now, 210-853-0389. That's 210-853-0389. Call 210-853-0389. For your priority showing, call now. Don't miss this opportunity. Call 210-853-0389.
For your priority showing, call now.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get the last water softener you'll ever own and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you.
The last water softener you'll ever own. Call 656-PURE Kinetico.
Visit KineticoSA.com.
Come to the mega sale at Baseball Express. Everything baseball and softball. Bats and gloves, steel and molded cleats, performance gear, and all other equipment must go. 75% off all apparel and footwear, and up to 60% off everything else. Baseball Express on East Nakoma.
We all expect our home to protect everything we love. But here in Texas, we don't expect the ways water is breaking down our foundations and damaging our homes. Cracks in walls and uneven floors are just a few signs your foundation is shifting. But there's one way to get answers to all your concerns. A free home inspection from Foundation Support Specialists. Make sure your investment is protected. Get your free inspection at FoundationSupportSpecialists.com.
Testosterone levels in men can start to decrease as early as 30 years old, and long-term health risks can be extremely damaging to your body. Rock's Discount Vitamins carries a variety of natural testosterone boosters that can immediately provide you with more energy, increase libido, increase metabolism, and improve your mood. Rock's Discount Vitamins natural testosterone boosters can even help you build muscle and lose weight faster. With 11 San Antonio locations, visit rocksdiscountvitamins.com. Thanking God and South Texas for all the support.
94.1 San Antonio Sports Star and the Gomez Law Firm present the first annual Back to School Drive. Saturday, August 3rd from noon till 2 p.m. while supplies last at Gomez Law Firm, 2943 Moss Rock Drive. Free backpacks and school supplies for all school-age children. Only while supplies last, so don't be late. Saturday, August 3rd from noon to 2 p.m. at Gomez Law Firm, 2943 Moss Rock Drive. Presented by the Gomez Law Firm and in part by ProStar Home Care Services, Sonora Bank, Las Palabas, and 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star. It's the Blitz with Jason and Joe on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix.
Happy Thursday.
It is a happy Thursday.
Absolutely. Always is.
You know, we've been Cowboys heavy today. And John, I see you on hold. Well, all the people on hold. We'll get your calls coming up. Hang in there, because the Big Ten media days are going on, and the Big Ten is going to be weird this year, just like the Big 12, because of all the changes. Deshaun Foster, the head coach of UCLA. Raise your hand if you actually remember Deshaun Foster took over UCLA. All right, nobody's
raising their hand.
Nobody's there.
No.
You know those want to get away moments? He had one yesterday. Opening statement. This is the opening statement in its entirety, not edited. Fumbling on the first play of the game.
I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program, but we're in LA. It's us and USC. We I'm just basically excited, really. That's it. Any questions?
I don't know. And props to him. Sometimes you get up to a podium and just freeze and forget what you're going to do. But maybe you want to write something. I don't know. Think about what you're going to say. Maybe jot it down on a little notepad. And it doesn't have to be a long speech. Just kind of a nice say. It's great to be here. We're UCLA. I'm going to turn this program around. Yada yada yada. We got some great players. Any questions?
I know you guys don't know anything about us. I mean, we've just been such a hidden secret that nobody should be at all familiar with our program. Now, he had a lot that was edited. I'm sorry, play.
Yes.
Because he talked about all the championships they have in other sports. As they're coming into the Big Ten. I mean, it was a total bleeping of the bed.
Yes.
And again, unprepared. And we know coaches work on that. They work on their messaging. And he didn't. If you didn't have an opening statement, if you walked up there and realized, I'm scared.
Yeah.
It's hard. I mean, we do this
Sure.
for a living.
Yeah.
And there's times like we talk and there's nobody there. Like a comedian, they know if a joke fails immediately based on crowd reaction. When you're talking on the radio, you have no idea.
No clue.
There's three people that we're judging where we're going off of, right? That's it. If you're on stage, you could tell right away if something is working, if something isn't. Or you just get up there and you have that uh-oh moment, the old look for that person and think of them in their underwear or whatever it might be, right? Just get up there and say, hey, man, I'm with UCLA. We're in Los Angeles. You heard of it? It's that city out west.
Big city, yeah.
I don't have an opening statement. Let's just start with questions.
Something. But, sometimes you think, well, I can do this. I'll go out and say a few words and ask for questions. And your mind just goes poof, blank. And apparently that's what happened. So, it happens. He'll be better next time, I'm sure.
Now, you might say Jerry Jones shows up a little unprepared, but he doesn't. He's got notes. And he's thought about what he's going to say. He certainly doesn't go on a script, but he's got talking points that he's going to go with. And a lot of talking points today about high price contracts that he's going to have to deal with. And you think about the idea of what they can do with Dak Prescott. And I've seen a handful of people, and they don't mention the fact that Dak Prescott does have a no trade clause, as they on their national platforms talk about they should look at trading Dak Prescott.
Right.
And I'm sure that trading Dak Prescott has been a conversation.
I would think so.
But Dak would have to agree to that.
Yep.
In fact, I'm all for, Jerry, if you don't think you're going to get a deal done, then you trade Dak Prescott and try to get something in return. John dialing up 210-656-3776. Hey, John, you're on the Blitz. What's going on, man?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good, man.
Yeah, so I know he doesn't have a trade clause. Just seeing if you think that he could or fit good with Tampa Bay. and get in a trade with Baker Mayfield and see if that would kind of be a good trade to go through with.
So you're saying trade Dak Prescott for Baker Mayfield?
Yes.
I mean, it would be interesting. Didn't Baker appreciate the call? Pledge, my phone's over here aren't working, so you've got to run them. Baker got a bit of a deal.
$30 million, I think,
It's
roughly,
not
right in there.
Not a massive deal.
Right.
I'm a fan of Baker. Now, I don't know that I want Baker, but I am a fan of Baker, have been since I saw him play in high school up there in Austin at Lake Travis. Didn't like him in college because I didn't like where he went. But, but I've always kind of, you root for the underdog. And,
sure, I get
and
that.
Baker has certainly proven that. He's done some things in his career that are impressive as hell and others that make you scratch your head. But all in all, I am a fan of Baker Mayfield. If I don't know that I would trade for Baker Mayfield, but if Dak were to walk and Baker were available and he was the stopgap guy, because that's the kind of guy that the Cowboys are going to have to get if Dak does walk in free agency and you can't work a trade. But do you trade up? Do you trade Baker for Dak straight up? No, you've got to get a lot more in return from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And if you're a trading partner, one, Dak's going to have to agree to it, and the extension has to be put in place. So you've got to have a team that is willing to pay all that money. And Dak has to sign off on it, on a trade. If you're a team that wants Dak and Dak is willing to go there in a trade, why would you work a trade, not just wait for free agency? Because I already know he's interested, and we already know we're going to pay him the contract that he wants.
Well,
so you could ultimately get him without having to give up any assets.
Well, you could. Yeah, that's absolutely true. But if you say you wanted him this year, you could start talking. And if you think you're a quarterback away and you want a quarterback for the future, look, we can speculate all day long. Team like Miami, I saw a report that'd be a great place for Dak. Well, they're going to run into the same problem the Cowboys run into. They've got a lot of salaries to pay. Tyreek Hill's big salary.
Well, that's Miami.
That's what I said.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What'd you think I said?
Tampa.
No, Miami.
Okay.
Yeah. So they've got a lot to deal with there. And the Las Vegas Raiders could use a quarterback, but I don't know that they've got anything the Cowboys want. So all of that stuff, but it makes a good point. If I'm Dak, why agree to anything? I'm going to play for this team this year, have a hell of a year, hopefully, or not. And that's the other thing.
Well,
work a trade. You don't want to take a chance on having a crap year.
Well, and the other part of it too, it's July 25th. Dak Prescott isn't getting traded this season. It would have to be a trade done before free agency begins, but after this season. I don't see a quarterback trade being made a month before the regular season starts.
Yeah.
Not of a Dak Prescott caliber. This would be a trade that would happen after the season is over. The Cowboys don't sign him to any kind of contract this year, and he's about to hit free agency, and he does Jerry a solid on his way out by agreeing with the new team in a trade before he hits the open market. And the only way a team would do that is if they realize there are multiple teams lined up and there's going to be a bidding war. And if I could avoid the bidding war and make sure I get the guy that I want in Dak Prescott, I'd be willing to give Jerry some draft picks or something in return just to avoid him hitting the market.
It's funny that you say that, and we all think, well, there's going to be teams lining up for Dak Prescott. I'm not sure there's going to be that many teams lining up for Dak Prescott. You've got to have that need first and foremost. And secondly, you got to be willing to pay whatever it is Dak wants. And if you're going to make him the highest paid guy in the NFL at that moment in time, you got to make sure that all your ducks in a row. I'm not sure there's going to be a line of teams that are lining up to sign Dak Prescott. Now, again, we talked about Las Vegas. I think that would be a perfect stop for him. If Miami moves on from Tua, okay, you could think of some others, perhaps. But again, everything's got to line up, and it's not like you're getting a guy for a bargain. You're going to have to pay this dude, and you're going to have to pay him handsomely. I'm just not sure there's going to be this line of teams that are going to be lining up for Dak Prescott's service.
Well, it's kind of like Jerry in defining all in, I suppose. I mean, defining a line of team, I think there's probably, I don't know, 20, 25 teams that would love to have a Dak Prescott.
Sure.
But if you are trying to think of teams that would take on the salary, so if you feel like you're a quarterback away and Dak could be the difference, you've mentioned Miami and the Raiders. I think Pittsburgh, even though they've got Wilson right now for nothing and they've got Justin Fields essentially for nothing, Dak Prescott in Pittsburgh might be a difference maker, knowing the kind of teams that Tomlin generally has. Denver, even though they drafted a guy, Denver, I think, could probably be up there. Pledge says the Giants.
I can see that.
You know,
that'd piss you off, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I mean, if he won in New York. Seattle's an interesting one because I don't know that they're a quarterback away right now with the losses they've had.
Well, I don't think the Giants are either, honestly. I mean,
No.
so you said the Giants aren't a quarterback away. They've got a lot to do. Although they have improved their offensive line, but weapon-wise.
But if you've got 4 or 5 teams, if you've got 3 teams, then you've got a bidding war. And maybe that's when you get some sort of trade that could be done. You know, if I remember right, didn't Aaron Rodgers and Green Bay ultimately work out a trade?
Yeah.
He never hit the market.
Never did.
And so could a situation like that happen with Dak Prescott in a trade? I and if you're Jerry, that's what you're hoping for. If you're not going to get him re-signed, can you get something in return on the investment? But be smarter than some of these national media types or even former Cowboy players that get on a national program and say the Cowboys just need to trade him and trade him right now. They can't.
Not unless he agrees to it.
Yeah, he would have
has
to agree to it. And
Exactly.
So it is far more complicated, and I just don't see a quarterback being traded in July. No offseason with the new team, learning a new system. Now you bring in a Baker Mayfield. I mean, that dude showed up on a Tuesday and played that weekend and actually won a game.
I know.
So I guess it can be done. But if you're the Cowboys, unless there's a quarterback coming back in return, otherwise you're going with Trey Lance this year. And you do have a team, as Jerry pointed out today, that has 14 Pro Bowlers on it and 12 All-Pro. It's not a bad roster. We're all thinking they're down this year. And Jerry's trying to tell you we've got ourselves a good football team.
Well, that's what Jerry does.
He was asked a couple of times, why should fans be excited? Dude, we've got ourselves a good football team. That's what Jerry said today.
Sure, and Jerry's made a living selling people like you. I mean, putting that hook right in your mouth. Here we go.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So, look, I don't.
Love is blind, Ryan Eagle.
Here we go. I don't know what kind of football team the Cowboys have as I look at it just from the skill position. I don't see it. And if you got a pissed off CD Lamb who will come in eventually, I'm sure under some sort of whatever. The running back situation, I don't put a lot of stock in that. Defensively, I'm not sure what they're going to have. Should they be better? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Trayvon Diggs to me is still a question mark. So I don't know. As I look at this team, I don't think they're as good as they were last year.
They're not, but are they really as bad as we think they are?
Oh,
I mean, you talk about skill position. From a wide receiver standpoint, all the Cowboys have done is lost to Michael Gallup, right?
Okay.
Who wasn't productive last year at all.
No.
Running back is certainly a concern, losing Tony Pollard. You lost Tyler Biadasz on the offensive line and a Hall of Fame left tackle who's always hurt. So I think there are some concerns there, and you could say, yes, not as good as last year, but the drop-off isn't off of a cliff, right?
The only guy Dak threw to last year, it seems like, was CD Lamb. That was pretty much, and Ferguson. Jake Ferguson.
Yes.
And I think he's going to rely on Ferguson, too. I really believe Ferguson's going to take a step up. I'm not saying he's Travis Kelce or George Kittle, but this guy's going to be his security blanket for sure. But one of those other wide receivers
those guys
have to step
started
up.
out as a Jake Ferguson. So maybe he ends up being that kind of tight end. On the defensive side, you mentioned Diggs. Hell, he didn't play at all last year.
No.
So just getting him back should make them better if he's close to what he was. Overshown, same thing. That defense went to hell when Leighton Vander Esch got hurt. What does Kendricks do? And do you get improvement from some of the interior linemen? So we talk about it not being near as good, but really how much of a drop-off do you expect the Cowboys to have? The one area that I have the biggest concern in when I think about drop-off in production is the run game, because Zeke was almost out of gas when he left. He took a year off, and it's not like he was parked in the garage. We don't know about Rico Dowdle.
I have no clue.
But last year, Tony Pollard never delivered the explosiveness that everybody was excited about when he replaced Zeke.
No,
although he didn't have a bad year when you look at the numbers.
Yeah, well, look, Dak Prescott was the catalyst for that team in the regular season. He was. I mean, he played well and arguably the best season of his career. Although I think his rookie season was pretty good too. But last year he played well. There's no doubt about it. Can he do that again? That's going to be the thing. And, what kind of changes is Zimmer going to make on that defensive side? Will that make a difference? Look, I think they're 2 games less this year than they were last year. 12 wins is huge. Yeah, they win 9-10 games. I think that's a pretty good season.
Well, and 10 wins generally gets you into the
Sure,
playoffs.
right.
So we'll see. Now, you talk about Joe's favorite player in Fergalicious.
Yeah.
He talked a little bit yesterday. He gave us some ideas on players to watch out for. We'll hear from Joe's man crush coming up here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
First, though, Parkhurst New Vision. I'm just loving Parkhurst New Vision. I like to sing their praises because, well, I mean, selfishly, what they did for me, they gave me new vision. It's exactly what they did, and they do that for hundreds of thousands of people each and every year. It's incredible the work that Dr. Parkhurst and his staff can do. I had lens replacement surgery, and I see better now than I've seen in 30 years. It is incredible to be able to read anything up close without glasses, without readers, without contacts, any of that stuff. It is really just a game changer. And look, you can be a part of the community of happy patients of Parkhurst New Vision. All you have to do is get the process started. And to do that, you give them a call, 210-585-2020. You can also check them out online at sanantoniolasik.com. When you give them a call, you set up that initial consultation. Let them know that your friend Joe Reinagle from the Blitz sent you in there. And then ask all your questions. They'll walk you through the process. It really is that simple. I'm going to tell you, as soon as you walk through the front door, there's coffee on the right, there's sodas, they're going to make you feel right at home. That's the intent of that, and it works. I promise you, it is the friendliest place around. Look, call them, get the process started. Let them do for you what they've done for me and so many others here in San Antonio and South Texas. Parkhurst New Vision, 210-585-2020.
It's the Morning Huddle with AJ Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
Friday on the Morning Huddle, it is the beginning, the games of the 33rd Olympiad. We'll break down the breakdancing.
And what did Jerry Jones have to say in his State of the Cowboys address? All that and more tomorrow on a Friday. Starts at 6.
It's the Morning Huddle with AJ Hoffman and Rob Thompson. Morning 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It's time to roll out the red carpet for, well, new carpet. There's no better time than right now at the Home Depot, where the more you buy, the more you save. Save up to 10% on select special order carpet styles you love from brands you trust. And installation is included on qualifying purchases. Start your carpet project today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Offer valid July 11th through July 28th, 2024. Receive up to 10% off select special order carpet purchases. Minimum purchase required. Exclusions apply. For licenses, see homedepot.com/license numbers.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will help you start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks. Words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, "How's your French going?" you can say,
Babbel facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue.
Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Hi, I'm attorney Steve Benke. If you've made the decision to divorce, you need an experienced attorney who can help. I've helped many people get through divorce, custody, child support, and alimony problems. Call me. I'm attorney Steve Benke.
210-DIVORCE or go to BenkeLaw.com.
The biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back. Circa Survivor and Circa Million are now up to a record $16 million in guaranteed prizes. 2 ways to win and no rate. Circa Survivor contestants select one team each week with no point spread. Last the longest to win it all with $10 million guaranteed. In Circa Million, make 5 picks against the spread each week for your share of $6 million guaranteed through quarterly and full season payouts. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. Visit circasports.com for details.
Will CeeDee Lamb show up for training camp or hold out for a new deal? San Antonio Sports Star is live from Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, California, with the answer to that question and others. Team coverage brought to you by AA Best Bail Bonds and Southern Recipe Pork Rinds continues all this week. South Texas, home of the Dallas Cowboys. 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
I'm AJ Hoffman from the Morning Huddle. Join me and Rob Thompson tomorrow morning at 6. Your early morning wake-up call on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
Man, and you think early morning for those boys, their time doesn't change next week for you, but it does for them. Because their early morning's actually going to be middle of the night when they turn on the lights there at the tennis courts at the River Ridge Complex in Oxnard, California. Our AA Best Bail Bonds Dallas Cowboys training camp coverage next week brought to you by Southern Recipe Pork Rinds. It's going to be a good time all next week. And, you know, I admit having a little FOMO today with the Cowboys having their opening press conference, seeing all our reporter friends and their posts. You know, Clarence Hill from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram and his convertible Mustang rent-a-car. The beat shots. I saw Nate Ryan from Channel 5 post, first day of camp getting 6 miles in on the beach. And I'm thinking,
6 miles?
Yeah, who the hell is running while you're working in California? But that would be Nate Ryan.
Well,
now,
yeah.
Nate's got other reasons to stay in shape.
Well, good for good for him. I will tell you this, in all my time at Ken's 5, I never posted of me running on the beach for 6 miles.
Well, he didn't post that he didn't post him running. He just his post was, you know, they're staying at that Marriott there in Ventura on the beach, and he posted the beach, said, you know, I'm running 6 miles.
Dude, now, I'm sorry.
For the record, and Pledge always needs his validation. The one time, we only took you once out there, right? He's not allowed to go back. We took Pledger with us to Cowboys training camp, and he did run 6 miles, sort of.
He did.
Well, because it's Pledge. You know, Pledge has not matured at all. But we went to dinner at a place called Eric Erickson's in Ventura, California.
I've heard of that.
Great seafood spot. That's the place that has the pier that never ends.
Okay.
You know, that pier that just... Yeah. So we were going there to eat, and it was a foggy night. The marine layer was insane. And so you couldn't see 10 feet from the deal. And Pledge will always take a bet, although he actually dared himself, and we encouraged it.
He
dared himself, not knowing where the end of this pier was, how fast he could run to the end of the pier and back. You know, it was a beer bet before we actually had beer bets.
Gotcha, yeah.
I forget what the bet was, but, you know, me and Rob are looking at him like, you're not running to the end of that thing. You have no idea. Oh, yes, I will. Like, yeah, all right. But you got to take a picture at the end of the pier. And having been there, I know what's at the end of the pier.
Okay, all right.
And so Pledge disappears into the fog. And about an hour later, he's able to come back just out of breath, bitching that it was a lot farther than he thought it would be, because he thought it was just going to be a normal pier. And it's not. It's a never-ending pier. In fact, as you're walking out there, you feel like they're adding wood to it while you're going, because it feels like you never get to the end of this pier when you're walking out there.
I was kind of hoping in all the fog he would have fallen off.
Well, they you know, there's rails there to prevent that.
Oh, okay. All right.
But
just be running along and all of a sudden, bloop.
But there is something at the very end of it where the floor is cut out.
Oh.
Now, granted, there's rails there, and there's, I don't know what the hell it is, but there's some sort of statue or something that's down there.
It's a plaque.
But you can like if you crawled over the fence thing, you could actually fall into the water if you're drunk enough, and he close. And of course, he's wearing flip-flops while he's running.
No, that's not smart.
He literally, what do you think? You could get to the end of the pier and back in 2 minutes or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, we were 3 beers later, and he finally showed up. We thought he met somebody at the end of the pier, and
wow,
yeah, it is California.
It is California.
Yeah, he was all sweaty.
Yeah,
it is gross. But he did just disappear into the darkness. We might not ever have seen him again.
Yeah, but it's possible.
It is possible.
It is possible.
Can't wait to get out there.
Yeah, me too.
And I know you're excited because you get to see in person your boy Jake Ferguson.
Well, sure. And we'll probably, I'm sure we'll have him on the Blitz at some point in time.
Make them boys go crazy.
His interview request position was that right above Dak Prescott.
And I don't want,
they got a new guy, so maybe the new guy won't be like the old guy and has got to protect his guy, and because they were afraid to let you near Jake Ferguson there for a while.
Look, I'm just saying that you guys laugh and make fun. That's fine, all of that. He just happens to be, if CD Lamb's not there, your best weapon on the team.
Absolutely. And according to Joe Reinagle, he discovered him.
I discovered the guy.
I mean, nobody knew who this guy was on planet Earth.
Nobody.
Until Joe saw him in a Cowboys uniform at Cowboys training camp.
Everybody thought this rookie was just a rookie and nothing. And then he went out and just impressed.
And that was before he was on the football field. I mean, me and Joe were standing under the trees with a nice ocean breeze.
Wait a minute, yeah.
And
candlelight dinner.
There was no candlelight. We got Mrs. Price in the background. Reinagle. This guy walks by and Joe's like, "Who is that?" And we look at our flip card roster and went, "Jake Ferguson, tight end, Wisconsin." All right,
big dude.
He was.
Yeah,
I mean, he was. You had no idea if he was a tight end or
no. I know he was a tight end.
We were like, "Who is that?"
What's the number? He's a tight end.
All right, but we had no idea who he was or what he did. We didn't know if he was a drafted guy, undrafted. I
know
you discovered him before you actually saw him play football.
I know
you spotted talent.
I know,
that guy there. He's a player.
He's a player, and is he not?
He is. He is a player.
Brandon Aubrey, you discovered him too.
Yeah, you certainly did. No, I mean, nobody knew who that guy was.
Y'all were, oh, this guy's horrible. Look at him. It's not that bad.
He was missing kicks. Just not as bad as the other guy was missing kicks. He was closer, but they were both missing kicks.
See, here's the difference, though. A guy like Aubrey, when the lights come on, he makes kicks.
Except when he doesn't.
Well, he hadn't missed many.
I mean, but we blame Greg Olson for that. Now, Jake Ferguson is a player.
He is.
Joe spotted him.
Yes.
Because according to Joe, he can spot talent.
I can.
Came Jake Ferguson. He said yesterday, there are some players on this team that we need to watch out for.
I think the two guys that immediately come to my mind are Damone Clark and Jalen Tolbert. We talk about that second-year jump, and I think we've done a lot of stuff in the offseason. I've talked to both of them, and, it's not just a second-year jump. It's a third-year jump, and you got to make that jump every year, and those two have done it, and those two are doing it. And then also I'm really just excited to watch Guyton get after it. I was talking to him last night. He's above me in his room, and I'm just excited to watch him play. It's a different game when the pads get on, and what better place to do it than out here.
Now I've learned. I'm going to shed some light here. Let's just go way behind the story, the curtain.
Yeah,
Ferguson has elevated his status within the Cowboys organization to get a first floor room.
Yeah.
Now, that's a big deal.
Huge.
There at Cowboys camp amongst veteran players.
It is.
Because it's like an apartment complex.
It is.
And
what's a residence inn, if you're familiar with that?
Yeah.
That's what it is.
They look like,
an apartment. Yeah.
Fourplexes.
Right,
it's a bunch of fourplexes.
Yeah.
And so now to have an offensive lineman above you as a rookie, that's one thing. I mean, but Ferguson on the first floor, that's a big deal. Now, we'll find out when we're out there because the how everybody, there's that pecking order. So You don't want to be by the tennis courts.
No,
because that's when you get people like Rob Thompson at 4 a.m., talking early. And it's California. Everybody sleeps with the windows open.
Yes.
So you kind of want to be in the back part of the complex and near where the chow hall is. You don't want to be by the weight room because the music,
right?
Which the weight room is on the tennis courts just with a tent over it. So, there's different parts of that complex that you see the star players out near the gazebo. Like you'll see a lot of TV interviews from the gazebo. That's right up against the golf course. Behind the fence, there is the golf course and one of the quieter spots. So that's where like the star players, the big name player, that's where they want to be on the first floor. So first floor is one thing. And then if you get a room to yourself, if you don't have a roommate, that's only reserved for a few people.
Absolutely. Like, the stars, like Prescott and Jake Ferguson.
Well, and does CD have a room, and is it just empty?
It has to be.
And does somebody have the balls right now to just say, well, I'm going to take CD's room until he gets here?
I bet that key's being guarded. Nobody in there.
Does Zeke get his own room back?
That's interesting.
I mean, does he, it's like if you're in the military and you get out and you come back, are you your same rank, or do they bust you down a little bit and you got to earn it back?
Well, I think in his case, seeing the way he's played the last couple of years, he may have to earn that back.
I mean, what is he getting? $3 million?
Yeah.
He gets a $3 million player room. That means a roommate, maybe two roommates.
Wow.
I kid.
Who knows? I have no idea. It's
veteran status.
It is the best setup for training camp, I think, that I've ever seen.
Oh, it's
the Cowboys.
By
I
far.
mean, it's incredible. Guys just walk in to practice and weights and food. It's all right there within the compound, and it's really a good place. Really nice.
The food looks fantastic. We don't get to eat there.
No, we don't, but that's okay. We get to eat. Those aren't the
that's not the treatment we get.
No, of course not.
What are you laughing at, Pledge?
Y'all eat just fine.
We do.
Now, again, the idea, and I'm gonna steal a line from Jerry Jones right now. I mean, there is no little violin, if you will. Where's that little violin? Can we hear that from
That
Jerry?
is the world's smallest violin.
Yeah, and you'd be playing that for us. We go to the grocery store, buy a loaf of bread, buy some lunch meat and some mustard, and our lunch is ham sandwiches or whatever that we're making on the tennis courts because we don't get to go to lunch.
Oh,
we have a good dinner.
Very good dinners.
On the we're very conservative, whatever we can find, very respectful of the company credit card. Lance.
Very,
of course.
Yeah, so very
Yes.
good on a budget, if you will. I mean, we'll never go back to the best pizza place. I don't know if I can go do Topper's Pizza again.
Wow. Well, we just can't sit in the same spot.
I
We have to go back there. I'm not going to let that incident ruin that. I mean, the pizza's too good. We just have to go somewhere else and not.
Well, but we'd have to sit inside then.
Well, okay.
Because Spence destroyed the outside.
Well, he did, and
it's
that's
California. They might not have cleaned that up.
It's cold anyway.
But that's a flashback. I mean, of a bad kind.
We have to go there.
You want to try it? We could go to Dan the Man's Pizza.
Dan the Man's Pizza is really good.
Dan the Man's Pizza is pretty good.
I've been there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not Topper's Pizza, but I don't know that I could ever go back to Topper's Pizza.
You can, and we'll celebrate the sweaty monkey. We'll celebrate.
If you're unfamiliar with the Topper's Pizza story from last year, we're having pizza, and it's a great pizza place.
It is.
Right on the Channel Island, so you're outside.
Beautiful.
It's water. It's gorgeous.
Beautiful.
It's 70 degrees. Maybe
Yeah.
65. You need a hoodie. It's great, and it's great pizza. It's cold beer. It's wonderful, and we're just sitting there, and then Spence just gets up and pukes everywhere.
Everywhere. Right over the rail.
Everywhere. At least he made it to the rail.
He did.
But he's still 3 feet away.
But he was loud. He was Dude, he was really loud. It's like, I was looking at him like, damn.
If it was like that, I thought you didn't let people throw up alone.
I generally don't.
Well, he got up and left.
I got up and left.
Yeah.
I mean, And when he said get up and left, as soon as he started, man, I got up and I'm running into the restaurant so I don't have to hear any.
Surprised you didn't hear it in there.
Oh my! Oh yeah. It was, and that was before we got our food.
Yes, but you know what? I didn't. I ate.
It doesn't stop Joe from anything.
I ate. I didn't have a problem with it. It was all good.
Joe had 5 kids. He's eaten through worse.
I didn't have any issue at all with that pizza.
Oh, the pizza was great. Can't say the same for the company.
Yeah, that dude, when he came back, was white as this sheet of paper right here.
He's sweaty.
But he was as pale as could be.
It's always something on a trip with him.
I know it.
Yeah. Not anymore.
Say we raise a slice to Tim Spence.
I'll pour one out. Well, he's not dead.
Well, no. He's not, but I mean, those memories.
It's in the book.
Yeah. I don't have anybody sticking their hand in my Captain Crunch.
You don't know. AJ Hoffman.
Well,
right?
I don't know.
He seems like the kind that would.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hoffman will.
I'm going to lock those up at night.
Your Captain Crunch?
Yeah.
Just put them in your room?
Yeah.
He'll find them.
Yeah, he might.
He'll find them.
Jeez.
You see the Miss Becky comment pledge? You better call her next week
I'm
while we're out of
telling you.
town.
Still got those handcuffs ready.
Just make sure you're back in time for work.
We have the studio all to yourself.
Not in here. There's video cameras.
There is?
Yeah.
Oh. Huh.
How do you think we're on YouTube right now?
Well, yes, but those are ours.
Oh, good Lord. Let's hear from Jerry Jones coming up and Steven as they talk today. I'd like to tell you what Mike McCarthy had to say today, but he didn't say much because Jerry wouldn't let him talk. It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
I want to tell you about Connecticut, man. I got a brand new Connecticut water softener, and I'm just loving life. At about a month or so now, I guess, and it's just fantastic. And I never dreamed that a water softener like Connecticut would make that big of a difference, but it does, because I had a water softener before, and you can tell the difference between that one and the Connecticut water softener. It's really bizarre, but I understand it now because Connecticut quality water softeners are the best in the business. They're the absolute best in the business. And you live in San Antonio in South Texas, a water softener is a must. Water's hard. It can do a lot of damage to your appliances. But with a Connecticut quality water softener, look, your hair is softer and cleaner. Your laundry comes out brighter, all of that stuff. The best thing about it is there's nothing to plug in. No buttons to push, no timers to set or reset or adjustments to make. No increase in your electric bill. That is amazing. It only works when you need it to work, and it works 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It is available whenever you need it. And right now, the good folks at Connecticut Quality Water of San Antonio are going to let you try a Connecticut Quality Water Softener for 90 days, absolutely free, with no contract. Yeah, you heard me right. 90 days, absolutely free, with no contract. All you got to do is call them 656-PURE, that's 656-7873, or you can check them out online at ConnecticutSA.com. You know the jingle, sing it with me. It's the last water softener you'll ever own. Call 656-PURE, Connecticut.
From the George Salinas Personal Injury Attorney Studios, this is KTFM Floresville, 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
Testosterone levels in men can start to decrease as early as 30 years old, and long-term health risks can be extremely damaging to your body. Rock's Discount Vitamins carries a variety of natural testosterone boosters that can immediately provide you with more energy, increased libido, increased metabolism, and improve your mood. Rock's Discount Vitamins natural testosterone boosters can even help you build muscle and lose weight faster. With 11 San Antonio locations, visit rocksdiscountvitamins.com. Thanking God and South Texas for all the support.
Over the past decade, the Roof Hub has proven to be the best place to watch games with those 3 massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around. All the games, all the UFC fights, and when you show up at the Roof Hub, show up hungry. The food is fantastic. Open daily at 11. Great for lunch, great for dinner, great for late at night, and certainly the best place to watch a game. The Roo Pub is next to the Angry Elephant and in the same plaza as the Big Blind. They're at 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo.
Taco Bell's new cheesy street chalupas have a lot going for them. For one, they come in pairs, both with your choice of shredded chicken or grilled marinated steak. Then there's the cheesy chalupa shells and creamy jalapeno ranch sauce. Can't count those out either. But the star of the show is their authentic street style, topped with onions and cilantro, and perfectly sized for eating one-handed. You know, while you're walking around the street or your living room, wherever. Grab some cheesy street chalupas at a participating Taco Bell today.
For a limited time only while supplies last.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Sherry, what have you done to your hair?
What do you mean? Does it not look good?
It doesn't look good. It looks freaking amazing. I can't believe how thick and healthy it looks. Oh, I must know your secret.
No secret. It's hair volume from New Nordic.
Hair volume, huh? Well, it certainly lives up to its name. Your hair has never looked so thick. It is gorgeous.
I was so tired of having thin and brittle hair. Ugh, and the shedding. So I figured I'd give hair volume a try. Needless to say, I'm thrilled with the results. Hey, where are you going?
I'm going to pick up some hair volume right now. My reunion's next month and I want my hair to look as good as yours.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of many award-winning natural health products from New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Scandinavia. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or your local Walgreens, Rite Aid, or CVS. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy. Help your hair look full, voluminous, and beautiful again at newnordicusa.com, Walgreens, Rite Aid, or CVS.
San Antonio's Sports Star. San Antonio's Sports Center.
Well, it was the State of the Cowboys address by Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, and Mike McCarthy. And, of course, all the talk was about the contract status of Dak, CD, and Micah Parsons. Jerry and Stephen say it's difficult to get all of those guys under the salary cap. It takes time. Dallas Cowboys cornerback Trayvon Diggs starting training camp on the PUP list, physically unable to perform. Diggs working his way back from that ACL tear he suffered before practice in week 3.
Sports Center is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagel.
And for the third time in 7 seasons, the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix on a Thursday afternoon.
Yeah, you made it if you get off at 5 o'clock. You're done.
You're done.
Friday is just about here.
Beer time.
Yeah.
Almost beer 30.
Sure is.
Got a nice cold Flight by Yingling.
That'd be nice. I bet you have a bunch of those in your refrigerator.
I should have more if you'd pay up your debt.
Oh, what do you need more for? You going to drink them all?
Well, the case you got me, 2 weeks ago?
I'd bring it to you tonight, but we're leaving next week. So I'd just be, wouldn't be any good by the time you got back.
It's got a good shelf life, but at least it'd be there when I got back.
It would be.
Although I still got Friday and Saturday.
Well, you do.
I have tonight.
Wow.
Our buddy Renee from Flight by Yingling just sent me a text.
He did.
Mm-hmm. Tell Joe I think I like the Connecticut jingle better than Hump Wednesday.
Well, that's good. I try to entertain.
Mm-hmm.
What can I say?
Miss Becky says that Pledge could hide her under his desk.
Wow.
Next week while we're gone. Miss Becky, Pledge has enough time focusing on the show as it is.
Exactly.
I couldn't imagine you under the desk and him focusing on the show.
Well, I couldn't imagine anybody with Miss Becky under the desk focusing on anything.
Except one thing.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you got to give him that huck, too, and spit on that thing. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
That young lady's got a lot of energy, doesn't she?
God bless her.
She really does.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she really gets that
Yeah. Whoa. See, that's not sexy at all, to be honest. Not
Well,
at
is that
all.
what she's talking about?
Well, I mean, she's not hawking a loogie. That's not.
We get to suck on that all week.
Here we go. So, John McClain will join us in about 10 minutes. Talk some Texans.
Really? Texans?
Sure.
All right. They're relatively calm.
Well, they had
compared to what happened today.
Big fight in practice.
You know what? And I love that because the guy that got knocked on his ass was some dude named Dalton Schultz. What a wiener.
Here we go.
Let a little cornerback knock him on his ass. Love it.
AD, Hawk Two-A-Days is the new line. You might be onto something there. It's football season.
Yeah, that's true.
Absolutely.
Could be.
Everybody gets some practice.
Uh-huh.
So the Dak Prescott contract and the CD contract really dominated for an hour of the Cowboys press conference today. The state of the Cowboys.
Yeah.
There were parts of Jerry Jones today that made me think that a deal is close.
Uh-huh.
Steven said conversations are continuing.
Right.
Good conversations.
Yeah.
Jerry, and I find this interesting because we heard the same thing. I've been of the belief for a while. I think he gets a new deal in training camp. You think that he's not?
No.
Based on one comment from Jerry today, he didn't change your mind and he didn't change my mind.
No, he didn't.
He was asked, does he think this could be his last year with Dak Prescott as his quarterback?
I don't think so. Just to be very specific, I do not think that this will be his last year with the Cowboys at all. Am I being psychotic relative to my mirror? No. It's pretty clear, I think. I want to say it if it hadn't been clear, of how much we appreciate what Dak Prescott has meant to this team in a positive way. And the players do play better when he's out there. He does make his teammates play at a higher level. There's no question about it. So I'm right there in line with his best fan. But believe it or not, in my life, I've had a lot of things I wanted that I couldn't get because I couldn't afford it. Now, have I learned to live with that in 80-something years? You bet I have. And life does go on. And sometimes when you get a bump like that, you turn around and do better than you would have had you got what you wanted.
Wow.
So the beginning of that, yeah, it seems like Dak's going to be here.
Can't imagine him not being here.
At the end of that, it sounds like
can't afford it.
The only change that I have in my thinking with that comment today from Jerry Jones is he's got a walk-away price. There is a price that he is not willing to go over. And the conversations right now might be very close to that. And can Jerry get Dak to that walk-away price? And I still think a deal gets done. That doesn't change. But I do think now there is a walk-away price. And if Jordan Love gets a new deal, that's going to change the market. If Tua gets a new deal, that's going to change the market. And that very well may be true. That does not change the walk-away price for Jerry Jones. I do think that's there. And also, for the second time this offseason, Dak Prescott talked about, I don't have to finish my career in Dallas. This was Dak Prescott earlier today in Oxnard, California.
It's a two-way street that they have once, I have once. I think I've deserved that, understanding that this is a business. And obviously I want to be here. Talking about growing up, this is where I've become a man. So, but at the end of the day, it's a business. And, when I'm going to say, I want to be here, but when you look up, all the great quarterbacks I watched played for other teams. So my point in saying that is that's not something to fear. That may be a reality for me one day, may not be my decision. So that's the freedom that I have is be where your feet are, make the most of it, be confident in yourself, make your team better. I love my teammates. I love that locker room. I love everything about being out here in Oxnard and being a Dallas Cowboy. So that's what allows me to be free and focused and understand that when time comes, who knows what comes. As I said, I've been through a lot of adversity personally, that it's about, being thankful for where you are, hugging and loving on your loved ones, and taking it one day at a time, and handling the rest when it approaches.
I love that. And look, Dak is great on the podium. He always has been. But I think when I hear that, Jason, I hear that there is a distinct possibility that Dak Prescott could very well be in a different uniform next season. And I hear him say that, and it's like almost like he's resigned to the fact that could very well happen.
He sounds very realistic.
Yeah.
That he knows there is a price. That tells me he's not giving a discount or any major discount at that. Will he give a little? Maybe.
Perhaps.
I mean, I'm sure there's a number that he wants to get, but there's a number that he's willing to take if he doesn't want to move. But when he says it might be beyond my control, that's, Jerry and Steven talking earlier, having three guys taking up that percentage of your cap. It's hard to field a football team if you have that. That's the business side of football.
That's
and
right.
Seems very resigned to the reality. And also, he fears nothing. We certainly know that. And very comfortable knowing I want $60 million a year, whether I get it here or I get it there. He knows he's going to make that money. He's not facing the end of his career. If things don't work out in Dallas, he's not unemployed and trying to figure out, is he going to work for NBC or ESPN or NFL Network? He knows he's going to play football next year and for the next 4 or 5 years, making, a couple $100 million when it's all said and done.
It's interesting listening to Dak Prescott. I'm glad we had the sound, because just reading the transcript of that doesn't do it justice when you hear Dak talk.
That's why we play audio.
Well, exactly right, because you want to hear from them, and you hear the emotion, and he sounded pretty emotional in that. And like he was going to stop, and then he said, I'm going to just go on and say it. And again, both of these things, Jerry, Dak, a little bit of negotiating in the media a little bit, but it leads me to believe that the Cowboys may really be lowballing him. And I say that because I think if the Cowboys came and said, hey, man, we can't pay you 60, but you know what? 56. We can make you the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. We'll give you X guarantee. I think Dak would probably take it. But I just get the feeling listening to him that it may be a real low ball offer, and nobody's budging at this point.
With that, and again, defining low ball, they didn't fight last time over dollars. They fought over years.
Uh-huh.
And Jerry needs this to be longer, a longer contract to spread out the salary cap hit. And hearing him talk today, and I don't know what the numbers are. I'm sure you could find them to figure out all the bad contracts that are still on the salary cap books for guys that aren't there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, all those bills have to come due.
Sure.
So if he could spread that out, then that's better for the Dallas Cowboys. Dak wants shorter deals and has always wanted shorter deals so that he could be in the position he's in now and back at the negotiating table to always stay near top of market. When you look at, a Josh Allen or a Justin Herbert, they signed those big deals and now they look underpaid. And what's going to happen? They're going to try to rework their deal so they can always be top of market. So I don't know if it's the 56 or 52 or whatever it might be, but is it 6 years, 5 years versus 3 years, 4 years? Is, Jerry trying to get the no trade clause back? Is he trying to get
absolutely?
Are there some things in there that you look at? Does he want to be the highest paid by a lot? You see the reports about 65 or whatever it might be, because his agent is forecasting when the new TV deals come in, what are those salary caps gonna look like? And so that's the art of negotiation, and you're trying to go get every penny that you can get. If you're Dak Prescott, having been paid once, on this contract, you need every penny you can get, because if you're trying to win Super Bowls, you got to have money for other guys to go get theirs.
That's where it comes down to. And Steven did say today that the contract Dak signed made him the highest paid quarterback in the NFL at that time.
At the time.
And so they've done that. And I think that's another sticking point for the Cowboys. It's like, hey, we made you that before. Can you help us this time?
And you still haven't gotten a playoff win.
Yeah. And
that matters.
And I'm just saying that, can you help us this time? And maybe Dak's saying, no, I can't. And so, it comes down to who's going to budge. And look, I don't know if Jerry can think all he wants about he got over on Dak Prescott. That's fine. But Steven's smart enough to know that they're staring at a no trade clause, a no tag clause, and a big salary cap hit. And anybody with a brain knows Dak bent Jerry over. I mean, there's no question about it.
And Dak did show a little bit of a sense of humor today, because he could hold out. You're seeing some other guys, wide receivers that are holding out, including CeeDee Lamb. You got Jordan Love in camp, but he's not practicing until he gets a new deal. Dak did media today, which surprised me a little bit, but he didn't hold out for one reason only.
I'm just here so I don't get fined. Honestly, I don't. I'm focused on now. It's always been my message. I think I've always told y'all that. I'm about being present where my feet are. And honestly, that was kind of the team message. And that's what's great is from Chad Bolin to Mike McCarthy to everybody, that's kind of just been our message. And so that's right aligned with my views, what I want to do. And I'm going to keep it at that. And great start to camp and good start to camp. And that's where my focus is, honestly. I'm not into those talks anymore. They know that. I've told you guys, once this thing kicks off, I'm going to do what I can to control my game, my effort to help this team win. And the people who I pay or we pay to make those decisions and deals will negotiate.
Yeah. So at this point, it's all in with the agent.
Yeah,
now.
and that's
we'll
the way
see.
it should be.
Absolutely. John McClain from HoustonTexans.com joins us next. We'll get an update from a team that's a week away or so, a little more than a week from playing in the first preseason game, the Hall of Fame game, which means you got to start practicing your tailgating with your game day spreads. If you're going to fire up that grill, make sure you get into Tri-County Meat Market, because that great meal does start with great meat. Tri-County Meat Market, locally owned, full service. They have everything you need to up your grilling game. Beef, chicken, pork, fajitas, poppers. We want to do some ribs, some pork ribs, some beef ribs, English crosscuts. Their burgers, especially those brisket burgers, and the best hot dogs you'll ever eat. Tri-County has what you need with the quality you expect. You can always take advantage of their Pick 5 for $25, and they always offer a 10% discount for military and first responders. Two great locations on Ralph Fair Road and on Huebner, or online at tricountymeat.com.
San Antonio's Sports Star.
Hi, I'm April Rose, and we all know about the speed of sound. But have you ever thought about the sounds of speeding? If you drive over the speed limit, there are lots of sounds that you might hear. You could hear the sound of your vehicle crashing, the sound of first responders desperately trying to save you. You could even hear the sound of people crying at a funeral. Because if you drive over the speed limit, you could do damage that's beyond repair. One way or another, speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
You're not going to want to miss this. Diamonds Direct Summer Sale starts this weekend. For 3 days only, this Friday through Sunday. Get 20% off rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, and more. Plus, book an appointment and get an additional $100 off. And designers are flying in from New York and LA to showcase their latest trends. That's 20% off, plus $100 off with an appointment and designer trunk shows. Tons of engagement rings on sale, too. 20% off starts Friday. Details at diamondsdirect.com. 3 days only and Sunday.
Hi, my name is Jason Thompson. I'm an attorney here in San Antonio representing people and families who've been injured in traffic collisions since 1994. The reason it's important to call me as soon as possible is the number of tricks and mistakes you can make, even up to talking to insurance companies, which I'm going to tell you not to do. And also some of the billing practices at our local hospitals. And over the last year, I've seen more and more of this, where hospitals are asking patients to assign benefits they do not have to assign, all in an effort to get more money to the hospital than they would receive if all you used was your health insurance. When you call, I will give you your options. We'll talk about your case. And all of that is free of charge. If you or a family member has been injured in a traffic accident, whether car, commercial truck, motorcycle, I want you to call me as soon as possible after the collision. My number, 210-900-0400. That's 210-900-0400. Or go to my website at alawyerforus.com.
Don't let pain keep you from doing the things you love. I'm Dr. Jason Garrett from Arasti. At Arasti, we fix pain fast. Whether you've been living with chronic and nagging pain for years, or if you've recently experienced an injury, our goal is to get you out of pain as quickly as possible. Arasti is completely natural and non-invasive. Plus, Arasti accepts most insurance plans. There's a location near you. Visit Arasti.com. That's AIRROSTI.com. Arasti, we fix pain fast.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tie Leaf Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
Welcome to Staples, young man. Tomorrow's my big day. Big day? First grade. Aw. Well, Staples has crayons, markers, glue. I need a laptop. Oh, yeah, sure. With Staples Hot Deals, you can save up to $300 on select PCs for school. Wait. The finances are Mom's department. Right. I'm looking for performance, like a Core i7 processor. Boy, first grade has really changed. Tell me about it.
Save big on tech for school with super low Staples Hot Deals. Right now, get up to $300 off select PCs at Staples. Ends 8/24.
This is Andrew Monaco, and you're listening to the home of the Aggies, 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1, a San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Can't call this balanced because we've been on since 12:30 doing an extended Blitz as we brought you the Cowboys opening press conference today with Jerry Stephen and 2 questions answered by Mike McCarthy. But let's check in with what's going on down in Houston at Texans training camp with the great John McClain. Joining us now on the buyersbarricades.com guest line is John, now writing for HoustonTexans.com. Not only training camp well underway, pads are on. We've had a good fight. They're a little more than a week away from playing in the Hall of Fame preseason game. John, how's your Thursday?
My Thursday's great. I was looking for you guys Sunday night. I was in San Antonio at the coaches convention, and I was there with a group of Gridiron Legends of Texas. I hosted a panel on Monday with UFL Coach of the Year Wade Phillips, Jackie Sherrill, Kenny Houston, Michael Bishop, and we had dinner at Brenner's Steakhouse on the Riverwalk, and I thought y'all were going to pick up the tab.
Well,
there were only 24 of us.
We told them to send it this way, John. I don't know what happened to it.
Yeah, it must have been a miscommunication.
Yeah, see, I was at Bohannon's looking for you guys. That's why.
I had a blast, and it's the first time I'd been to the high school coaches convention since 1973, my first year working for Dave Campbell at the Waco Tribune Herald while I was going to Baylor. And he sent me to Houston, and the only thing I remember about it was writing that I saw 20,000 light blue leisure suits and 40,000 pairs of white loafers. That's the only thing I remember about my other one. But this one was memorable, had a great time. Craig Way did a tremendous job of moderating a panel with all the Division I college coaches. It was interesting, them talking about the SEC for Longhorns and Aggies, NIL, transfer portal. They face a lot of issues. And as I told people, Jackie Sherrill, who who was on our panel and is a gridiron legend in Texas. I told him, I said, a lot of people don't realize this, but Jackie started the NIL program when he was at Pitt, took it to Texas A&M, and on to Mississippi State.
Uh-huh. And one of those bigger NIL deals ended up at SMU. It's funny how that all happened.
Yes, it is.
John, good fight yesterday at Texans training camp. I guess we're at that point where they're tired of hitting each other.
Yeah, it is, and it was a lot of pushing and shoving, and they're ready to play. They've had 6 practices. Tomorrow will be numbers 7 and 8, and then they're off Sunday, and they play the Hall of Fame game a week from tonight, and they're fired up for that, even though it'll be mostly reserves. But when you go in a week early because you have an extra game, it's inevitable that it's going to happen. And one of the things, and then on Monday I went to the Texas Sports Hall of Fame for the Lone Star Luncheon fundraiser, in which I interviewed Mean Joe Green for an hour.
Oh, wow.
And that was a lot of fun. And because when you get a guy to sit for an hour, and Joe said he'd never sat for an hour, and I heard some great stories. We had a chance to get into a lot of stuff. Like he played at Temple Dunbar when there was segregation, and he never had a roof over his head for pregame or halftime. All the white places they played wouldn't let them use their locker room.
Wow.
So they had pregame and halftime outside, and if it was raining, you just sat in the rain and listened to your coach talk about strategy for the second half. And when he got to North Texas, he's looking up like, wow, this is weird to have a roof over my head. And a guy told him to get up on a bench and grabbed his ankles. And he said, what are you doing? He said, I'm going to tape your ankles. Why? Nobody's ever taped my ankles. I don't need my ankles taped. And when he explained it to him, and then first practice, he got water. He said, what's this? It's water. Wow. You get water during practice? You get it in games too? He never had water at a game. And so there were a lot of high school players there from Waco and Temple who had come to see him. And I told him, I said, man, I hope you listen to these stories about the PVIL, Prairie View Interscholastic League, where the high school people played before integration. Google it. Robert Brown, who's the president, he had a great exhibit in the convention center there. And I learned a lot. Like, you guys know, everybody's always thought Joe is his middle name. It's Mean Joe Green. That's just what everybody calls him. Joe's not even his name.
Really?
He was given the nickname Joe by an aunt when he was 5 years old because she said he looked like the reigning heavyweight champion Joe Louis. So she started calling him Joe, and then the family started calling him Joe, and nobody calls him by his real name. And I thought that was hilarious. So it was a great experience getting to interview Mean Joe Green for an hour at the Hall of Fame. And so I've had a great week. I played hooky from the Texans for 3 days. You know, you can read the quotes online. I can read what everybody else had. And I wouldn't trade that San Antonio and Waco experience with those guys for anything.
I tell you what, Mean Joe Green was a bad man for sure. But
sure was.
But the best thing I remember about, well, not the best thing, but one thing was that commercial he did. But he had that little girl a Coke in his jersey, and
a little boy, not a little girl.
Oh, it wasn't a little girl. It was a little boy. Okay.
It premiered on October 1st, 1979 on Monday Night Football. The Hall of Fame showed that commercial, and he had to drink a bottle of Coke at one time. And I said, how many bottles of Coke did you drink? He said, how many's in a case? 12. He said, I drank a case. And then the director goes, okay, let's shoot for real. No more rehearsing. And he said, I'd have to give a big old burp. And fortunately, they had a bathroom close by. And they shot that in some place up in upstate New York. And that was the first great celebrity endorsement. And they had a reunion recently. And the kid's no longer a kid, you know, even as I think close to 50. But Joe, that kind of softened people's opinion of Joe Green because he was Mean Joe and he played with an attitude. I saw a special on him on NFL Network recently, taped in 2016, in which he said he didn't really like the nickname Mean Joe because he wasn't mean. And then they're showing him kicking a center tangle off in the footballs in the Super Bowl, and they're showing him hitting guys from behind and basically being Mean Joe Green.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The great John McClain, storyteller
I got one more
extraordinaire.
thing.
Yeah, well, let's hear one more, John.
I told him the whole crowd here is almost all Cowboy fans. You won 2 Super Bowls over the Cowboys. What do you remember? And he held up his Super Bowl ring that he got, the first one from beating the Cowboys. And that's all he had to say was just hold up his ring.
Well, I never liked the Pittsburgh Steelers. They were. I was a big Houston Oiler fan, and they were kind of mean to the Oilers back in the day, John.
Yes, they were.
Mm-hmm. I seem to not like any team that wears yellow pants.
Is that what it is?
Well, I mean, it's just coincidence, but the teams I dislike the most all seem to wear yellow pants.
Yeah.
Yes. So it goes that way. John, as we avoid talking about the Houston Texans, since you played hooky all week from them, I'm sure you saw the quotes from Jerry today, maybe even the quote from Dak Prescott where he said, a lot of great quarterbacks didn't play for one team, essentially. Your sense of, does Dak Prescott get a deal done this year before the start of the season, or do you think he'll end up playing it out and become a free agent?
I think there's no way Jerry Jones is going to let him get away. They're just not. They don't want to start over unless they know things about Trey Lance or Cooper Rush that nobody else knows. Jerry, at his age, I just don't see it happening. In my 2 days in San Antonio, I had so many people ask me about the Texans in positive fashion, and the only thing they talked about, Cowboys, were contracts. And at some point, that gets old. They get tired of talking about it. Teammates get tired of talking about it, and they don't want to talk about it. The media keeps asking them, and it's a distraction. No matter if they talk about it or not, you guys are going to be talking about it. Every talk show in the state is going to be talking about it. So they need to get it done. Unfortunately, they totally botched the Dak Prescott contracts going back to his first one, and they deserve everything they get, which means Jerry's wallet's going to be about 55 to 60 million lighter when it's finally done.
Well, I tell you what, John, listening to Dak Prescott today, I don't know that it's all Jerry Jones's decision at this point in time. I think Dak might be getting tired of the circus.
And maybe he is. Maybe he'll want to go to a thing where there's not a circus. But, there comes with a lot of pride and pressure that goes with being a quarterback of the Cowboys. Some, like Roger Staubach, Troy Aikman, they handled it perfectly. And Dak has not been able to do that, even though they were unbeaten at home last year, high scoring team in the league. He was second in MVP voting, first in touchdown passes. And then they get beat by the Packers. I would be highly motivated to redo everything in regular season and then prove those playoff losses have been a fluke. But I don't, and I'm not covering Dak, but from afar, it doesn't look to me like he can't handle the pressure of being a Cowboys quarterback. He may not handle the pressure of being the playoff quarterback, but that defense certainly didn't acquit itself well. And I was kind of amazed Dan Quinn got a head coaching job after that performance. But I think things will return to normal. It'll be a 2-team race in the East. Eagles will win this year. Cowboys will be a wild card. And things will be back to normal, which means chaotic, because they are the Dallas Cowboys.
Absolutely. The great John McClain from HoustonTexans.com joining us here on The Blitz. Now, we're leaving this weekend out for the 70-degree weather out there in Oxnard, California. So next Thursday, we'll be live from the tennis courts there at the River Ridge Complex. I'm just curious, will you be at the house in Houston, or will you be in Canton, Ohio next Thursday?
I'm going to be in Canton, Ohio next Thursday, but I'm not going to the game because I don't have to write on the game. And I'm going up there be there Thursday, but I'll be at Andre Johnson's induction ceremony. I'll be at the Gold Jacket dinner, and then I'll write about it afterward. And there's nothing else I can write about Andre that I haven't written. I'm going to have a column about the next member of the Texans going in the Hall of Fame in 4 years, and that would be J.J. Watt.
Yep.
Good stuff.
Nice.
John, safe travels. We'll talk to you next week from Canton, Ohio.
Y'all have a great time on the West Coast, and be sure and pack those long johns.
We will. We got hoodies ready to go. John, appreciate you, my friend. Appreciate you. John McClain. Follow him on Twitter at McClain_on_NFL. John McClain, like all our guests on the Buyers Barricades guest line, where they provide traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond, online at buyersbarricades.com.
Love the stories about Mean Joe Green.
Now, I know there's Josh and I don't know, somebody else that always gets mad at us, James Pledger, that will have a planned Houston Texans segment that turns into anything but the Houston Texans.
Well, John McClain
that
did
wasn't our fault.
That was John McClain.
That was not our fault.
Yes.
I tried to get some Texans news.
Yes.
But even the guy that works for the organization didn't have anything to say about the Texans. We tried.
It's a good thing for Houston. They're just a little boring at the moment, right? They're not the drama that you have with the Dallas Cowboys.
I had good questions ready for John. You know, second year with CJ, does Slowick give him more freedoms in the offense with trust and Diggs fitting in and the fire? Like, I had legit. I did homework.
Nobody wanted to hear that.
That Mean Joe Green story was awesome.
It's great.
Up until the Super Bowl ring part of things. You know, it is Thursday. The weekend is almost here. Everybody has their weekend plans. None of you plan on getting arrested, but it does happen to a lot of people every day for all kinds of reasons. If you get arrested, you want to get out of jail fast, best way to do that, call my good friend Albert and his great staff at AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text the word bail to 474747, or you can start the bonding process online at mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else to get out of jail, and you don't want to be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you a PR bond, make sure you truly understand what those conditions are before accepting it. Your best option for stress-free bail bonds is AA Best Bail Bonds, because nobody beats their price. They offer payment plans, have a free shuttle service. They are discreet and confidential and open 24/7 with offices all over San Antonio and Texas, services nationwide. If you're up in Dallas, down in Corpus, anywhere in between, license number 149, call AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121, or go online at mybestbailbonds.com.
It's the Morning Huddle with AJ Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
Friday on the Morning Huddle, it is the beginning, the games of the 33rd Olympiad. We'll break down the breakdancing.
And what did Jerry Jones have to say in his State of the Cowboys address? All that and more tomorrow on a Friday. Starts at 6.
It's the Morning Huddle with AJ Hoffman and Rob Thompson. Morning 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
The biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back. Circa Survivor and Circa Million are now up to a record $16 million in guaranteed prizes. 2 ways to win and no rate. Circa Survivor contestants select one team each week with no point spread. Last the longest to win it all with $10 million guaranteed. In Circa Million, make 5 picks against the spread each week for your share of $6 million guaranteed through quarterly and full season payouts. Enter Nevada. Play from anywhere. Visit circasports.com for details.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
What drives you? At 303 Car Care, we're driven to put the best detailing products in your hands. We create every formula, fill every bottle, and test every batch of 303 at our Chicago headquarters, always with quality in mind. From cleaners and coatings to our flagship aerospace protectants, you can trust that every 303 product does what the label says it's going to do. That's because 303 is driven by quality. Available at most auto retailers and Amazon.
TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine is excited to announce a partnership that is revolutionizing access to care for orthopedic patients. The HURT app provides free 24/7 access to orthopedic expertise. HURT is the app to have before you need it. Don't wait for an injury to happen. Download HURT now for free, fast virtual access to orthopedic specialists. The HURT app is available online in the App Store and Google Play. Learn more about the HURT app and the OrthoNow Injury Clinic at tsaog.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Joe Reinagle from the Blitz. I cannot tell you how happy I am with my brand new Connecticut quality water softener. Had it in my house now for about 2 weeks, and the difference it is making is just unbelievable. You know, Connecticut's been serving San Antonio for over 50 years. Their products are made in America. And you live in San Antonio in South Texas, a water softener, it's a must. And Connecticut is the absolute best, up to 80% more efficient than competing models. Simple design, fewer moving parts, and in fact, you don't plug it in. No plug-in at all. It does not run on electricity. It only works when you need it to work. And right now, if you've been thinking about a Connecticut quality water softener in your home, Connecticut is going to let you try one for 90 days, absolutely free with no contract. All you have to do is give them a call, 656-PURE, 656-7873, or ConnecticutSA.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Hi, Jason Minix here from 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard lists your home for top dollar. Then they make you an impressive guaranteed backup cash offer. This gives you the confidence to hold out for the price you deserve. Here's what one Orchard customer said, quote, "The peace of mind of the guaranteed offer is why I went with Orchard. And when you sell for more, the rest is yours. My home sold on the market for far more than I expected. With Orchard's guaranteed cash offer, you never have to settle for less. Curious what Orchard will pay you for your home? Visit Orchard.com for a free, no obligation cash offer. That's Orchard.com.
A football sale is going on now at Team Express Superstore. Helmets, shoulder pads, uniforms, and performance apparel, cleats, and all other equipment must go. 75% off all apparel and footwear. Up to 60% off everything else. Team Express Superstore on East Nakoma.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagle. I'm Jason Minix. We've got tickets to go see Sebastian Maniscalco August 11th out at the Frost Bank Center. You can get your tickets at livenation.com if you don't win them.
It's a damn good show.
If you want to go see Sebastian Maniscalco. We got a pair of tickets right now. What do you want?
He's Italian, by the way.
Is he Italian?
Just in case you didn't know.
Is that all you know about the guy? You've seen him three times.
He's funny as hell.
Funny as hell.
Yeah, he's funny as hell.
Yeah, funny as hell.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
What color did you want?
I was going to let you pick the color.
Oh, me. All right. Well, that's a great idea, Jim. That's a great idea. Take it easy on Pledge today, or no? Not really?
I think in the spirit of the Houston Texans, we go with Stephon Diggs' number today.
Stephon Diggs.
Yes.
Yeah. He's not that, is he?
You didn't know Stephon Diggs' number, did you?
He's 14.
Not anymore. He's not. That's Kamari Lassiter.
Well, then I think we go in honor of Zeke Elliott. In 15? That case, 15.
All right. Color 15. I was trying to be nice to Pledge.
I know. No. See, and then I had to be mean.
Well, no. He had to be mean. I knew his number.
Right, exactly.
The money he paid for it. We still don't have a number for Chris Paul.
We still don't, do we? No. Well, they're waiting on that Keldon Johnson deal.
Exactly. And what's going to happen there? We're going to have some NBA talk on the Blitz tomorrow. Clutch Points, National NBA insider Brett Siegel's going to join us. He the other day had an article and some latest on Lauri Markkanen, and it's like maybe by the end of the week we might have something. So that's why we booked him for tomorrow to get the latest.
Absolutely. And apparently the Spurs, you see, I've seen reports all over the place. The Spurs made Cleveland an offer for Darius Garland.
I've seen that.
And Cleveland turned him down and said they're not trading him, at least not now, or the deal, or
at least not for that.
For that, yeah. So I'm happy to see those. At least the Spurs are shooting their shot. They're missing, but at least they're taking it.
Well, I mean, yeah.
It makes me happy.
That there's effort?
That there's effort, that they are trying to improve this ball club sooner rather than later.
Well,
I like it.
And again, it's so funny because you kind of go back and you think about all the different things that Jerry Jones talked about today. And, he used the term all in yet again.
Yeah, he
but
did.
his all in is now more in narrowing his focus.
Now, the other thing I want to say gratuitously is that I've been doing this 30-something years, and I don't feel like I've ever worked a day in my life, ever. But I have spent my life doing it, and I dream about it every day. I'm into it. Here. I'm all in. I'm all in. Sometimes being all in means you remove the months out here that are in the future, and you narrow it down to where all we're talking about is right now and the next playoff season. And that's it for everybody. We're all in. We're all in. It's all right there. Okay? We all got some things out here in the future, another 2 or 3 years on contracts, all that stuff. Let's all get in here. Zero right now in this. Dak's got his year contract. Let's focus right here. We all got a lot on the line for that playoff game. A lot of it. So you got to understand a weird way of looking at it a little bit with that time.
Yeah, now, that's the bite I was talking about. Now, did you hear Jerry right there? Dak's got his year.
As he sits right now, he does.
Yeah.
And
so let's get that playoff win.
I mean, Mike McCarthy, he why didn't he have an extension? Jerry said today, Green Bay. I mean, they've got to make success in the postseason. You look at the idea of that threshold for success. How do you define that?
If you look over the last 30-something years, you will see that everything's not predicated on the exact one loss. What you're counting on, the people involved in the inside that are there every day and are there with the staff and are there with the players and the coaches. You're counting on, by the way, you do play a game that's with an oblong ball that can go any way on you when it hits the ground. And so you can make some bad mistakes when you totally base your decisions on the results of Green Bay Cowboys last year. You can make mistakes. Now you can't ignore it, and you got to realize, just like our fans do, that is something to think about. But you can't just be that bright-lined. I'm going to say this to try and answer your question. There's nothing bright-lined about the kinds of things that you have noted in this off season that are not happening. That's not bright lines. It's got a lot more ambiguity to it.
Ambiguity. That was the buzzword today. Ambiguity.
That was the buzzword. That was the word of the day.
I you know what's going to be the funniest thing? No expectations for the Cowboys. Going with a bunch of young players that they drafted and are in the process of developing, and they make a longer playoff run this year than they have in a long time.
Yeah, and
I mean, sincerely.
It is possible because we have talked way too much, although it is when you look at it, and I know I can't speak for you, but I'm guessing you're tired of talking contracts. I'm tired of talking contracts. Get them done.
Or not.
Or not. And like you did with Mike McCarthy, he could have easily said that about Dak Prescott.
Yep.
He's got one more year left on his deal. We'll talk about it at the end. He can easily say that about Mike McCarthy. He doesn't say that when it comes to Dak Prescott.
Yeah, I think he did. In that soundbite, it sounded like it. I wish I don't know if you can do that pledge on that. What?
Well, here, he was asked, "Does this look like Dak Prescott's last year, or is this going to be?" And he said, "No."
I don't think so.
No, that's not the one
Just
I'm thinking.
To be very specific.
It is. It's just at the end. He talks forever and talks. He answers the question one way and then takes the left at the other.
Am I being psychotic relative to my mirror?
I don't know what the hell that means.
No. It's pretty clear, I think. I want to say it if it hadn't been clear, of how much we appreciate what Dak Prescott has meant to this team in a positive way. And the players do play better when he's out there. He does make his teammates play at a higher level. There's no question about it. So I'm right there in line with his best fan. But believe it or not, in my life, I've had a lot of things I wanted that I couldn't get because I couldn't afford it. Now, have I learned to live with that in 80-something years? You bet I have. And life does go on. And sometimes when you get a bump like that, you turn around and do better than you would have had you got what you wanted.
So in one word, he doesn't see this being Dak's last year at the end of it, but I might have to let him go because I can't afford him.
Exactly right. There was another one where he talked about this. We're here right now, and that's his and Dak's got a year left, and we'll see what happens in the playoffs. So that was the one that he was talking about.
That was the narrowing of the focus. We just played that one like 4 minutes ago.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm telling you. So that's what I'm saying. There's that one part in
just
there.
isolate that one part.
That's what. Yeah. You good?
I'm good.
Yeah. You need a nap.
It just all these. I mean, like I'm looking on. I mean, there is never a short answer when it comes to Jerry Jones.
Never.
And what you're thinking you want to hear from him and where it is in that one particular soundbite. Is it, like this one here is a minute 37. I don't need to hear a minute 37 when there's 4 seconds in there that I want to hit on. I mean, I see Hunter Hitch on our YouTube. He's just an out-of-touch billionaire. He's not out of touch. He is very much in touch with the business parts of what they're doing. And the idea of having 3 players paid at the top of the market, plus fielding another 50 guys. How do you fit that within the cap? See, Jerry's got all the money in the world. He was celebrating today that they had the fastest season ticket renewal rate in the history and the highest, but whatever it was, right?
Champions, yeah.
I mean, hang a banner. But none of that money helps the Cowboys in their salary cap situation.
Nope, it doesn't.
And so you've got a guy that could write whatever check he needed.
Yep.
If he were allowed to, but he can't. And they've got so much dead cap money that they're trying to figure out how do they make this all work.
And it's not easy. As fans, we just think, just get it done, do it. But it's not as easy as we think that it is. So we'll see what happens. We're just getting started with Cowboys camp.
Absolutely. We got one more weekend before we head out of town.
Yeah.
You know what we do every Thursday about this time?
The Blitz wants you to know what's on tap. Presented by Sam's Burger Joint.
It is time for What's on Tap, brought to you by Sam's Burger Joint. Go to samsburgerjoint.com to get your tickets. You can see their full calendar and the menu. Rod Peacock's out there tonight. The Night Miles on Friday night. Dream to Dream on Saturday. And a good Rogering, whatever that means, on Sunday out at Sam's Burger Joint.
Nice. Okay. Hey, tonight, Green Hall, Roger Krager's birthday show.
Woo.
And it says full band. So that'll be a great show. Stable at the Pearl, McAnally. Paper Tiger has Ringo Death Star. That sounds like it could be good. Fitzgerald's Bar, Rats, Juan Crucier. I have no idea.
The other voice of Rat.
Yeah, whatever.
You know who Rat is?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
The band, Round and Round?
I've heard of him. Yeah.
So there was a singer, and then there was another singer.
How do you say
this is
Crochet?
Yeah, sure. That's the other singer who's still trying to make his
the
money
other
on
voice
80s
of Rat.
hair band. Yeah.
All right.
He's not in the commercial right now.
You got Rat, and
it's the other guy who isn't getting that big time commercial money.
You got Devil's Cut at Vibes Underground.
Nice.
It'll be a scary night.
Mm-hmm. Jason Isbell out at Whitewater Amphitheater on Friday night. I'm going to that show. Flores Country Store has Gunnar Latham. Roger Krager continues his birthday bash on Friday night out at Green Hall.
And why not?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, Roger Krager, he's coming to town. He's going to play for 3 days. Seat can, whatever that means, out at the Aztec Theater. The Freeman Coliseum, where Joe should be. The Texas Quarter Horse Association annual yearling sale.
Yeah.
Is there music involved in that? Or are you going out there with a shovel?
It's about all I know of horses.
Go to Saturday.
Couldn't tell you what else. Saturday, Frost Bank Center, Peso Pluma is at the Frost Bank Center Saturday night.
That's a big show. Peso Pluma?
Yeah.
That's huge.
Well, so is this. The Whitewater Amphitheater, Randy Rogers and Wade Bowen. Hold my beer and watch this. That will be one hell of a show out there. Floor's Country Store on Saturday night, John Bowman with Mason Lively. Very nice. And how about Janet Jackson Saturday night at the Moody Center?
Wow.
Wonder if she'll have a wardrobe malfunction.
I doubt it, but Chuck Careau's probably going to be there.
Yeah.
Drowning Mono at Fitzgerald's. Let's see, on Sunday. Aztec Theater. Summer. Is there supposed to be a Y in summer, or is it just spelled summer with a Y? Either way, the Summer Slaughter Tour featuring Veil of Maya and Brand of Sacrifice. Huh.
Would you have said it differently if it had a Y in it?
I don't know. How do you say?
Sumer?
Green Hall's got a great show on Sunday. Matt Kirk and the Guy Farers. They're fantastic.
Is it Guy Farers or Wayfarers?
Wayfarers? I don't know.
I think it's Wayfarers.
I just know Matt Kirk.
I'm just saying, yeah. Lots happening this weekend.
Absolutely.
That's good. Nice.
What's on tap? Brought to you by Sam's Burger Joint online, samsburgerjoint.com.
Grilling with the Blitz, presented by Tri-County Meat Market.
As we tell you every week, you're grilling.
Yeah.
You're taking photos. Upload those photos not just to Instagram. Upload them to sasportstar.com, the Grilling with the Blitz page. And today's winner, Matthew, with his 3 little birds, and he put a lot of effort into his
Not only do
photo.
they look good, but the positioning of said 3 little birds is just really cool.
There's 2 getting ready and one that's tired.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
He's got those whole
It was
birds
tough this week.
looking like Instagram models.
Yes.
If there was a OnlyFans for chickens,
that'd be it.
These ones would make some
And
money.
you know what? There probably is.
And they're making money for Matthew because he just won a $50 gift card to Tri-County Meat Market. Wake up with Rob and AJ tomorrow morning, 6 to 10 for the morning huddle. The Blitz back tomorrow at 2. Extra innings with Pledge coming up next. You guys have a good night.
From the George Salinas Personal Injury Attorney Studios.